She took a sip from the travel mug. Luca, I have eyes. Gabby said something you didn't like. What was it? I set my jaw and stared out the window. Don't worry about it. Her small hand landed on my thigh and she smoothed my trousers, almost petting me. Baby, tell me. I know it was something about me. She was quiet for a beat, and I could almost hear her thinking. Does he hate the idea of me sleeping over? Is it because of his mom? Needing to touch her, I grabbed her hand and threaded our fingers together. No, nothing like that. But I don't want to repeat what he said. It doesn't matter. Did he hear us arguing this morning? I didn't move a muscle, didn't breathe, because she was so close to the truth. It turned out she didn't need any help from me. She was smart and arrived at the answer all on her own. Her eyes grew wide. Oh my God, he heard us. Oh my God. That's it, isn't it? Leaning forward, she rubbed her forehead with her one hand. Holy shit. I want to crawl into a gigantic hole and die. I needed my hands free. Cursing my son, I took the mug from her and set it in the holder along with mine. Valentina. I cupped her face in my palms and brushed my thumbs over the velvety skin of her jaw. I want you passionate and loud. I want you to scream your pleasure so the entire town hears it. And I wasn't quiet either. So who gives a fuck? I do, she said, frowning. It's humiliating. We're not having sex in your house again. No way I would agree to that. I gentled my voice. Piccolina, I'll fuck you in every room of that house if I choose, and I won't care who hears it. Well, I do. And we can stay at my... I cut her off. Don't say it. I'll move Gabriele to a hotel before I agree to sleep at your house. There's nothing wrong with my house. Beef up the security if you want. Make it safer, I don't care. But we'd be totally alone there. No, this wasn't happening. I wanted her in my house, which was more secure than most prisons. Therefore, this discussion was over. I unbuckled her seatbelt and lifted her up onto my lap. Her ass settled on my thigh and her side pressed against my chest. I kissed her throat, my hand drifting up to cover her teeth. The smell of her body wash, which I now knew was melon, invaded my senses and my dick started plumping. Fuck, I was insatiable for this woman. She arched her neck to give me better access, while her hands gripped my suit coat. I nibbled and licked, then bit her gently, and she gasped, a tiny intake of breath that had me wanting to lay her down in the back seat, remove her panties, and eat her pussy for breakfast. We're not done discussing this, she said between breaths. Amore. Who makes the rules? I whispered, plucking at the buttons on her sweater, opening them. Luca. It came out more like a whine. I dragged my knuckles along her cleavage, wishing there was time to suck on her nipples. I should take you to the restaurant, lock us into your office, and fuck you again. Then you could feel my cum inside you all day long. Her fingers tightened. Everyone would know. Yes, that's true. Everyone in the restaurant would know how greedy this pussy is, how much you need my cock. Oh, God. She slumped against me, pliant and soft. Stop talking. Aldo can hear you, and I have a restaurant to reopen. Then stop arguing with me. Trust me to take care of you. She smoothed my silk tie, the one she picked out earlier. No one has taken care of me in a long time. I know. I kissed the top of her head, which is why I want to do it. No one is more deserving than you. That is very sweet. She played with the knot of my tie. So who takes care of you? I frowned, almost insulted at the question. I was raised to be strong, a man who needed no one. There hadn't been any compassion or understanding in the Binetti household. My father's love had been wrapped up in cruelty and responsibility, and my mother always sided with him, even after he treated her like shit. I did what I could to shelter my brothers from him, but it hadn't been easy. My father discussed a marriage for me many times, but died before seeing it through. Then as the years passed, I resisted bringing a woman into my world. What need was there to marry? I had 2 sons already, and I fucked whomever I pleased. The staff oversaw the house, and I wouldn't love a wife, so why would I bother? Luca? Blinking, I glanced out the window. I was so lost in my own thoughts that I hadn't realized we'd arrived at the trattoria. Andiamo, I said, setting her on the leather. I'll walk you inside. She put her hand on my shoulder, and her keen brown gaze searched my face. Are you okay? Of course. Her expression didn't change. Leaning in, she placed her lips on mine and kissed me sweetly, unhurriedly, like we had all the time in the world. I heard the door close, which meant Aldo was giving us privacy. So I deepened the kiss, needing to prolong it. I wasn't ready to turn her over to the busy day ahead. Being with her was a tiny respite, a slice of happiness in a brutal and terrible world. It was like Valentina washed away all my sins, a benediction of kisses that made me feel whole. The air in the car turned humid, so I pulled away. We were both panting. You ruined my lipstick, she whispered. And now it's all over your mouth. I don't give a shit. You're still beautiful. I wiped the edges of her now swollen lips. And everyone will know I kissed you goodbye before work. She bent down and reached into her new handbag. When she straightened, she held a tissue in her hand. Hold still. She proceeded to wipe the lipstick off my face, her touch firm as she cleaned me. I didn't move. No woman had taken such care with me. No one would have dared. Or maybe I wouldn't have allowed it. It was hard to say why I was allowing it now, except that I didn't want to hurt Valentina's feelings. And maybe I liked her attention. There, she sat back and sighed. God, you're disgustingly handsome. I could swoon just looking at you. The edge of my mouth lifted in a half grin. Swoon? Shut up. Let's go. I need to get inside. After I walked Valentina into the trattoria, I returned to the car and Aldo headed for home. I scrolled on my phone waiting for him to say something. It didn't take long. You should keep her. There was no use pretending to misunderstand. I glanced up. She's not a kitten, Aldo. She has a life here. He waved his hand as he turned the corner. Dai, these things can be worked out if both people want to try. I grunted and said nothing. Aldo didn't know what he was talking about. Valentina had a long future ahead of her, one that didn't include me. Are you planning to tell her? You know about Palmieri and her father? She might be pissed. I don't see a reason to tell her. If I can find Segreto and get answers, then all of this goes away. And you'll what? Return to Catanzaro and leave her here. I hadn't thought much about it, but wasn't it obvious? Yes. What if you don't find Segreto? What if you have to turn her over to Palmieri? A dark, sick feeling bloomed behind my sternum, a cancer that slowly infected my bloodstream with dread. I stared at my phone, but didn't see it. My mind stuck on my sweet girl at the mercy of Palmieri and the GDF. She was too trusting, from a small town where no crime occurred, according to her. She didn't even speak Italian. I couldn't let Palmieri get his hands on her. But what happens if I refused? I will do what needs to be done as the head of this family, I said, my voice flat. That is what I'm afraid of, Aldo muttered. Then he turned up the music in the car, drowning us both out. My brothers were waiting in the kitchen when I returned. They immediately quieted and waited, watching me as I set my travel mug on the marble countertop. Aldo walked in behind me. Another cappuccino, Luca? Si, grazie. Before I could address the 3 men staring intently at me, my mobile buzzed. Grateful for the reprieve, I answered. Pronto. It's Rossi. Your brothers have left town, I'm told. Does this mean you found her? I rubbed my eyes. Rossi was the last person I wanted to deal with right now. No, I haven't. There's another complication here. What complication? You know I won't answer that. Not on my mobile, when anyone could be listening. This has dragged on too long, Luca. Our friend in Roma grows impatient. That is too fucking bad. I don't answer to him. True, but you answer to me. And I want this business concluded. I seethed, too angry to speak, my fingers strangling the metal and glass in my hand. Allora, he continued, when you find her, bring her to me first. Then we'll decide how to deal with Roma. Capisce? Allow Rossi to get his hands on Valentina? Absolutely fucking not. And why would he want to intervene, if getting Valentina to Palmieri was so imperative? Again, more fucking questions. I need to go, I told him. We'll keep you updated. Then I disconnected. Rossi? Sergio asked. Nodding, I folded my arms and leaned against the far counter where I could see all my brothers. Their gazes were filled with hesitation and worry. I addressed the Valentina issue head-on. Don't bother trying to talk me out of it. She's with me, and that's all you need to know, and I won't turn her over to Rossi or Palmieri, so that is off the table. Are you willing to risk prison for her? Sergio asked. To destroy everything we've built. It was a fair question, so I smothered my irritation. It won't come to that. First, I don't believe Palmieri ever had Niccolo. So if the GDF is building a case against me, it's bullshit. Second, I know where Flavio Segreto is. Rico paused with his cup halfway to his mouth. You found him? He found me. He's here, watching her, watching us. Porca puttana, Sergio muttered. I thought she hadn't talked to him in years. She hasn't. I accepted the cappuccino from Aldo and took a sip. He's staying close, but not interacting with her. She has no relationship with him. Did he approach you? Dante asked. What did he say? He called me, I said. Not sure how he got my number, but he knew I took her to Manhattan. He warned me away from her. This is a small town, Aldo said from the coffee machine. How has he gone unnoticed? I shrugged. I don't know. Why didn't you notice that we were being followed in the city? He had no response for that. Sergio put down his cup and leaned on the counter. By all accounts, Segreto was crafty, smart, did a lot of dirty work. No one had any idea he was skimming money until it was too late. He has to know that no one ever forgets, Rico said. He'll never be safe, no matter where he goes. I'd been thinking a lot about this. He's too smart to live openly. My guess is that he's in hiding, but nearby, and he has someone watching her and reporting back. Sergio nodded. Someone in town? That makes sense. Didn't you say the mayor was too close to her? The mayor is a coglione, and too stupid to be a spy. She would notice him right away. No, it has to be a person she trusts. The woman from the coffee shop, Aldo suggested as he sliced open a brioche roll. Or one of the girls from her book club. I considered these. They're not around enough, and I'm not sure a woman would work with Segreto. Maybe she doesn't have a choice, Dante said. Maybe he's blackmailing her. Maybe, I allowed, still thinking. It didn't feel right, though. Segreto was a hardened criminal. How would he get close enough to any of these women to blackmail them? The town was small and people talked. An association like this would be hard to keep secret. So, if it's not a woman, then a man? Sergio asked. Who is she close to? Male friends? There are none. My tone was brittle, like cut glass. My brother put up his hands. Calm down, I mean no offense. It could be someone at the restaurant. We ran background checks on all of them, Aldo said. Even the ones she fired. They all checked out. Except one. I lifted my head, suspicion nagging at the back of my neck. It was like when I knew someone was lying to me or when they had more to tell. My intuition was rarely wrong. One employee failed the background check. "Cazzo, I forgot about him," Aldo said. "The former dishwasher, John Natale." Sergio stared at me like he'd never seen me before. "You let a man who failed a background check work in her restaurant? Ma che cazzo!" I lifted an eyebrow at his tone. "The restaurant closed immediately after we learned about him. He hasn't been around. Not to mention we were busy with other things," Aldo added. Everyone in the room knew he meant me and Valentina. And I had no defense. I'd let her distract me. I ground my back teeth together. John Natale was a loose end, and I never left loose ends. "We need to find him. He'll lead us to Segreto, I'm sure of it." "What do you know about him?" Sergio asked. I dragged a hand over my jaw. Late 20s, so not Segreto's age. But he has tattoos that look done by hand, not a needle. "So prison?" Dante asked. Rico slapped the back of his brother's head. "Yes, prison. Pay attention, idiota." "Quiet," Sergio told them, then turned to me. "What else?" I got the sense he felt protective of her. He didn't like me eating dinner with her that first night. He offered to drive her home. "And you couldn't find anything on him?" I shook my head at Sergio's question. "No records of any kind. No driver's license. It's a fake name." "Is he back at the restaurant?" Aldo asked and took a bite of his breakfast roll. "Let's find out." Within a minute, I called Roberto at the trattoria and got my answer. I told my brothers. Natale never returned for a dishwashing job. Roberto has no idea who we're talking about, and all the current employees have passed background checks. "He has to be around," Sergio said. "If he's helping Segreto, he hasn't left town." I could kick myself for forgetting about Natale. I slapped my palm on the countertop. "We need to fucking find him. Today." Aldo reached for a second breakfast roll. "The easiest way to find him is to follow Val." This was true, and she needed security now that she was mine. "Let's put 2 guards on her when she's not with me," I told Sergio. "Tell them to stay hidden and be fucking vigilant. I also want our house checked for bugs. Rico, you and Dante do that now." If there were listening devices, my brothers would find them. All of us had been raised from birth to guard against being eavesdropped on. "I'll text you the address," Aldo said as he found his mobile on the counter. "Key fobs are on the table." "We're on it." Rico finished his cappuccino and set the empty cup down. "Let's go, D." My youngest 2 brothers left through the back door and silence descended. Aldo was busy chewing while Sergio regarded me through his lashes. I scrolled on my phone and waited. Sergio would have his say sooner or later. My brother stirred his cappuccino slowly, the spoon clanging lightly against the porcelain. When he set the spoon down, he said, "She's beautiful." I slipped my mobile back in my pocket. And what happens after we find her father? We get answers. And if I find out Rossi has lied to me, we take him out. You're going to kill the head of the region. Ma sei pazzo? No, I'm not crazy. If it brings war with the other clans, so be it. I won't be made a fool. Left to dance on Rossi's string. He nodded, like this was what he expected me to say. And Valentina? Are you moving her to Catanzaro? I think we should, Aldo put in, but we ignored him. I stared at Sergio, unsure why he was pressing on this. Was he worried she would disrupt my life? As I told Aldo in the car, I would return to Catanzaro alone. Valentina had the restaurant and her friends here, and my work consumed all of my time. I didn't have time for dinners and dates. So who takes care of you? The answer was simple. I took care of myself. as I'd been doing my whole life. My mother never made her children a priority, and my father had raised killers, not sons. The housekeepers over the years had shown us more affection than our own parents, and still we thrived, the four of us boys, like a pack of wild dogs that stuck together. So no, I wouldn't take her to Catanzaro, even if this burning sensation in my stomach, this inexplicable craving for her never abated. I would learn to live with the ache. Family came first. No. Sergio's shoulders relaxed, like a weight had been lifted, and he exhaled toward the ceiling. Thank fuck. Why do you care? Sergio leaned down on his elbows. Do you really believe she'll forgive you after she learns why you're here? To use her to find her father, not to mention you were originally prepared to kidnap her and turn her over to the GDF. Think about it, Luca. She will never find out. Ay, Luca, you can't be this naive. My voice turned hard. Do you have a death wish, fratello? I am looking out for you. He straightened and faced me. For the family. We are all in jeopardy right now because of this woman and your decisions. I've been holding everything together in Catanzaro since you left. Then you order me here at a moment's notice. I barely slept on the plane and arrived here to learn you've moved her into your house. What the fuck? There is no jeopardy, stronzo. I stalked over to the island and stared him in the eye. We are going to find Segreto and get answers. Whatever happens outside of that doesn't concern you. Anything related to you concerns me. You are dawn of this family, and every decision you make affects all of us. You think I don't know this? I have lived with the responsibility longer than you've been alive, and it won't change until I'm dead, which could happen at any moment now. He dragged a hand through his hair and began pacing, which was unusual for my normally calm brother. You are completely exposed here in the middle of nowhere. The house and grounds aren't nearly as secure as back home, and you don't have enough men. And why are you risking your life for a woman who won't speak to you after she learns the truth? I understand that you are worried. Of course I'm worried! He stopped moving and pinched the bridge of his nose with a thumb and forefinger. First you fucked Palmieri's wife. Now this woman... You know it's dangerous to move her in, yet you did it anyway. It's like you have a death wish. My upper lip curled into a sneer as I considered it. I'm not scared of Segreto. And it's safer for Valentina to live here until this business is sorted out. Safer? Or just more convenient for you? Fury flooded my veins, and my muscles bunched in preparation for violence. I'd never hit him. Not once, even when we were young, but I wanted to hit him now. I wanted to punch him until these disrespectful words stopped coming out of his mouth. But I couldn't. This was my brother, my closest confidant. My family. Through sheer force of will, I remained calm. Stay out of my relationship with Valentina. She's here until I say otherwise, and that's all you need to fucking know. Sergio's jaw tightened, and he stared at the wall. But I didn't care. I turned to Aldo. Gabriele moves out to the pool house today. See that it's taken care of. I didn't wait for his response. I walked out of the room and headed for the office. I needed to be alone.
Chapter 22. Valentina. Roberto and I double-checked the reservation list one more time. The day had flown by, and we were 3 hours from the reopening. I still can't believe it, I said. We're completely booked all weekend. Not an open table to be found.
Why are you surprised, Signorina? This is the most exciting thing to happen in this town since Bev added pumpkin spice lattes to the menu.
My head snapped up as I laughed in surprise. You are turning into a real local, Roberto. He shrugged.
I like it here, and I like flirting with Bev.
So I've gathered. Roberto visited the Leaning Tower of Pastries daily, even after the Trattoria's espresso machine was installed. And everything is ready?
Of course, Signorina. You don't need to worry. We have this covered.
Okay. I blew out a long breath. Will you get Giovanni? I want to talk to you both before we get too busy this afternoon.
Is something wrong?
No, nothing like that. It's all good, I promise. Meet me in the alcove in the back, okay? Roberto strode to the kitchen and disappeared. I went to the server station where I'd hidden a bottle of champagne earlier. Taking 3 flutes, I filled them as I waited for the men. It wasn't long. The sleeves on Giovanni's chef coat were rolled up to show off his tattoos, and his face was etched with its usual scowl. Roberto walked behind him, and soon they were crowding into the small alcove with me. I'll make it quick. I handed both of them glasses of champagne. Then I lifted mine for a toast. I don't know how Luca managed to get both of you here, but I'm so grateful that he did. I never could have done this on my own. Roberto, you've transformed this stuck-in-the-past relic into something chic and modern. And Giovanni, you're a genius with flavors. You've designed a menu that will amaze and impress, but will still have a familiar feel to the locals. Whatever happens after tonight, I want you both to know how much I appreciate everything you've done. My voice cracked as emotion clogged my throat. You feel like family?
Do not cry, Signorina.
Roberto pulled me in for a one-arm hug.
You will ruin your makeup. And look like a raccoon on opening night,
Giovanni added, patting my shoulder. I chuckled and my mood instantly lightened. Thanks, guys. I pour my heart out and you're worried about how I look.
Oh, you're beautiful.
Roberto kissed the side of my head.
It's obvious how much you care about this place and your family's legacy. They would be so proud of you, Signorina.
My chest tightened again, and the urge to cry returned. Giovanni must have seen it on my face, because he quickly added,
I still do not think we need the chicken parmigiana.
That got me to laugh. You will never win that fight, sir. I lifted my glass. To the new Trattoria Rustica. They touched their flutes to mine.
Chin chin,
they each said, and I repeated the toast as well. We drank, and Giovanni returned to the kitchen. Roberto said,
Come with me. I want to talk about some of the guests.
Sure, let me clean this up first. I took the champagne and empty glasses to the bar. I handed them to Gabriele, who looked incredibly hot in his crisp white shirt and black tie. Even though he wasn't 21, Gabriele had produced an Italian birth certificate claiming he was of age. Roberto had argued it was best to let Luca's son do as he pleased. Just like his father, I was coming to find out. Thanks, Gabby, I said when he took everything from my hands.
You are welcome,
he replied, exaggerating the enunciation.
How does my fancy English sound?
Like the ladies are going to die over your accent. Don't worry, they'll be throwing money at you right and left.
I don't need money, Bella, but I will take phone numbers.
Oh, God. It became clear why Gabby wanted to work here. Do not hit on my customers. Gabby lifted up his hands and adopted an adorable, mischievous expression. Though he looked like Luca, they were complete opposites in personality.
I promise I won't, but I can't help it if they hit on me.
And they would, too. I'm glad you're here, Gabby.
Me too.
He grew serious and put his hands on the bar, leaning closer.
And I apologize for this morning. I was out of line.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Pausing, I decided to fish for information. Was your father mad at you about it? Gabby grunted and rolled his shoulder.
That is one way of putting it.
What happened?
Nothing.
He waved his hand.
But I've never seen him so mad over a woman before. He is making me move into the pool house.
Oh, my God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slept over.
No, you don't understand. My father has never allowed a woman to sleep over before. Not once. It is a big deal.
My toes curled inside my heels as my stomach dipped. Never? I croaked.
Never. He didn't try to hide his mistresses, of course, but he didn't bring them to the house. And he didn't move them in. Capisce?
I nodded like I understood, but I really didn't. Luca didn't bring women home? That didn't make sense. He'd practically moved me in after one night together. I'm not his mistress, I mumbled.
True.
Gabby didn't look up from where he was slicing limes.
You're his girlfriend.
I gripped the edge of the bar as the words echoed in my head. Girlfriend? Really? Did that mean Luca was my boyfriend?
Signorina,
Roberto called from across the room. Shaking myself out of my thoughts, I left the bar and went to the reservation desk. Roberto took in my face.
What's wrong? Why are you so pale?
It's nothing. Who did you want to talk about? Roberto asked me questions about some of the reservations, townspeople he didn't know, and we discussed who needed VIP treatment. I pointed to the mayor's reservation. You saw this, right? He won't pay, but we should treat him well.
He will pay,
Roberto said.
No one gets a free meal here.
But the mayor
will pay his bill, Signorina. Don't worry. Now, this person here.
Roberto gestured to a name I didn't know.
He is a food influencer with over 1 million followers.
What? Oh my God, how did he find out about us?
The new social media account.
Roberto had started it a few days ago, mostly posting pictures of Giovanni and his food, and we had over 20,000 followers. Should I say hi? Bring him a free drink?
I'll take care of that. You should enjoy yourself this evening. Leave the little things to me, including this person.
He pointed to another name.
This is a food critic from the Times.
I felt dizzy, so I grabbed the wooden stand. The Times, as in the New York Times?
Si, signorina.
What the fuck? On opening night?
They generally come more than once before writing the review, so don't worry.
Strangely, this did not make me feel better. Does Giovanni know all this?
Yes, he does. I'll remind him and the waitstaff as the tables are seated, however.
I placed a hand on my stomach, hoping to settle it down. Okay. Any other news I should know?
Mr. DeMarco has requested a table with you at 9:30. I blocked it here,
he said, and tapped a reservation marked with the initials LDVM. You know his name isn't DeMarco, I said quietly. Roberto was well aware of Luca's identity and profession.
True, but appearances are important, especially in a small town such as this.
I bit the inside of my cheek, suddenly nervous. Roberto had become like an uncle to me since we started working together. I respected his opinion and trusted his guidance. He was very smart and good with people. So I needed to ask, do you think I'm crazy for getting involved with him? He placed his forearm on the stand and met my gaze.
He will not hurt you, if that is what you're asking.
That isn't what I mean. I'm not worried he'll hurt me physically. I'm worried about everything else. He's a lot older than me, and not exactly on the right side of the law.
I think,
Roberto said after a beat,
that life is short, and you should do what makes you happy. But you must remember a tiger is still a tiger, no matter where he resides.
And Luca is a tiger.
See? And he will never change. And his life is there, not here.
Which was fine. Whatever was going on between us was temporary. A hot, yet brief fling. Because when Luca's business in New York concluded, he'd head back to Italy and we would never see each other again. The idea sat like a stone in my throat, but I needed to go into this with my eyes wide open, just as Gia had warned. No one has taken care of me in a long time.
I know, which is why I want to do it. No one is more deserving than you.
If only he weren't so damn sweet. But I couldn't allow myself to fall for him. No matter what else happened, I had to guard my heart around him because he'd break it without thinking twice. I bumped his shoulder with mine. Thanks, Roberto. You're pretty wise.
Many years of experience, Signorina. I hope you avoid some of the bad choices I made along the way.
This was new. He hadn't opened up about his past before, despite my repeated attempts to get information out of him. Like?
No, those conversations are for another day. We'll sit down with a bottle of wine and I'll tell you all my dark secrets.
I'm holding you to that promise. Though I think one of them is how you secretly like Maggie's red table wine. He made a sound in his throat that resembled a scoff.
That is definitely not one of my secrets.
2 lines on the phone lit up at the same time.
Time to go to work,
Roberto said. I patted his shoulder. I'll take line 2 from the office.
Luca. Bodies were packed tightly into the trattoria's entrance. I had to squeeze past several couples to reach the hostess stand. When I did, I found a young woman there. Buonasera, I said.
I am Mr. DeMarco, I know. I remember you from book club night.
Ah, so a friend of Valentina's. I'm here to have dinner with
Val, I know. Roberto has your table reserved. Follow me.
The girl talked fast and clearly liked to finish sentences. I didn't mind if it got me closer to Valentina any quicker. I trailed the hostess through the dining room, which was full of diners and busy waitstaff. A few people had their phones out, taking photos of Giovanni's cuisine. Good. The more publicity for the trattoria, the better. Wisely, Roberto had given me a table against the wall. It was my habit never to sit with my back to a crowded room, which was even more important with Segreto lurking around. My brothers were still searching for signs of the former underboss, as well as John Natale. I lowered myself into a chair where I could see the entire dining room. How was she doing?
Hovering like a nervous mother. It will be good to get her out of the kitchen and into a chair. While I tell her you're here, what may we bring you to drink?
A bottle of the Ravazzani Ciro, I think.
Good choice. And Giovanni is making something special for you both, so no menus.
That was fine with me. I nodded my head and relaxed, taking in the room. Valentina and Roberto had outdone themselves. The trattoria was now much more mature and modern, simple, without all the cliché knickknacks from before. It could be any upscale restaurant in Napoli or Rome. I was so fucking proud of her. My son was behind the bar pouring drinks and smiling at a bunch of young ladies. My father was very likely rolling over in his grave at the moment. A powerful heir to the Benetti kingdom, a bartender. But I liked knowing he was here. It gave me one more person looking out for Valentina. A server came over and blocked my view of the bar as she presented the bottle of Ciro. After I tasted the wine, she poured 2 glasses and left me alone. I was about to take out my mobile and ring Leo when the most gorgeous woman in the world came into view. Valentina. Madre di Dio, I couldn't take my eyes off her. She came toward me, her heels making her long legs even longer, wearing that wrap dress that hugged every curve. Dark brown hair swirled around her shoulders in waves. She'd removed the sweater, showing off her olive skin, the mounds of her tits, and everything inside me clenched with protective instinct. It was like I needed to put my name on her forehead, claim her as mine. Cazzo, this girl. I was in trouble. Heads turned as she walked by. I couldn't blame them. She was fucking beautiful. I stood as she neared. Like we'd been together all our lives, she came right to me and tilted her face toward mine, letting me kiss her lips. "Hey, baby," she whispered. "You look good tonight." I didn't bother speaking in English, because I didn't know enough words for what I needed to say. So I told her in my language what I was thinking and feeling inside, an outpouring of emotion I should have been embarrassed by. Except I wasn't. It felt necessary to tell her, even if she couldn't understand. "Stop," she said, smoothing my tie. I didn't understand that, but it sounded very sweet. And I need to look professional tonight. I can't melt into a puddle at your feet. I pulled out her chair. "Congratulations. The place is a success. Tonight's gone well." She placed her napkin on her lap as I sat down. "A few snafus in the kitchen, but Giovanni has handled it all beautifully. And Roberto?" She blew out a breath. "He's a genius. So smooth with people and anticipates their needs. I don't know how you convinced both of them to come here, but I'm very grateful, Luca." A lot of money and my last name usually did the trick. "You are welcome, Piccolin. Let's toast." We both raised our glasses. "To proper wine," I said with a smirk. She rolled her eyes but laughed. "Still a wine snob. Fine, I'll give a toast. To you, investor daddy. You helped me to see that I can be more, do more than just live in the past. I'll always be thankful you walked in and insulted my restaurant." That nickname again. I should have been embarrassed by the way it affected me, the dirty thoughts my brain conjured up because of it. Investor daddy. Shrugging, she touched her glass to mine. "You have to live with it. The nickname's already stuck." Live with it. I could hardly think of anything else. I had a strong urge to drag her out of here, take her home, and fuck her all night long while hearing that word on her lips. She started to drink, but I put a hand on her arm. "I haven't given my toast yet." "Oh, you have a real one? Let's hear it." I held her gaze steadily as I leaned in with my glass raised. "It has been my honor and privilege to watch you bloom, fiore mio. Thank you for trusting me. And no matter what happens in the future, know that I have enjoyed our time together more than any other time in my life." I lifted her hand and pressed my lips to the back of it. "I am drowning in you, Valentina." Her eyes grew glassy, moisture pooling at the edges. "Oh God, Luca. You—" She dabbed at her eyelids with her fingers. "You can't say things like that when I can't kiss you." "Come here." I tugged her closer and pressed my lips to hers. It was chaste in comparison to how I usually kissed her, but I hoped she could feel the truth, the honesty behind my feelings for her. And I didn't care who saw. "Wow," she whispered when we parted, her fingers clutching my forearm on the table. "If we haven't started a scandal in town before tonight, that kiss definitely did it. Who cares what anyone thinks? Don't let other people hold you back, amore mio." She bit her lip and straightened, settling in her chair. "Easy for you to say. You'll leave here soon, and I'll just be the girl who once dated a handsome older Italian man." I frowned. I didn't like the idea of that. The next words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. "Or maybe you'll be the girl living in Catanzaro who used to own a restaurant in New York." "Okay, now you're freaking me out." She adjusted her napkin on her lap and avoided my stare. "Stop talking crazy." Was it crazy? You should keep her. All those words ricocheted through my brain for the 100th time. The more I considered it, the more I came to like the idea. What was holding her here? This restaurant? That wasn't a good enough reason to live here, in my opinion, and I wasn't finished with whatever this was between us. You will like Catanzaro. It's known as Città tra due mari, City of the Two Seas. I have a private villa on the water. Luca! I'm not leaving Paisano. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the lines across her brow deepening. But I don't know. Maybe I could come visit sometime. I didn't want to argue with her, not tonight. So I dropped the subject. Temporarily. But I wasn't interested in a long-distance relationship. My schedule was too chaotic, too demanding for that. I needed someone available at a moment's notice. Not to mention that anyone in my life needed protection, even a mistress. Flying back and forth, living here alone, would only put her at risk. "We'll see," I said vaguely. The dishes began arriving then, little bites for us to try. Oysters, beef tartare, fried anchovies. Each plate was beautifully arranged, a small mouthful packed with flavor. Better than the food, though, was watching Valentina eat. I loved how much she enjoyed the food, the little noises of pleasure she made, the way she licked her lips. I could stare at her all night. "You tried these before the opening, no?"
Some of it, yes. But once I realized how talented Giovanni was, I basically stayed out of his way.
She reached over and stole my plate containing a scallop topped with prosciutto foam.
"This is my favorite, though, so I'm stealing it. Sorry, not sorry."
She ate the scallop in one bite, her eyes nearly rolling back in her head as she chewed. "I like seeing you enjoy it." I sipped my wine, studying her mouth. "It makes me think of what I'm going to do to you later." A flush spread over her cheeks, but she shook her head.
"Don't get your hopes up. I don't know when I'll be finished, but it'll probably be late."
"Wrong. You're leaving with me after dinner. Roberto can finish up." Her lips parted as her brows came together dangerously.
"I'm not leaving early. It's not fair to the staff."
"Valentina," I said seriously, "you have to learn how to be the boss. Treat your people well, but in the end they work for you. And if you can't trust them to handle things in your absence, then you haven't hired the right people."
"I suppose next you'll tell me that I make the rules?"
"At the restaurant?"
"Yes."
Leaning over, I brushed my fingertips over the shell of her ear. I was pleased to see her shiver. "But with me? No."
"God, you're so predictable."
She pushed her empty plate away.
"Speaking of Catanzaro, how much longer do you think you'll be in the States?"
"Not much longer, I imagine."
"Oh."
She looked down at her lap and adjusted her napkin carefully.
"That's too bad. Your brother seemed nice."
I was still pissed at Sergio for the way he spoke to me this morning. Our interactions today had been terse and angry, especially when our efforts to quickly locate Segreto failed. They can be, yes.
"Which one are you closest to?"
"Sergio. We are the two oldest, and he is my advisor when required."
"And what did he advise you about me?"
I slid her a glance, surprised. "Why do you think he said something?"
"Because I'm practically half your age, and you moved me into your house with all of them. I don't have a brother, but it seems like this might be something worth discussing considering who you are."
She was very smart, my woman. "I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks, Valentina. And you shouldn't either."
"Well, I do. And I don't want to cause trouble between you and your family, so I'll sleep at home for the next few nights."
"No, you won't. You don't need to worry about my brothers or my son."
"Gabby said you made him move out to the pool house."
"Ah, so they'd been talking today. What else did my son tell you?"
"He says that I'm your girlfriend."
"Girlfriend?" I paused, my mind tripping over the word. In all my life, I'd never had a girlfriend. Mistress, yes. There had been plenty of those. But no woman I shared emotional ties with. I was currently obsessed with Valentina. But that would fade soon, no? Silence descended, and I played with the stem of my wineglass. I couldn't tell from her expression what reaction she was hoping for from me. Did she like the idea? Was she hoping I agreed? "And what did you say?"
"Nothing. It caught me off guard. I think I was too freaked out to respond."
"The idea upsets you?"
"It's pretty overwhelming. I mean, I've never had a boyfriend before, so I didn't know what to expect, but I wouldn't have ever imagined one like you."
"Older?" She nodded. And Italian? And a man with a very dangerous job? I leaned closer and put my free hand on her thigh. Normal jobs are boring, and Italian men are handsome and well-dressed. We like good food and good wine, and I'm very rich, well-endowed. What's not to love, Piccolina? Chuckling, she reached over and caressed my jaw with soft, gentle fingers. Let's not forget arrogant. A throat cleared, catching our attention. I eased back in my chair, but didn't remove my hand from her leg. Our server was there, 2 plates in her hands. I apologize, but I have your next course. That's fine, Lizzie, Valentina told the girl. We're ready. 2 plates were set before us, and conversations about our relationship were quickly forgotten.
Chapter 23. Valentina. I could feel the stares of nearly everyone in the room. They were watching me with Luca, wondering, speculating. The gossip would spread like wildfire across all of Paesano by tomorrow. I tried not to let it bother me. Tonight wasn't about me. It was about celebrating the reopening and Giovanni's brilliance. I didn't know if an upscale Italian bistro would work in this small town, but I was willing to try. The social media posts were getting good results, and everyone seemed encouraged. There were a large number of tourists in the Hudson Valley, especially in the summer and fall, so maybe they would come here. But I couldn't worry about all that. Not right now. I finished my small plate of saffron risotto, which was absurdly delicious. Luca had a linguine and shrimp dish, and he said it was the best he'd ever tasted. No doubt this was a lie for my benefit, but I'd take it. I needed all the positivity I could get. Luca topped off my wine, then refilled his glass. His hands were sexy and strong, the veins shifting along with bones and tendons. He had clean, manicured nails. There was something appealing about a man who took care of himself, who liked for the world to notice him.
Are you done inspecting me?
I looked up and found him smirking at me. I like your hands.
This is good, because they will be all over you in a short while.
I rolled my eyes. Relentless, this man. But I wasn't leaving early tonight. How would it look if I left before everyone else? This was my restaurant. I had to stay and congratulate everyone, not to mention close out the receipts. I reached for my water, not the wine. I needed to keep my wits around Luca. Lizzie returned with our next course, and when she set the plate in front of me, I smiled. Chicken parmigiana. Tell him thank you, I told Lizzie. I know he wanted to send out something else. As she gave Luca an order of the stuffed chicken, Lizzie said, I think it's growing on him, and it's one of the most popular orders tonight. I'm not surprised. It's a classic for a reason. I loved the way Giovanni prepared my grandfather's chicken parm. It was the same Montella sauce, but Giovanni used tomatoes canned in Italy and fresh herbs instead of dried. He also sprinkled a blend of cheeses atop the breaded chicken instead of just mozzarella. In my humble opinion, more cheese makes most things taste better. I waved my hand toward the magnificence that was my plate and asked Luca, would you like another taste?
No, thank you. Once was enough.
I studied him as he cut his stuffed chicken. Did you finish it or throw it away that night? Be honest.
I ate it. Every bite.
Admit it. You loved it.
I most definitely did not.
I shrugged and cut a tiny bite of chicken and cheese. Fine. That just means more for me. The first bite was heaven. The second even better. I couldn't remember the last time I was this happy. Good food, good company. The restaurant was bustling, just like I remembered from my childhood. My mother would be so proud right now.
I love to see you like this,
Luca said.
You're practically glowing.
I didn't know how to put it into words. This is what my family intended for the restaurant, to provide a welcoming place for people to gather by serving really good food. And when I was younger, we used to be this busy every night. So it's very gratifying to experience it again, even if it's only tonight.
It won't only be tonight, Bella. I wouldn't have brought Giovanni here if I didn't believe in his talent. The reviewers are going to love it, and word will spread.
I hope so, I said around a bite of chicken parm. Over the next 30 minutes, Roberto and our server stopped by to check in, but mainly Luca and I talked over dinner, the conversation flowing easily. Giovanni then came out to personally serve our dessert, which was a hard chocolate ball covering a scoop of pistachio stracciatella gelato. He poured hot espresso over the top, which melted the chocolate onto the gelato. The result was like a sundae flavored with chocolate and coffee. I nearly climaxed when I tasted it. "Holy shit, this is good," I muttered as I scooped up another bite. Luca merely watched me, sipping on an espresso, and I couldn't understand why he wasn't digging in. "Don't you want to try it?"
And miss the little noises you're making, licking your lips for me? No, you eat it, amore.
Stop making everything dirty.
I can't help it when I'm around you. Everything you do makes me want to get you naked.
Holding his gaze, I lifted the spoon to my lips and slowly slipped it into my mouth. The creamy sweetness hit my tongue, and I cleaned the metal dramatically, letting out a little moan to torture him. Luca put his arm on the back of my chair and angled toward me. My skin broke out in goosebumps as his mouth found my ear.
Unless you want to get fucked in the bathroom, say your goodbyes. I'm taking you home.
Heat gathered between my legs, an undeniable wave of arousal, and I was fully on board for whatever Luca had in mind. But I wasn't sure I could leave yet. "Later, baby. I need—"
No.
He reached into his pocket and took out a grip of money. I watched, mesmerized, as he peeled off $500 and dropped it onto the table.
"Let's go,"
he said, his jaw tight and hard, his demeanor in full boss mode. It was probably wise not to test the bathroom threat. "Okay, but let me say goodbye to the kitchen staff and Roberto. 10 minutes, okay?"
5,
he said, his voice deep and almost menacing. But I wasn't scared. Far, far from it. There must be something wrong with me because I suddenly craved all of that aggression and domination focused solely on me. I pushed away from the table and hurried to the kitchen. As I crossed the dining room, friends and acquaintances offered up their congratulations, so the journey took longer than I anticipated. Inside, the kitchen was winding down. They were still busy, but not slammed, so I gushed to Giovanni over his food, then gave my sincerest thanks to the entire crew. I apologized for leaving early, but no one seemed to care. Maybe Luca had been right about that. My bag was back in the office, so I went to the rear of the kitchen to get it. No way was I leaving a $20,000 handbag here overnight. I'd locked it in my desk drawer earlier, terrified someone would steal it. I unlocked the office door, then removed my bag from the drawer. I left Roberto a note, telling him thank you and that we'd catch up tomorrow. Just as I was leaving, one of the kitchen staff came in from a smoke break in the alley. These were common, so I didn't think twice about it until he said,
"Miss Valentina, a man was asking for you outside."
"A man?" I was instantly on edge. "Who?" The line cook pointed to the alley behind him.
"He said to tell you only if you were alone. It's your father."
Every muscle in my body went rigid. My father? Here? What the actual fuck? Why would he come here tonight of all nights? I hesitated, my mind debating what to do. I wasn't eager to talk to Flavio Segreto, but I didn't want him interacting with any of my staff members, or Luca. That could be a total shit show. No, my father needed to go away and stay gone. I took a deep breath and stormed out into the alley, ready for battle. It was dark. Only the light over the door provided any illumination, so I peered into the gloom. "Where are you?" I hissed.
"Over here,"
an accented male voice said by the dumpster. I marched over, my heels clicking on the cement. Sure enough, my father was waiting there, cleverly concealed. God forbid he actually acted like a normal father. He looked the same, with a little more gray in his closely cropped hair, maybe a little more round through his middle. But the haggard face, the dark, suspicious eyes, I'd recognize them anywhere. "What do you want, Flavio?" I snapped. "I'm a little busy."
"Luca Benetti is a dangerous man. You need to stay away from him."
I exhaled heavily and looked to the sky for support. "Seriously? That's what you came here to tell me? You have no right to comment on anything regarding my life. Now, if that's all, see you in 5 years or so." I started to turn, but he grabbed my arm to hold me.
"Valentina, don't be stupid. He is a murderer, a torturer. He is not a nice man. Even if he weren't too old for you."
I ripped my arm out of his grip. "God, stop it! I know exactly who Luca is, and none of it is your business. If this is your attempt at protecting me or acting like a real father, it's too little too late. I don't want to hear anything you have to say."
"You need to listen to me. I know you hate me, but you do not want to get mixed up with him or his family. He would kill you without a moment's thought."
"No, he wouldn't. You don't know him like I do. And you don't have a leg to stand on, Flavio. You come from the exact same world."
"Yes, which is why I am warning you away from him, Filia. This will only end badly for you."
Maybe, but I didn't want to hear it. Not from this man. He'd ignored me nearly all my life, letting my mother raise me alone, then letting her die with only me at her side. Letting me struggle with the restaurant, the mortgage. Fuck him. Go away and don't come back. I don't need you or want you in my life.
"Don't be stubborn, Val. Not now. Your mother—"
"Do not speak of my mother. Get her name out of your mouth. You lost that right years ago."
"Mamma mia,"
he said, dragging a hand across the back of his neck.
"I know you hate me, and I can't change that, but I'm telling you Benetti is the worst kind of man. I can't let you get mixed up with him."
"Can't let me?" God, the absolute nerve. I made a sound that was halfway between a scoff and a dark laugh. "You have no control or influence over my life, Flavio. None. Thanks for stopping by," I said sarcastically. "Don't do it again." I started to walk away, but my father wasn't done.
"He's only here to use you to get to me."
I stopped in my tracks and looked over my shoulder. "What are you talking about?"
"Benetti. He's here in New York, getting close to you so he can find me."
"You're delusional." I put up my palms like I was warding off an evil spirit. "Seriously, now you're trying to make me believe it's all about you? Jesus, just when I thought you couldn't get any worse."
Think about it, Valentina. Why did he come to your restaurant that first night? Why is he hanging around this shithole town? Why has he moved you into his house?
He shook his head.
Do you really think this is some love affair between the two of you? You can't be that naive.
A lump formed in my throat. I wanted to brush off the words, but these were all of my deep-seated fears. Not even my own father had loved me, so how could any other man? I'd worked through a lot of this with a therapist before my mom got sick, so I knew it wasn't true. But inside my heart, buried in my soul, I always believed it. I folded my arms. Fine, let's say you're right. Why would Luca want to find you?
Because I'm a wanted man back in Italy. My enemies, they will put me to death. And Benetti means to make it happen.
My God, the drama. This was unbelievable. My limbs vibrated with anger as I pointed at him. You're crazy. I get that you don't want me to date him, but to make this stuff up is ridiculous. Seriously, go away. Turning on my heel, I hurried toward the kitchen.
You don't know him,
my father called. I didn't stop. I needed to get back to the dining room. I didn't want Luca coming to look for me and finding Flavio. My father was an embarrassment, nothing more than an old fool spouting lies and trying to act like he gives a shit about me. I wish I'd never gone outside. Luca and Roberto were chatting at our table when I returned. Needing to calm down, I inhaled and let it out slowly. Then I put a smile on my face. Like we were tethered by an invisible string, Luca glanced over as soon as I started toward him. His eyes roamed all the way down my body, the examination slow and thorough. When I grew closer, I could see that the heat in his gaze was genuine, not faked for my benefit. And it caused a riot in my bloodstream, my pussy growing wetter with need. My dad could fuck off. Luca was the best thing that had ever happened to me. And I was more than ready to show him.
Ciao,
Roberto greeted as I approached the table.
I was telling Mr. DeMarco of our success tonight.
That's nice, I said, and reached for my half-full wine glass. Luca rose and buttoned his suit coat.
Are you ready to go?
Holding up a finger, I drained my remaining wine in 2 large swallows. I am now. I bid goodnight to Roberto and let Luca escort me from the dining room. When we reached the front walk, I threw myself into Luca's arms. He grunted but held me close.
Okay, Piccolina.
Did you drive yourself to the restaurant?
Yes. Why?
I'll show you on the way home. Hurry up. Chapter 24. Valentina. I lunged for his belt the minute we were alone in his car. Luca adjusted his arms on the steering wheel, making room for me.
Que cosa? What is this?
Start driving and ignore me. He pushed the start button and the engine purred.
I'm not sure that is possible.
After unfastening the clasp on his trousers, I unzipped his fly. The thick length of him was there, waiting like a present beneath his fancy briefs. He wasn't fully hard, but stiff enough to make my mouth water. I rubbed him through the soft fabric. You're so fucking hot. You don't even know.
Are you talking to me or my dick?
Both. I reached under the waistband, and hot, smooth skin met my fingertips. Luca began driving, but I hardly paid attention. I couldn't explain why I was so eager for this, but it felt necessary. Like I needed to drive him wild or die trying. There was no mistaking our connection, the feverish hunger burning under my skin every time he was near. I wanted to forget everything else but this man. I pulled his cock out of his briefs and gave him a rough stroke, causing him to grunt. His free hand slid through my hair, brushing it to the side.
Do you need my cock in your mouth?
God, yes. I lunged forward, but he kept my head still, not allowing me to move.
Slowly, Fiore. Kiss it and lick it first. Get me nice and hard and wet. Worship it, and maybe then I'll let you suck.
I'm good at following rules, I whispered.
I know, baby. You're so obedient, so perfect. Exactly what I like.
My pussy clenched at the words, slick building between my thighs. Jesus, this man. I craved his approval like a drug. I shifted in my seat, angling my upper body across his lap, my face directly at his crotch. He helped me settle, widening his thighs and moving my hair out of the way, all while operating the car along the dark streets. I let him feel my breath first. He wasn't cut, and when I asked, he said his foreskin is very sensitive. So I blew air along his shaft, watching intensely as he grew harder and harder. He hummed in his throat, a deep rumbling sound.
That's nice, Valentina. Keep going. Use your lips.
We turned a corner. I held onto his leg to keep steady as I pressed feather-light kisses on his base. Then I slowly worked my way higher, the lightest of touches to his velvety skin, until I reached the crown. He was fully erect now, so I paid equal attention to the tip, kissing all around. It was nice, lavishing him with this attention, smelling him. There were no worries, no problems. I could zone out and concentrate on this, nothing more. Exactly the distraction I needed. I flicked my tongue across his slit. Luca jumped, like I startled him.
Did I tell you to lick me?
He growled, easing me off his cock. No.
Esattamente. Now you must start all over again with your lips.
I didn't question it. I was in a trance, happily willing to follow his orders. So obedient, so perfect. I glided my lips over the root of his shaft, my eyes closed as I explored him once again. I couldn't wait to lick him, to suck on him, to make him shout and tremble, to shatter his precious control. For that, I would do this as long as he wished. We stopped at a light.
That's it,
he crooned, his hand stroking my head, petting me.
Prove it to me. Prove how much you are aching to suck my dick, little girl.
Little girl? Oh, this was new. I peeked at him. His eyes were opaque, glittering, and his lids heavy with lust as he stared down at me. It's working. I will do anything, Luca. Please.
Soon, baby, soon. Keep going.
The car began moving again, his attention back on the road. Reverently, I brushed my lips over his taut skin until I reached the crown. I badly wanted to taste him, but I kept it light, kisses all around and down the other side. I didn't use my hands, so I nuzzled him with my nose to get where I needed to go. His fingers plucked at the belt holding the front of my dress together. Then the sides were open, and he was lowering the cups of my bra to free my breasts.
Cazzo, madre di Dio,
he muttered as he pinched my nipple.
It will be a miracle if I don't crash this car.
Pleasure streaked from my nipple to my clit, an electric charge that sent heat rolling through me. I panted and clutched his thigh. Oh, God.
Lick, little girl.
I hurried to obey his low command, thrilled with my victory. I used my tongue every way I knew how, long swipes, short flicks, to bathe his cock in my saliva. He tasted perfect, salty, with a hint of something all Luca. I returned to the slit in the crown and found a drop of fluid waiting for me. Yum, I said after I licked it up. Give me more.
Merda.
The car weaved as he jerked the wheel. I nearly smiled. Thank goodness for spicy books. Not only had I discovered some of my own kinks, they helped me tap into some of Luca's, too. He wrapped my hair in his fist as we turned another corner.
Suck. Now.
I opened my mouth and swallowed him down. It wasn't easy. My jaw went as wide as it could go, but I couldn't come close to fitting all of him. I worked up a quick rhythm using my lips and tongue, his fingers tight against my scalp, holding me. Through labored breaths, he said,
Keep going. Suck hard. Show me what a dirty little girl you are, with your tits out and my cock in your mouth.
I moaned in response, the words causing moisture to pool between my legs. No doubt my panties were soaked. I couldn't wait until we got back to the mansion and he put his dick inside me. The car slowed, turned, and went over a few bumps. I hardly noticed. All I could think about was making him come in my mouth. Suddenly, the wheels stopped, and Luca threw the gearshift into park.
Andiamo.
He lifted me off him and tucked his cock in his trousers. Then I was being carried into the night. Freshly cut grass and dirt teased my nose, and I looked around. The cemetery? Really? Isn't this sacrilegious?
Would you rather I fucked you by the side of the road for everyone to see?
I buried my face in his throat to hide my smile. A desperate, aggressive Luca was my favorite. Maybe? His long stride didn't falter as he walked off the path into the darkness of the graveyard. Without the streetlights, it was hard to see, but we were quickly surrounded by headstones. I'd been to this cemetery before, but never at night. The high school kids often partied here, but those days passed me by, considering I'd been dealing with the restaurant and my mom's illness at the time. The headstones grew larger, some with ornate angels and crosses, and finally Luca stopped by a waist-high headstone with a smooth, flat top, almost like an altar. He set me down, his hand holding my jaw hard as he gave me a brutal kiss.
Get naked, little girl.
I didn't hesitate. I threw off my open wrap dress and kicked off my heels, leaving me in a bra and panties. The soft glow of the moon bounced off Luca's taut face, highlighting every sharp angle, his big hands clenched at his sides. He made no move to disrobe, just watched as I unclasped my bra and tossed it to the ground. I shimmied out of my panties and stood before him bare in the warm summer air.
This,
he breathed.
This is how you should be fucked. Naked, in the moonlight. A pagan sacrifice.
I shivered under the weight of his stare. Are you also going to get naked? He reached into his briefs and pulled out his cock, stroked it once.
Lie down on the stone. Offer yourself to me.
I rushed to do as he asked. The stone was cold and unforgiving on my back, my calves dangling off the end, and goosebumps broke out all over my skin. The night sky stretched out above me, a blanket of tiny stars winking down.
Such obedience,
Luca murmured as he drew closer. His hand swept up my thigh and over my stomach.
You like when I tell you what to do, no?
Yes, Luca. He cupped a breast and squeezed. I arched at the pressure, seeking more. Instead of giving it to me, he released me, then slapped my breast. I gasped, the sting sending sparks between my legs. He did it again, and I moaned shamelessly. Before I recovered, he pinched my nipple between his fingers, hard. I threw my head back, pain radiating throughout my body. When he released me, heat replaced the pain and shot directly to my clit. I had to bite my lip to keep from shouting.
There is no one to hear you, little girl.
His voice was dark and coaxing, the devil offering up wicked temptation.
And I will keep going until you scream for me. Capisce?
Oh, God. My eyelids fluttered closed as he squeezed my other nipple. I panted through the bright agony. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, he released me, and I nearly levitated off the stone as pleasure chased away the pain. Sounds emerged from my throat, uncontrollable whimpers and moans that floated up to the heavens. He smoothed his palm down my sternum, over my stomach, until he reached my mound.
Now I will pinch you here, and it will hurt like hell. But the reward will be worth it. Te lo prometo. Ready?
No, Luca, wait.
You will do this for me. Take a deep breath.
Before I'd finished inhaling, his fingers latched onto my clit and pressed hard. The tender flesh squeezed painfully in his strong grip. Shit, I hissed. Ow, fuck! I tried to twist away, my nails scratching the stone, but he held me down with his other hand.
Stay still. Another few seconds. You can do it.
No, please. God, Luca.
Breathe, Valentina.
His low command penetrated my haze, and somehow I endured another second. Then it was over. Liquid fire streaked through my veins, and I shouted up to the sky. I was floating, my clit throbbing like my heart was centered between my legs, and I barely noticed when Luca arranged me closer to the edge of the stone. My mind was buzzing and light, my limbs heavy, with the air a cool caress over my hypersensitive skin. I felt drunk, even though I hadn't had much wine at dinner. He rolled me to my stomach, and the stones scraped over my swollen nipples. The rough pressure made me aware of my breasts in a very elemental way, and I discovered that I liked this soreness. Then Luca spread my legs wide and pushed inside, his cock stretching me open.
Cazzo, your pussy is so wet and hot. I wish you could feel it.
He slid deeper, his hands stroking my sides and back.
The things I want to do to you.
His hips began churning, hard punches that rocked me into the stone altar. I held on, spread out beneath him, limp, ready for whatever punishment he dealt out as he fucked me. It was so good. The friction of his shaft at this angle was bliss, and my eyes fell shut as pleasure built deep in my belly. So good, I said dreamily, echoing my thoughts. Don't stop. The pace he set was brutal. Our hips slapped together, his big hands yanking me back into his pelvis. Soon it was too much, and a climax tore through me, my limbs trembling, eyes rolling back in my head. My pussy contracted around him, and he grunted.
What do you want, little girl? For me to come inside you or on your back?
Inside me, Daddy? The word tumbled out without me even realizing, but it felt right. I had a feeling Luca would like it, based on whatever game we were playing.
Fuck,
he shouted, and his cock thickened inside me. His rhythm slipped as his deep groan cut through the darkness, his hips sealed to mine like he was trying to join us together, his body emptying into mine. Air washed over me suddenly, and he was gone. I glanced over my shoulder and saw him spread out on the ground, panting as if he'd run a race. His trousers were undone, cock glistening in the moonlight, but otherwise he was dressed. I gathered my strength and pushed off the headstone, then stumbled my way over to him, my legs unsteady. I dropped to the grass beside him and tried to gather my wits. I think you fucked me stupid, I muttered.
I've never come so hard in my life. I think I should be embarrassed.
Rolling my head, I studied his face. His brow was wrinkled. Why? Because we had sex in a cemetery?
No, of course not. I'm not superstitious. If the dead are angry with me, they will need to get in line.
I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing. What else would he be embarrassed? Oh. Now I was grinning. You liked it when I called you Daddy. He winced.
Why did you say it to me?
I suspected you might like it. After all, you were calling me little girl. His hand reached for me.
Come here. I want to make sure you are okay.
I scooted closer. I'm fine.
I will see for myself.
He rose up on one elbow and leaned over me. His fingers skimmed my right nipple, then the left.
Sore?
A little. A good sore, though. Humming, he bent and pressed a soft kiss to each taut bud.
And here?
Moving lower, he inspected my clit.
Did I hurt you?
No. Maybe don't do that every day, but it was like fire when you let go. He gave my clit a kiss as well, then kept kissing my labia.
Fiore mio, sei bella e dolce.
Then he straightened and ran his fingertips over my cheekbones, along my nose.
Nothing could compare to how beautiful you are right now. You make the moon weep with jealousy. The stars cower in shame. It's like you were born to be fucked outside.
Grabbing his tie, I yanked him down for a soft kiss. His lips moved over mine sweetly, reverently, and neither of us tried to deepen it, content to breathe the other in. Something had shifted between us tonight. This wasn't a casual fling. I felt so much more for this man than I'd intended, and I sensed that he may feel the same. Luca, I whispered against his mouth. Is this crazy? Silent, he dragged his thumb across my bottom lip, a gentle sweep back and forth. Warm, adoring eyes stared down at me, a dark, fathomless gaze that sucked me in and held me captive. I never wanted to look away. Without warning, he pushed up and held out his hand.
Come, I want to fuck you again at home.
Chapter 25. Luca. I woke slowly, my head struggling to free itself from the grip of a nightmare. In the dream, I was with Valentina at my beach house, playing with her in the blue ocean water. Then the water around her turned red, her eyes becoming dull and lifeless, her body limp in my arms. Cristo Santo. I didn't have nightmares often, thankfully, but when I did, they were never about the woman in my life. What in God's name had brought this on? Opening my eyes, I stretched my arms. Last night was fun. After the cemetery, Val had been insatiable until around 2 o'clock, when we both fell into an exhausted sleep. I came twice, her 5. My dick was worn out today, not even showing signs of morning wood. I peeked over at her. She was on her side with her arms wrapped around a pillow. Tangled brown hair was thrown every which way, her naked back smooth and perfect. I had a strong urge to move over there and hold her tightly until she woke up. It wasn't sexual either. It was an emotional need.
Luca, is this crazy?
It was clear what she had been asking. Were we crazy for indulging in each other, for developing feelings for someone we barely knew? Valentina was young, inexperienced. It stood to reason that she might grow attached to me. But I knew better. There had been plenty of women, singles, doubles, a number of triples. We'd fuck for hours, then fall asleep in an orgy of limbs. And I never had the urge to cuddle with any of them. Not once. But something about this girl brought out a different, gentler side of me, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. I grabbed my watch. Cazzo, it was already 10 o'clock. I needed to get up. Deciding to let her sleep, I edged out of bed and found my mobile on the nightstand. I had to shower before I went downstairs, so I crept into the bathroom, not making a sound. I closed the bathroom door softly and turned on the water to let it heat up. Then I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and blinked. My upper body was covered in scratch marks, and were those hickeys on my neck? I chuckled as I stepped under the hot spray. My woman was aggressive in bed, and I liked it. Bracing my hands on the tile, I let the steam and heat work on my sore muscles as the water poured down on me. I needed a cappuccino. Then I had to check in with my brothers about the search for Segreto. But all I could manage at the moment was to close my eyes and stand still. The glass door opened. A soft pair of breasts met my back and arms wrapped around my waist.
Hey, baby,
she mumbled sleepily into my skin. Amore mio. Buongiorno. I turned and brought her close to my chest, my face buried in her hair. I was going to let you sleep.
It's okay. I'm a light sleeper. I heard you get up.
A long minute passed, and I relaxed, letting my mind go blank. She felt so good. The weight of her teats resting on me, her soft skin slippery and warm. My cock began to respond, thickening with every beat of my heart, pulsing, and before long, I was half hard. When I reached down to adjust myself, she mumbled,
"There's no way I can handle you fucking me today. In fact, I might need to sit in a saltwater bath later."
I can't keep from getting hard when your naked body is clinging to mine. I cupped her teeth and massaged the plump flesh with my fingers. Ignore it. I'm not sure I have the energy to fuck you right now anyway.
Last night was fun.
She nuzzled her face into my throat.
Didn't you think so?
It was very fun. Her lips nibbled my jaw.
Maybe tonight we can have more fun.
I smiled and squeezed her ass in my hands. You'd better believe it, Piccolina. She eased away from me and gasped. "Oh my God. Your chest, your arms, oh shit, did I do that?" Her gaze finally landed on my throat, and she instantly covered her mouth with her hand. "No, no, no." Then she rubbed the skin of my throat like she was trying to wipe it clean. "I gave you hickeys." I took her wrist. "It's okay, don't worry." "This is so embarrassing." Her expression dropped. "Everyone will tease you. They'll think I'm immature, a silly teenager." "Stop." I took her face in my hands and kissed her mouth softly. "Every man who sees them will be jealous, amore. And if it makes you feel better, I promise to hurt whoever dares to comment." "Well, damn. I don't want that either." She put her hands together between us. "Please, can we just stay in bed all day? We'll hide out in your bedroom and order our meals in." I chuckled and let her go. Benettis don't hide, and I have too much to do today. "So do I, unfortunately. Ugh. I'll never be able to look your brothers in the eye." She put some body wash in her palms. "At least let me wash the scrapes." I put my arms out at my sides, and she rubbed the soap onto my chest, her hands working over my skin, gliding and skimming and paying extra attention to the scrapes. "Do they sting?" "No," I said. "And even if they did, I wouldn't stop you right now." I was fully hard now, my dick jabbing her stomach. I loved the feel of her hands on me, the soft caresses over my torso, even parts I never considered as erogenous. But Valentina paid attention to every millimeter of me, and that turned me on. She was breathing faster as she reached for more soap. "Now I'll clean the lower half." While that sounded nice, I needed to get my hands on her. Standing still while she touched me was the worst kind of torture. I nudged her hands away from the body wash. "No, it's my turn." "You don't have to reciprocate." "I know. I want to." I rubbed my hands together and knelt on the hard shower floor, water cascading around me. "Give me your foot." Bracing herself on the wall, she lifted her foot and I began cleaning it up, top and bottom, between every toe. She had pretty feet, with painted nails and soft skin. They were inexplicably sexy. Propping her heel on my thigh, I started to massage her feet. I swept my slick hands along the instep and dug my thumbs into the underside. Back and forth, gently pressing. "Holy shit," she breathed, her free hand gripping the top of my head. "You have no idea how good that feels after wearing heels all night." I could only imagine. I kept at it, applying pressure to release the tension in her muscles. Tugging on her toes to loosen them up, pushing on the ball and the heel. Then I placed that foot on the ground, picked up the other one, and started all over again. She moaned and swayed on her feet. "You're killing me." I was certainly in more pain at the moment. My erection throbbed, each heartbeat echoing in my groin. Why was I so desperate for her? I came twice last night, so it made no sense. When would this fever abate? When I finished with her feet, I washed her legs. Her calves were bunched, so I worked out the knots until she slumped against the tile. Water dripped down her beautiful face, her lashes dark spikes around her eyes. "Luca," she whined. I smoothed my palms over her thighs. "What do you need, fiore mio?" "A very quick orgasm, please and thank you." Chuckling, I kissed her stomach. "I thought you were too sore." "I am, but now you've got me feeling things and I can't go to work all horned up like this." Horned up? Dio, the way this generation talked. Rising, I angled her shoulders until her back was against the tile. Then I braced myself with one hand, leaning in so we were close, but not touching. "Later. I want you thinking about me all day." "Pretty sure I'll be doing nothing but, especially when I drive by the cemetery." Valentina nipped at my throat. "God, that was hot. It makes me want to bite you some more." Chuckling, I stepped back under the spray. Are you part vampire?
Maybe. Would you let me turn you immortal so we could be together forever?
If it means I can keep fucking you, yes. We finished in the shower and I dried her off with a towel. Then I wrapped one around my waist and headed for my closet. I expected her to do the same in the other bedroom, but she followed me.
Are you wearing a suit today? She asked as I found a pair of briefs.
Do you want me to?
Using a band from her wrist, she fashioned her hair up into a wet ponytail.
I always want you to wear a suit. You look so hot in them. Though your pajama bottoms are pretty hot too.
Pajama bottoms? Hot?
Then yes, I'll wear a suit.
Yay! I get to pick out your tie. Humming, she bounced over to the neat line of ties hanging and began sifting through them.
I pulled on a dress shirt and absently did the buttons, my attention fully on Valentina. The towel she wore barely covered her ass and her long, smooth legs were on full display. I loved her legs. They were strong, with velvety soft skin, and fit perfectly around my waist as I drove inside her warm, wet pussy.
Wear another dress today, I said, and heels. She looked at me from over her shoulder, and there was a strange expression on her face, almost like panic or worry.
Why? Are you coming to the restaurant tonight?
Do you want me to come in?
No,
she said emphatically, and my eyebrows raised in surprise. Instantly she smiled and waved her hand.
I mean, we'll both be busy, right? You should stay here and work on your things. I need to catch up with Roberto and Giovanni, then meet with the social media person we're trying to hire. Place orders and whatnot. You know, restaurant things. It'll be super boring and I won't have time to sit down.
My senses went on high alert. Valentina was babbling and trying to keep me away from the trattoria. Why? No problem, amore, I said casually, though my mind was racing. I'll eat here and we'll see each other tonight. She handed me a tie and kissed my cheek.
Perfect. I'll go get ready and you can drive me in.
Questions burned my tongue as I silently watched her go. I didn't know why she was acting this way, but I would definitely find out. Chapter 26. Luca. I texted my brothers as soon as I left the trattoria. I needed a full report on what happened last night. I also instructed Sergio to get all the camera footage from Valentina's office, the dining room, and the alley. If something happened, I would discover it. Aldo drove me back to the house, his hands tapping on the steering wheel along to the music he was enjoying. I put my mobile in my pocket and tried to stay calm. There was no use speculating on the reason for Valentina's behavior until I knew more. Maybe she was tired of me interfering with the restaurant. Or she didn't want people to gossip about us. I tried not to think it might be another man because I would have to kill him. She's only ever been with me. There is no other man. Still, there was that nagging doubt. Any fool could see that she deserved to be with someone her age, someone from this town. Yet the idea of her with another caused my gut to cramp. I was not giving her up. "Anyone see anything last night?" I asked.
Where? At the restaurant?
"Not that I know of."
We were up the block watching the cars. Dante and Rico were on the doors.
Sergio had stayed back to watch the cameras, while a dozen men went out to search the area for Natale and Segreto. I texted with Gabriele earlier, who said all went smoothly at the bar with no sign of either man.
Why?
Aldo met my gaze in the rearview mirror.
What are you thinking?
Something Valentina said this morning. It made me think she's trying to keep me away from the restaurant.
Maybe she needs space. Women don't like to be smothered by their boyfriends.
Interesting advice coming from a man who'd never had a girlfriend or wife.
How would you know? Women talk about it online. Don't you ever watch any of those clips on social media?
No, I didn't.
I'm not her boyfriend.
Aldo snorted as he turned a corner sharply.
You moved her in, spent a fuckload of money on her,
You're barely able to keep your hands off her, don't want any other women. You let her give you love bites. All due respect, Don Benetti, but you're her ragazzo. I didn't bother to reply. This was the second time the title had been brought up, but I was too old to be a boyfriend. When we returned to the house, I found Sergio in the office. He was connecting his laptop to the big flat screen on the wall. He looked up as I entered and did a double take when he spotted my neck. Smirking, he said, "Nice hickeys. Fuck off." I dragged 2 chairs to face the screen. "Where are Dante and Rico?" "In bed. I didn't wake them yet." Suddenly, the flat screen came to life and 6 squares of video feed appeared. Sergio clicked a button on his laptop, then sat down beside me as the video feeds began rolling. "I have them synced up," he explained. "Is there something you're worried about? Did something happen last night?" I repeated my worries over Valentina's comment. Sergio knew me well enough not to dismiss my suspicions. My instincts were rarely wrong, so he remained silent and watched along with me. It was hard to pay attention to all 6 squares at one time, especially when I didn't know what I was looking for, so I followed Valentina in every frame. She stayed busy, dealing with the staff, greeting customers, talking to the diners. Going. She did a little bit of everything, always moving and smiling. Sergio watched the screen as intently as I did. "I can't believe you allowed Gabby to bartend. Look at how much attention they're giving him." I switched my focus to the bar camera. My son was leaning over, elbows on the wood, and giving a flirtatious grin to 2 middle-aged women. More women were circled around, either openly ogling him or watching him through their lashes. One customer pulled out her mobile and took a selfie with him, which caused my brother to sigh. "This is going to be a problem." I rubbed my eyes with my fingers. "I'll talk to him today." We continued studying the footage. Aldo brought us cappuccinos and rolls, and we had to stop the laptop several times when calls came in from Catanzaro. The whole process was slow and arduous. Nothing happened during the day as the entire restaurant prepped for opening. When we began the night footage, however, a familiar man walked into the restaurant, and Valentina was there to greet him. Mayor Lombardi. My muscles clenched, and I set my cup down carefully. This man has a fucking death wish. Sergio paused the footage. "Who?" "The mayor." I gestured to the screen. "He came to eat at the restaurant last night." "I thought you took care of him. What is he doing there?" "I don't know." I couldn't believe this stronzo was stupid enough to show his face at the trattoria after I warned him away from Valentina. "Maybe this is it. Maybe she didn't want you to fight with the mayor again." "No, I didn't think so." Restarted. Let's see what happens. The older woman with the mayor had to be his wife. She clung to his arm with an air of familiarity and comfort, her expression filled with self-importance. The mayor glanced around nervously as he smoothed his tie. Good. I hoped he was nervous. Lombardi had no business coming to the trattoria for any reason. Then Valentina walked the couple to their table and exchanged a few words with the other woman. Valentina nodded to the mayor and strode away, and this camera angle showed how the mayor ogled Valentina's ass as she retreated. Motherfucker. "I'm going to kill him," I said quietly. "How did he get a reservation? Roberto is usually very thorough." This was not Roberto's fault. I hadn't said anything about barring the mayor, unfortunately. I'd obviously given Lombardi far more intelligence than the man actually possessed. We continued to watch the footage. I was pleased to note that Lombardi and his wife ate quickly and left with no more interaction with Valentina. The office door opened and my two younger brothers entered. Sergio explained what we were doing and Dante leaned against the wall and crossed his feet. There was no issue at the front door. No sign of Segreto or the dishwasher. Or the back door, Rico added. It was quiet back there. Grunting, I didn't take my eyes off Valentina as she bustled throughout the busy crowd. She unlocked her office, went in, and removed her sweater. Then she put on fresh lipstick and fluffed her hair in the mirror on the wall. "There you are, Luca," Rico said over my shoulder. "Right on time at 9:30. I knew what the entryway camera would show, me speaking to the hostess and being shown to my table. But I stayed locked on Valentina. She checked her breath, then tugged the neckline of her dress higher, then lower, higher again, finally lower. Was she excited for our dinner? Nervous? There was no reason for her to be, but I found her uncertainty adorable. "You have it bad," Sergio said. "What is bad?" Dante asked. "Luca's obsession with Valentina." Sergio angled toward my younger brothers. "He's grinning like an idiot at the screen every time she appears. And wait until you see his neck." I ignored them. On the screen, Valentina walked toward me, and I watched as she pressed tight and gave me her mouth. When we both finally sat, I could only see her profile from the camera angle. "Skip ahead," I told Sergio. "Find where she goes into the kitchen. See what happens then." Sergio clicked on the laptop, and the video footage sped up. Dinner progressed. We shared dessert. When Valentina got up from the table, Sergio let it play at normal speed. As Roberto came to speak to me at the table, Valentina went into the kitchen and talked to Giovanni and the kitchen staff. She looked excited and happy, and she made sure to hug each of the workers. Lucky for each man, he kept the contact brief and respectful. She went into her office, and I could see her from that camera. She didn't spend long in there. It all seemed very routine until she left the office and re-entered the kitchen. At the same time, one of the line cooks came in the back door. I remember that guy," Rico said. "He was out taking cigarette breaks all night." On the screen, the line cook spoke to Valentina and hooked a thumb over his shoulder to indicate the alley. I straightened in my seat, the nape of my neck itching once again. Valentina hesitated, then her spine lifted as if she were preparing herself. I held my breath. Who was in that alley? She wouldn't be stupid enough to go out there alone, would she? Silence descended as my brothers and I watched Valentina slip out the back door into the alley. My brain short-circuited as fury filled every vein, cell, and pore inside my body. "Motherfucker," I snarled, then whirled on Rico. "You didn't think to mention this to me?" He held up his palms. "Luca, I swear, I didn't see her come outside." "Then explain how you missed it, stronzo." Color lit his cheeks, and he shifted on his feet. "The car alarm started going off." I slapped my palm on the armrest of the chair. "Porca di una puttana!" "It was quick," he finished. "I went to shut it off and came directly back. There's no way Segreto got past me in that short amount of time." "You had better fucking hope so, fratello." "Sergio, enlarge it and play it," I barked. The alley camera filled the television screen. Valentina glanced around, then marched over to the dumpster. Because of the camera position, we could only see her, not whoever was behind the dumpster. But I knew. That was Segreto. Getting Valentina alone in a place where he could still hide from me. To keep from strangling my brother, I gripped the armrests and watched her. I couldn't see her face, but it was clear from her body language that she was telling Segreto off, arguing with him. Good. Then she tried to leave, and her father grabbed her arm, moving forward just enough where the side of his face was revealed to the camera for a split second. "There he is," I hissed. "That's Segreto, touching her." She ripped her arm out of Segreto's grip and continued arguing with him. I couldn't see her father any longer, but the two of them seemed to be going back and forth. She threw her head back as if laughing, but I doubted this was amusement. Then she marched toward the kitchen once more. Abruptly, she stopped and glanced over her shoulder. Segreto must have said something upsetting because she whirled around and started gesturing with her hands, talking back to him.
She folded her arms angrily and listened to whatever her father was saying. Was he trying to warn her about me? Forbid her from seeing me? Finally, she pointed in Segreto's direction as if telling him to go away, then hurried back inside the kitchen. Once there, Valentina wasted no time in returning to our table, where she gulped wine and told me she was ready to go. The two of us walked out into the night. Sergio shut off the video. Very slowly, I turned toward Rico, the leather chair creaking beneath my weight. In any other situation, I would collect my thoughts, give my emotions time to level out before speaking, but I was too fucking angry right now. There was no reason left inside me, no grace to be given. Get out of my sight. Go back to Catanzaro immediately, fratello. Because if you stay, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Sergio and Dante remained quiet. Both of them knew better than to intervene. Rico sighed heavily. Perdonami, Luca. Go! I roared. I dragged both hands through my hair, then rested my elbows on my knees. Cristo Santo, this was unbelievable. Segreto was right under our noses last night, and we missed him. Worse, he somehow got to my woman and upset her. Should we follow her? Sergio asked quietly. Maybe he will try to approach her again. No, he won't. She wasn't receptive to whatever he said last night. It's a waste of time for him. And by now, he knows that we've seen him. So what will he do? The answer was obvious. It was exactly what I would do if I were in Segreto's shoes. He'll try to kill me. Sergio nodded his head in understanding. You should stay here safe while we search for him. And we need to keep Valentina away from you, or else she's at risk. He won't hurt her. Last night was about warning her. He wants her to know who I am. Yet she still came to me, went home with me, let me fuck her for hours. My chest pulled tight as a lump of emotion gathered behind my sternum. It was like a boulder sitting there, pressing down on me, weighing me down. I hadn't felt like this before, protective and grateful. Greedy for her, never wanting to let her out of my sight. Am I in love with her? Was this what love felt like? Obsession with a dash of panic? It seemed improbable. What would a man like me know about love? I loved my brothers, but we grew up together, took over the empire together. We banded together as boys to endure our father's ruthlessness. But a woman? An outsider? An American? I couldn't possibly. What is that smell? Sergio swiveled his head, inhaling. I took in a deep lungful of air and realized the scent right away. Cazzo madre de Dio. Shooting to my feet, I raced for the door. That is smoke.
Chapter 27. Valentina. Roberto and I were walking to Leaning Tower of Pastries, discussing last night's opening, when the city's 2 fire trucks roared by. They were headed out of downtown, toward the neighborhoods. That's weird, I said, shielding my eyes from the morning sun as the trucks disappeared. They don't usually take both trucks for emergency calls.
Maybe it's a fire.
Maybe, but we rarely had fires. More than likely it was someone not feeling well or a gas leak. But I had to focus on Roberto. I needed to have a private conversation with him, which was why I'd asked him to walk with me. Listen, I have to talk to you about something.
Oh?
I paused, not certain how to start. It's about my father.
You don't talk about him much. He left when you were young, no?
It's the opposite. He didn't know I existed until I was 13. I sighed as we crossed the street, lowering my voice. He is in a similar line of work as Luca.
Mamma mia,
Roberto muttered.
I did not know this. Is he American?
No, Italian. My mother met him over there while studying abroad in college, but she didn't learn what he did for a living until a few months into their relationship. She immediately returned to New York and discovered a few weeks later that she was pregnant with me.
She never told him?
No, she didn't want him involved in my life. But he found out anyway and has come here off and on since I turned 13. Every 2 or 3 years, he pops up to see me.
Why are you telling me this, Signorina?
Because he was at the trattoria last night, in the alley. Roberto stopped in his tracks and stared at me intently, his dark gaze filled with concern.
Did he hurt you?
No, he didn't hurt me. He wanted to talk to me, to warn me away from Luca. Roberto slipped his hands into his trouser pockets and stared at the ground, the sunlight playing off the silver in his hair.
Does Mr. DeMarco know this?
God, no, and I don't want him to know, either. I grabbed his arm. Please, please don't tell him, Roberto.
Signorina, he should be told. Your father could be dangerous. If not to you, then to others around you.
Flavio won't hurt anyone. He wanted to warn me, so I heard him out and told him to go away. But I needed to tell you because he might come back. He approached one of the line cooks on break to find me and tell me to go outside. Oh, Roberto didn't like that. Not one bit. I'd never seen him angry. Not once. His level-headed composure, something I had relied on during the entire chaotic opening process. But now, his jaw was clenched, every line of his face taut with fury. If I didn't know better, I would suspect that steam was coming out of his ears.
Which line cook, Signorina?
I'm not telling you. He doesn't deserve to be fired.
Cazzata! He should not be putting you at risk, sending you outside alone to talk to a man in an alley. Which line cook?
It doesn't matter. I'm trying to warn you about my father so he doesn't catch you by surprise. He pressed his lips together and stared off into the distance. Finally, he gestured in the direction of Bev's.
Andiamo, Signorina.
We started walking, but I wasn't finished with this conversation. Do not tell Luca, Roberto. Do not break my trust by going against my wishes.
There are bad people in this world, Valentina. You live here in this small place, sheltered from most of the ugliness that surrounds us, and you are young, a good person. This is not a bad thing, but others will take advantage of you if they have the opportunity. Signore DeMarco, for all his faults, he will not let anyone hurt you.
I don't need saving. I can handle my father.
All due respect, Bella, but you cannot. It takes a lion to fight another lion, capisce?
God save me from Italian patriarchy, I muttered as we approached the door of the pastry shop. I'm serious. Take this to your grave. That's an order from your boss. Roberto said nothing as we went in, his demeanor changing entirely as soon as he spotted Bev.
Ciao, ragazzi,
he called to the room, gaining the attention of everyone inside the cafe. Bev was cashing someone out at the register, but I saw the way her cheeks turned pink. Was she wearing mascara? Oh, this was getting interesting. Have you taken her on a date? I asked Roberto under my breath as we waited in line.
Do you think I should?
If you like her, then yes. He stroked his jaw.
I haven't been on a date in a very long time.
Why not?
Back home, I was working. There wasn't time for a life outside of the restaurant.
I could feel myself frown as I thought about this. Roberto and I had been working constantly, him more than me, in getting the restaurant ready to reopen. I'd at least taken some time to be with Luca. When had Roberto taken time for himself? I'm giving you the weekend off, I said as we shuffled forward in line.
This isn't necessary, Signorina. The restaurant has barely reopened. I don't need time off.
Nonsense. Saturday and Sunday, do not come in. If you do, I'll call Luca and have him send you home. He glanced over at me, surprised.
You would do that to me?
In a heartbeat. Sometimes it takes a lion to fight another lion. Capisce? Roberto threw his head back and laughed, the sound filling the small cafe.
Very true, very true. Allora, I will take time off soon, but not now. When this business with your father is concluded, okay?
Don't be silly, Roberto. I'm serious about time off. Giovanni, too. I want you both to stick around, not get burned out in the first month. Roberto threw one arm around me and hugged me.
You have a good soul, Valentina.
Then Bev was ready for us. As soon as we stepped up to the register, Roberto turned on the charm and started chatting with her like we had all the time in the world. It was adorable. Sam, I said loudly to my friend who was working on the espresso machine. I meant to tell you I can't go to the show with you. I hope you aren't mad. Sam's eyebrows lifted. Remind me, which show was this? The one on Broadway, about the movie from the 1980s. Oh, Bev perked up. I've been dying to see it. I was aware, which was why I'd mentioned it. Well, you can have my ticket. You and Sam could go together. Sam put a cup on the counter. Because she was smart, she played along. But then who would watch the cafe? No, I think you should take a friend, Graham. Then the tickets won't go to waste. I tried to sound casual as I scrolled on my phone. Have you ever seen a Broadway show, Roberto?
No, I have not, Signorina.
Sam pointed to the two of them. You guys should totally go together, then. There was an awkward beat of silence, and I wondered why Roberto wasn't pouncing on this opportunity. Wasn't this generation supposed to be better at in-person communication? These two were hopeless. I nudged him gently. What a good idea, right?
Si, certo. Would you like to go together, Signora?
If you're sure, Bev said, also awkwardly. That might be fun. The bell above the door jangled. I glanced over and saw Mrs. Piccarelli hurrying in. Mrs. P had worked at the police station, answering phones and filing paperwork for as long as I could remember. She wore bright colors and comfortable shoes and always had the best gossip in town. She wiped her forehead and then waved. Phew, Bev, honey, I need an iced Americano, quick. Sam turned to make the drink, and Bev punched a few buttons on the tablet for the sale. Gina, what on earth is going on? I'm going to be up all night. Did you see the 2 trucks go by a few minutes ago? The fire trucks? Of course. Did someone have a heart attack or break something? Nope. Mrs. P handed her credit card to Bev. There's a big fire out by the river, one of those mansions. I froze, and the room seemed to shrink along with my ability to breathe. No, it couldn't be. I'm sorry, which house? Oh, Mrs. P seemed to notice me there for the first time. Her expression turned sympathetic. I'm sure everything is all right, sweetie. Is it Mr. DeMarco's house? She gently removed my fingers from her arm, which was weird. I hadn't even realized that I was holding on to her. Well, now, she said, I can't say as I didn't take the 911 call, but I was told it was one of those Italian men we've been seeing around town, and he reported a fire in his home. I swayed on my feet as the edges of my vision wavered. Luca. Fire. Was he okay? They sent 2 trucks. They never sent 2 trucks unless it was serious. Oh my God.
Valentina.
Roberto took my hand and patted it, like he was trying to keep me awake.
Let's stay calm. I'm sure everything is okay.
This was no time for calm. I needed to see with my own eyes that he was all right. I couldn't take it if something happened to him. Did that mean... was I in love with him? It seemed crazy, falling in love with someone in such a short amount of time, but I was physically sick at the thought of losing him. Pulling away from Roberto, I started hurrying toward the door. I have to get out there. Val! Someone called, but I didn't stop. I had to get my van and drive out to Luca's. Wait! Bev was right behind me. She grabbed my shoulder and thrust a set of keys at me. Here, take my car. It'll be faster. Roberto opened the shop door and held it for me.
I'll come with you, Signorina.
Bev's car was behind the store, so it took no time at all to get in and set off for Luca's. My hands were shaking as I steered, panic fueling me as I punched the gas. Roberto grabbed the doorframe with one hand and the dashboard with the other.
Slow down, Signorina. He would not want you risking yourself to get to him.
It was like all the worry and panic had rage babies inside me, and words began rushing from my mouth. Do not tell me what to do right now. The last thing I need is to be coddled and ordered around. He quieted, though I could feel his anxiety leaching into the car interior. But I was a safe driver. I'd been driving these roads since I was 15, even before I had a driver's license. I knew every turn, every bump, when to slow down, when to speed up. There wasn't anything I couldn't handle. Then everything went wrong. A loud pop sounded, and the tiny sedan began skidding and lurching wildly. I screamed as my fingers locked in a death grip on the steering wheel.
Don't brake,
Roberto yelled.
It makes it worse.
I couldn't see how that was possible, but I trusted him. Taking my foot off the brake, I let the car slow down on its own. I instantly discovered he was right, because the swerving stopped and it was easier to keep the car on the road. Finally, we rolled to a halt in a grassy patch off to the side. Both of us gripped the interior of the car, panting, our adrenaline racing. What the fuck? I wheezed. We almost died. Roberto glanced behind us.
There was something in the road. We drove over it and the tire popped.
Shit. I slammed my palm into the steering wheel. Bev is going to kill me. Let's get out and see how bad it is. As soon as we got out of the car, I realized our mistake. This hadn't been an accident. Whoever placed something in the road had put it there purposely. And that person was my father. Flavio materialized out of the woods, dressed in head-to-toe camouflage, a gun pointed at Roberto. You have got to be fucking kidding me, I said as my father eased closer. Flavio, have you lost your mind? I could have been killed.
It was only the front tires. I knew you would be okay.
He gestured to me with his free hand.
Come with me, Valentina.
Abso-fucking-lutely not. I need to get up to... Pieces of information connected in my brain, the events of the morning coming together like the ends of a magnet. Oh my God, the fire. Please tell me you aren't responsible. Did you do all this? Why?
I will explain everything later, Filia mia, when you and I are safely away. Now let's go.
You're crazy and dangerous. I put up my palms and tried to get in front of Roberto. I'm not going anywhere with you.
Then I will kill your friend here. Is that what you want? For people to die, Valentina? Don't do it, Val,
Roberto said softly.
Don't believe him. Stay here.
Is Luca okay? My mouth was dry, my tongue thick with worry, but I had to know. Did you kill him?
He is fine. No one was hurt. There. Are you happy? The mob boss lives, for now. But I promise I will kill him and your restaurant man here if you do not follow me.
Flavio aimed the gun at Roberto's leg, and there was a puff of air. Roberto went down, collapsing in a howl of pain. Holy shit! My crazy father shot Roberto. I knelt down, unsure what to do. I'd seen injuries in the kitchen, but never gunshots. Are you okay? Oh my God, Roberto, talk to me.
Stings,
he said from behind clenched teeth. Fuck! I straightened and discovered Flavio now standing much closer. You psycho! I can't believe you just shot him!
It's nothing. A tiny scrape. But the next bullet is in his head unless you come with me. Andiamo, Filia. No, Val,
Roberto said from behind clenched teeth, his hand gripping his leg to stem the bleeding.
Let him kill me. Don't go with him.
How could I allow that? Luca, his brothers, Roberto. How many people was Flavio willing to hurt to get to me? I cared about these people. loved one of these people. I couldn't let them come to more harm because of my stubbornness, not when I had the power to save them. I inhaled deeply, then let it out slowly. Okay, I'll come. Just let me call to get Roberto help.
No. In fact, give me both of your phones.
He waved the gun.
Toss them over on the ground. Hurry.
I glanced down at Roberto, who was watching me with a defiant expression. It's okay, I told him. He won't hurt me. Give him your phone.
No, signorina.
Then he gasped and squeezed his eyes shut in pain. I took my phone out of my pocket. Yes, Roberto, throw over your phone. It's okay, someone will come along soon. The fireman, at the very least. I threw my phone at my father. Reluctantly, Roberto did the same.
Stole him,
Roberto said under his breath. Tell Luca where I went, I whispered back.
Let's go,
my father ordered as he slipped the 2 phones into his pants.
This way.
He gestured toward the woods. I lifted my chin and forced my feet to move. It wasn't easy. I didn't want to leave Roberto, but I knew staying was certain death for my friend. I could only hope that someone would find him soon. Then paramedics could treat his wound and end his suffering.
If Benetti comes for her, I will kill him,
Flavio warned over his shoulder as we reached the tree line.
Tell him to stay the fuck away from my daughter.
Roberto said nothing, and the forest quickly swallowed us up. It was quiet and shady, the canopy of trees concealing us from the world.
Go right,
my father said behind me.
I have an ATV waiting not far from here.
My feet crunched on the leaves and sticks as I walked forward. The trees grew denser, the air cool and musty, and a true bolt of fear went through me. Even if I managed to run away from him, I could get lost here. I wasn't the outdoorsy type. I could handle the restaurant like a champ, but my sense of direction was terrible and I had 0 survival skills. Thank goodness he wouldn't hurt me. At least, I didn't think he would. I stepped over a rotted log. What are you hoping to accomplish, Flavio?
You need someone to save you from yourself.
Oh, and you're the best person to do that? I made a scoffing noise in my throat. Please, no wonder my mother wanted to keep you away from me.
You think you know things, Filia, but you don't.
Yeah, well, I want your promise that if I go with you, that you won't hurt anyone ever.
I can't promise that.
So what, you are kidnapping me and never letting me go?
I'm not kidnapping you. I'm taking you until he leaves for Catanzaro.
Are you listening to yourself? You can't keep me that long. I have a restaurant to run. An ATV was waiting behind some long branches. Flavio moved the branches off and told me to get on. After I did, he threw his leg over and settled in front of me, then handed me a helmet. I put it on as the engine roared to life. Before I could brace myself, he revved and the wheels jolted forward. I cursed, grabbed his shoulders, and held on. We drove for what felt like forever, through the brush and trees, swerving and dodging as we bounced along. I was worried about Roberto. I hoped he didn't suffer any permanent damage after that gunshot. And Luca. I needed to see him, make sure he was okay. Flavio said Luca wasn't hurt, but I didn't trust my father. He might be lying to me. I had to come up with a plan. As soon as Flavio had his say and let down his guard, I would disappear. Woods or not, I would get away and find someone to help me. No way was I staying with him until Luca went back to Italy, which could be weeks, months. Who knew? Finally, Flavio drove around the edge of an inlet, and a small house came into view. Gray with only 1 story, the tiny building had a slip with a motorboat docked. There was nothing else around, no other boats or houses, no people. Was this where he lived? My question was soon answered when Flavio drove up behind the house and turned off the ATV. I didn't waste any time jumping to the ground and putting distance between us. Wrapping my arms around myself, I looked behind me and tried to memorize how we got here for when I made my escape.
Don't bother,
Flavio said.
I drove us around in circles.
My sense of direction is amazing. I lied.
Cazzata.
He said, and pocketed the ATV key.
You're like your mother. Can't navigate your way out of a box.
Unfortunately, it was true, but I wasn't sure how Flavio knew this. Let's get this over with so I can return to town. Say whatever it is you need to say.
Get inside, Filia.
I trudged up the back wooden stairs to the door and tried the knob. It was unlocked. I went in and expected to find the place empty. John Natale was sitting at the kitchen table, eating. I stopped, my hand still on the door as I stared at my former dishwasher. John, what are you doing here?
Hi, Val.
My father nudged me into the house and I stumbled forward, confused. I don't understand. I shot my father a look. Why is he here? How do you two even know each other?
Prison,
my father said as he closed the door and locked it. I blinked several times and looked at John. So you were working for me and reporting back to my father?
I'm sorry, Val.
John had the grace to appear sheepish. He stood and took his now empty plate to the sink.
I'll give you two some time alone.
What the fuck? My father had sent John to the trattoria as a spy? I rounded on Flavio in disbelief. Why? Please help me understand.
Sit down, per favore. Sit down and I will explain everything.
Chapter 28. Luca. Firemen raced all over the estate like ants. I stood in the street, leaning against a car and watching, all while contemplating the ways I planned to hurt Flavio Segreto when I found him. No one had been harmed in the fire, but I hated the idea of strangers in my personal space. Not that I left anything incriminating in the mansion for the firemen to find. That would have been incredibly stupid. A man in a crisp blue uniform with the tag Chief on it approached me. "You're very lucky, Mr. DeMarco." "Am I?" "Yes." He pushed his glasses further onto his nose. "You have minimal damage, mostly contained to the garage where the fire was started. There's some smoke damage on the ground floor of the house, though, so I would recommend leaving the windows open to air the place out." "How was it started?" "Rags, with an accelerant in a bin. You're lucky none of the cars were parked inside. Otherwise, we might not be standing here talking to you." Fucking Segreto. I was going to enjoy killing him. "Grazie." I offered my hand for him to shake, which he took. "We appreciate you coming so quickly." "It's our job. We're happy when the fires are this easy to contain. I'm going to recommend the Portofinos install a smart system throughout the property. The fire could have been detected earlier and saved you a lot of headache." I thanked him again. "I'm going to have the trattoria send over some food to the station house later, as a way of showing my gratitude." "Not necessary, but I'm sure they'd appreciate it, Mr. DeMarco. Thank you." Slowly the crew began leaving, and I made sure to thank each one and shake their hand. It was something we always did back home. A personal touch went a long way with people, something unmatched by texts and emails. As the trucks rolled away, Aldo and my brothers circled around me. Even Rico, who I was still pissed at. "Fucking crazy," Dante remarked. "The garage is a mess. It needs to be torn down and rebuilt." "I'll speak to Portofino today," I said, rubbing my eyes. "I'll explain what happened and pay for the damage. How the fuck did Segreto get on and off the estate? What did the camera see?" "He snuck in here last night when we were away. Came on a boat, docked downriver and walked over. Then he set the fire on a timer so it would go off today. Guards didn't see or hear him." "Why today?" Rico asked. "Why not burn it all down last night? And it was a nuisance fire, not a giant blaze meant to hurt anyone. It doesn't make sense." A terrible feeling settled in my gut. "This was a distraction," I said, my heart beginning to pick up speed. I reached into my trouser pocket and pulled out my phone. "Call Roberto," I snapped at Sergio as I pressed the button to reach Valentina. She'd better answer. It went straight to voicemail. Merda! I tried to connect again. When that failed, I knew something was wrong. It could be nothing, but my intuition was screaming that a terrible thing had occurred. I rang her a third time and pinned Sergio with a harsh stare. "What did he say?" Sergio shook his head. "He didn't pick up, straight to voicemail." "Call Giovanni. Call the trattoria. Find out if anyone has seen him." Valentina's phone went to voicemail again. Cazzo! Disconnecting, I left my brothers and hurried toward the car. "Aldo! I'm here, Don Benetti," he said. "The fob. I'm taking the Maserati. We're coming with you." Sergio jogged up alongside me. "You're not going alone with Segreto somewhere around. He's probably waiting for you to drive into town so he can ambush you." I couldn't argue with that logic, but I wasn't slowing down. I would leave without them if they couldn't keep up. When we reached the car, Aldo unlocked it and slid into the driver's seat. Sergio got in the back with me, talking into the mobile at his ear. "Que cazzo? Hold on." He quickly put it on speaker. "Here, Luca, listen. It's Giovanni." "Don Benetti. The fire chief just called here. On the way back into town, they found Roberto on the road. There was an accident, and he's been shot in the leg." "Valentina," I croaked. "Was she with him?" "According to Roberto, Valentina's father caused the car to crash by blowing out the tire. Then he took her away on an ATV." All the air left my body in a rush. Fuck. I punched the back of the leather seat 3 times, my skin stretched tight with fear and anger. Segreto had Valentina. Had taken her away on an ATV. I was going to chop that motherfucker into tiny pieces when I found him. I punched the seat again. "Calm down," my brother said under his breath. "Do not lose your shit. We need to find her." "How badly is Roberto hurt?" I asked into the phone. "Bullet went through his calf. He'll be fine, according to the medics. Any other details? Anything else that could help us find her?" "Her father took both of their phones. Said he would kill you if you tried to follow them." I wasn't afraid of Flavio Segreto. The man was a coward, hiding out and sneaking around. I was not a coward. I dealt with my problems directly. When I killed someone, they knew exactly who was responsible before they took their last breath, and my face would be the last thing Segreto saw before he died. "Anything else?" Sergio asked Giovanni. "She reassured Roberto that her father wouldn't hurt her. Then they drove off into the woods. I told Giovanni to deliver food to the firemen today. Then we rang off. Sergio and I locked gazes. I saw the determination in his eyes, the blaze of fury and retribution, and no doubt he saw the same in mine. No one fucked with Benetti's and lived. "Find the crash site and stop," I said. "We'll get out there and start searching." "They could be anywhere, Luca," Sergio gestured to the woods around us. "And Segreto knows how to hide." The boat was the key. I knew it in my bones. Segreto had traveled by boat to my estate to start the fire, and it reasoned he was living either on the river or near an inlet. "He's near the water." Sergio made a dismissive noise. "Everyone is near the water. Have you seen the length of the river? It's as bad as the woods." "Look," Aldo pointed as we turned a corner. "There's the car." A lone sedan had skidded into the grass, its 2 flat front tires lurching awkwardly. My stomach dropped. She must have been terrified. 2 police cars were parked nearby, and a man was writing notes by the empty car. "Pull over," I said. "Let's talk to them, and then we'll begin searching." Once we stopped, I walked toward the officers. Another car with my other brothers and 2 guards followed, and they parked behind Aldo. When I approached the officers, I gave them a humble, non-threatening smile while letting my accent thicken. "Ciao, officers. ¿Cómo estai?" I offered my hand, which they all accepted. "Do we know what happened here?" The older officer shook his head and rested his hands on his utility belt. "Some nut put spikes in the middle of the road, caused that car there to skid to a stop." "That is terrible," I said sympathetically. "And the people inside the car?" "We can't share those details yet," the younger officer said. "We're still looking for the suspect." "I see. May I speak to the other officer, the one making notes? I live nearby and perhaps can offer some insight." They looked skeptical, but they shrugged. "Go ahead. I think Detective Antonelli is almost finished." I thanked them, then told my brother to wait. There was no need for both of us to approach the detective and scare him off. "Signore," I said, "may I have a word?" He looked up from his notebook, his eyes weary with a dash of suspicion. "Who are you?" "I'm a man who will be very, very grateful for any information you can give me regarding what happened here." "Listen, I don't have time for this. I need to get back." "You aren't listening." I moved closer and lowered my voice. "My name is Luca DiMarco, and trust me, I am someone you should like to have on your side, detective. I'm very generous to those who help me." He rose to his full height, and I was surprised to learn he was as tall as me, young, in good shape, with a short dark beard covering his face. Definitely of Italian descent. "Are you bribing me?" I shook my head and thrust my hands into pockets, trying to appear unthreatening. "I'm not that stupid. I am offering a favor, however, any time you need it in the future. As I said, I'm resourceful in ways that are maybe considered old school in this country. But I know how to get things done. Capisce?" "Ah," he sized me up. "You're the one I keep hearing about. The Italian businessman who rented the Portofino place. You're dating Val Montella." I dipped my chin in confirmation. "You have an advantage, Detective Antonelli, as I've not heard of you before." "I can't talk about an active investigation, Mr. DiMarco." "Detective, Valentina was in this car when it crashed. Her father is responsible. And he drove away with her on an ATV. I need your help in finding her." "That's the same story the other man in the car, the one who was shot, told us. It sounded pretty far-fetched, though, and there isn't any evidence of an ATV." "His name is Flavio Segreto, and he is a danger to her. The ATV was hidden in the woods. I believe he took her somewhere near the river or an inlet of some kind." Staring at the ground, he toed a rock with his shoe. "A favor, you said?" "Yes." Antonelli pulled out his mobile and unlocked it. "I know of a few inlets that are fairly remote. We used to fish out here a lot as kids." He loaded the map and zoomed in with his fingers. "This is where we are," he said, showing me his screen. "Out here," he slid over to the west and south. "There are 3 or 4 inlets." "Houses?" "Yes, a few of them." He gave me the coordinates, and I entered them into my phone. "Grazie, detective." I put a hand on my heart. "I owe you a favor. Sul mio onore." "I'm coming with you." Antonelli closed his notebook and unclipped his sunglasses from his shirt front. "We can look together." "No offense, detective, but this is best handled by me and my brothers." His lips thinned unhappily. "No offense, Mr. DiMarco, but I insist. We don't allow vigilante justice here. You aren't in Italy any longer." I took offense to that. "With all due respect, detective, no one will prevent me from doing what needs to be done when I find Segreto." He let out a big sigh and stared off into the woods. "Shit, I really don't need this hassle today." I lifted my palms out and put a few steps between us. "Let's pretend we never spoke." "How about I give you a 30-minute head start?" I could live with that. I held out my hand and we shook. When I turned to go, he said, "I'm holding you to that favor, Mr. DiMarco." I nodded once, then strode back to where my brothers were huddled together, far away from the police officers. Distrust of government authority ran deep in the Benettis, regardless of the country we found ourselves in. What did you learn? Dante asked. He told me of a few remote inlets. I have the coordinates. Let's go. How are we getting there? By car? On foot. It's not far, and he won't hear us coming.
Valentina. I dropped into a chair at the kitchen table, my head reeling. The fire, the car accident, Flavio shooting Roberto, and now my former dishwasher conspiring with my father? My God, I wasn't sure if I could handle anything else. Flavio set a glass of water on the table for me, then lowered himself into the chair opposite and drummed his fingers on the wood. I ignored the water. I didn't want one thing from this man other than an explanation. Let's hear it. Then I need to get back and make sure Roberto and Luca are okay. The lines around his eyes deepened, like he was irritated, but he didn't argue.
I grew up in a small town in southern Italy.
I don't have time for your life story. Skip ahead already.
Valentina.
He slapped his palm on the table.
You will listen. It is relevant to why I am here.
I folded my arms and cocked my head, saying nothing. Flavio took this as his opportunity to continue.
Where I come from, Filia, there are no jobs, no opportunities for young men. Everyone is broke, and the 'ndrangheta, they suck you in as babies. I never had a hope of another life. And what did I care? I was able to feed my mother, my sisters. My father was dead, and if joining the Andrina saved my sisters from being sold off to predatory men, I would gladly do it.
He inhaled, then let it out.
I was good at being a soldato, too. Kept my head down, did what was asked of me. Soon I rose higher and higher until I was part of the Padrino, the 5 men who reported directly to the Capobastone.
Was he trying to justify being in the Mafia? Or impress me with his rank? I didn't care. I didn't want to know anything about him or his motivations. Good for you, I said sarcastically.
Then I met your mother.
He paused and stared down at the tabletop for a moment before meeting my gaze again. His expression was sad, a strange light in his eyes reminiscent of bitter and happy memories.
She was, well, you know, Abby was the prettiest, most beautiful woman I had seen. I was struck from the first second I saw her, like Cupid's arrow, no. Smart, too. We met in the bar of a restaurant when she was out with friends. I worshipped at her feet like she was Mary and I was a sinner begging for salvation. Did I lie about my vocation? Of course I did. I couldn't tell this woman I was a killer, a demon among angels. I was stupid and selfish.
We could definitely agree on that.
But I loved her,
he continued, placing his hand on his chest.
If you believe nothing else, please, Filia, believe this. Your mother was the other half of my soul, the pure half.
So why didn't you stay with her? Why did you let her go?
Men in the Andrina don't leave. There isn't a way to get out, other than death. Women join our world, not the other way around, and your mother wanted nothing to do with that life. It wasn't like I didn't try. Talked until I was out of breath, but Abby wouldn't bend. I had to let her go.
This matched with everything I knew about my mother. She said to stay away from men who want to control me. Surprisingly, this made him laugh. His weathered face transformed to make him look younger, more carefree.
I never wanted to control her. She was too tough for that.
My chest ached, the ever-present grief rising up to remind me that she was really gone. But even in this, I didn't want to share her memory with my father. He didn't deserve her. I lifted my chin, ready to move this along. So you let her go and found out 13 years later that I existed.
I was sent to prison shortly after Abby left. I was young, angry that I'd lost her and I did something stupid. For 4 years, I couldn't get to her even if I had wanted to.
What about when you were released? He tapped his fingers on the tabletop and stared through the window.
Men like me, we are a cancer, a poison to the decent and vulnerable. She was innocent. Why would I drag her down into the pits of hell with me?
Hard to argue with that. How did you find out about me?
I came to Canada on business and had a moment of weakness. I decided to check up on her. I couldn't stop wondering about Abby, even all those years later. I never planned on speaking to her.
But then you learned about me.
I knew the instant I saw you. Your eyes are your mother's, but your nose and chin are from my side. You look like my mother.
A warmth spread through my chest, unbidden and surprising. Is she still alive?
No, filia mia. She died before I met your mother.
I tried not to be disappointed, but it was hard. This man was my only family, and he was a monster. Okay, keep going. Let's finish this.
I approached your mother, and you might guess how such a conversation went. When I returned home, I decided to get out. I didn't ask permission from the capo because I wouldn't receive it. So I went dark. To find me, they fabricated lies to turn everyone against me, said I was a traitor. But it wasn't true. It took some time, but I finally settled here.
My jaw fell open. You've been hiding in New York for 7 years?
5, but yes.
I couldn't wrap my head around it. What the fuck? Did she know? He folded his hands, then placed them on the table, then folded them again. It was clear he was stalling. I sucked in a sharp breath, realization dawning. She knew. You two were talking. He dipped his chin in acknowledgement, but didn't meet my eyes. It was a red flag. My voice rose dramatically. And more?
And more.
Holy shit. I felt stunned and betrayed. My parents had been sleeping together while I was at school. I couldn't believe it. Why didn't she tell me? How had I never noticed?
We could not tell you,
he said.
It was too dangerous. If I resurfaced, then you both were at risk.
So you made an exception for her, but not for your daughter. Great. Thanks for clearing that up.
There is no need for sarcasm, Filia. Your mother was an adult. You were not. There is a difference.
Right. The difference is I needed a father. I needed help when she... I couldn't say it. He drew in a shaky breath.
Perdona mi, Val. But your mother insisted. She did not want you to be involved in my world. I had to respect her wishes.
So you just stood around and watched her die?
No. She allowed me to help in the ways I could after she grew sick. Little things. Groceries, repairs, laundry. You were at school, and this was important to her. She did not want you giving up your future to take care of her.
I thought back to that chaotic time. I'd spent so much of it scrambling between her, the trattoria, and school. She told me the neighbors were helping out.
See.
He pointed to his chest.
I was the neighbors. I fixed the kitchen sink. I made sure the fridge had food. I helped her shower.
It was too much. I pushed out of my chair and began walking around the kitchen. I gave the neighbors free food for months in gratitude. They must have been so confused. But this was bigger than free meals. My head spun with what this meant. You really loved her?
With all my heart.
Shit. I could feel my eyes welling, this sting of oncoming tears. I want to hate you so badly right now.
I know I have not been a good father to you. I never wanted you to be tainted by my past. Worse, I didn't want you to lose another parent. I thought it was better if I stayed away in case Don Rossi found me.
Don Rossi? He waved his hand.
It's not worth explaining, but they can't allow me to live, Val. I know too much, especially now.
It's been a long time. Why would they even care?
These men, they never forget. Now that they know where I am, I will need to go somewhere else to hide. I stayed here only to watch over you the past few years. I wanted to keep you away from men like Benetti.
I leaned against the kitchen counter and folded my arms. He's not a terrible person. He cares about me.
Dai, figlia mia. He is a violent monster, a cruel man. He only cares about himself, his family, and he will destroy your life if you let him.
You're wrong. He's sweet and very gentle with me.
That is how they seem at first. Once you give in, he will do whatever he wants to you. He's already moved you in. You give these men an opening and—
A floorboard creaked. My father fell silent, his body going rigid. A half-second later, Luca walked into the kitchen. In his hand was a gun pointed at my father. Luca was here, and he looked terrifying. Eyes hard, muscles taut. His face was etched in granite as menace leached from every pore. This was the mob boss, the killer, the man he hid underneath the naughty words and orgasms. I hardly recognized him, even though those hickeys were definitely mine. How on earth did he find us? Luca didn't spare me a glance. He kept his attention entirely on Flavio as he snarled something in Italian. My father didn't respond, which seemed to make Luca even angrier. He said more that I didn't understand, so I snapped, "English, Luca. I want to know what you're saying."
I am saying, Luca responded, that he needs to come with me and get away from you.
Flavio snorted derisively.
Tell her what you really said, Benetti. Tell her how you promised to slice me open and remove my organs in punishment for kidnapping her.
I flinched. Had Luca really said that? Gross and unnecessary, Luca.
Yet this is the man you've chosen to align yourself with,
my father reminded me.
Do you now see what I mean, Filia? Shut your mouth.
Luca edged closer.
Or I will shoot you in the face.
I wasn't a huge fan of my father, but I wasn't about to let him get murdered, either. No, you're not. Put the gun down, Luca. We're having a civil conversation.
He is incapable of a civil conversation,
Flavio said, unhelpfully. One of Luca's brothers appeared in the doorway. Sergio said,
I would shut my mouth, segreto, if I were you. Luca has had a shitty day. We wouldn't want him to take it out on you.
Luca, please. I walked over to him and placed my palm on his arm. The heat nearly scorched my skin, even through cloth, and the muscle was locked tight.
Go with Sergio, Valentina,
he said quietly, his gaze on Flavio. The two seemed engaged in a silent battle of wills. So you can kill my father? No, I won't do that.
Now, Valentina.
No way, Luca. I'm not leaving. Please, put the gun away and let's talk.
There is nothing to discuss. He caused you to crash and kidnapped you. Shot Roberto, set fire to my home. For those reasons and many more, he will die today. The fire was small,
Flavio said with a hand gesture.
And I shot this man in a place I knew would not cause him lasting harm. It's nothing.
Was my father for real right now? Justifying arson and shooting a man in the leg was not helpful. Luca's right eye began twitching, so I hurried to say, I'm fine, though. You don't need to kill anyone today. His head turned slowly, and Luca met my eyes for the first time since he'd arrived. I could see remnants of panic there, The worry he'd been carrying, the anger over what my father had done. I put my hand on his cheek. I'm okay, really, and you can't hurt him. He stared at me, unmoving. I wasn't sure if he was breathing. The coldness in his dark irises sent a shiver through me. Luca, please. Slowly, muscle by muscle, he relaxed. The gun lowered to his side, and I could see some of the man I knew, the one who cuddled with me, who laughed with me, resurface. Thank you, baby, I whispered.
You are only delaying the inevitable, fiore mio.
We would see about that. I grabbed Luca's free hand and shifted to face my father. Are we done here? Because I need to go check on Roberto. My father's glance dipped to where Luca and I held hands, and his upper lip curled into a sneer.
Have you asked him, Filia? Have you asked him about what I told you?
About your crazy ramblings in the alley? No, I haven't. And we're leaving.
Ask him.
My father's voice rose.
Ask him why he came to New York. Ask him why he's so focused on you.
I felt Luca's body jolt next to mine, but I ignored it. You're talking about conspiracy theories, Flavio. Save it for trolling scientists on social media, okay?
He knows it,
my father said, indicating Luca.
Look at his face. The guilt is written all over it. You think he cares for you, maybe even loves you, but he's here for me, and you are collateral damage, Valentina.
The words, coming from a man whose love I'd craved all these years, hurt more than expected. Because no one could really want me for me, right?
No.
Flavio shot to his feet, his weathered face twisting with impatience.
Per favore, Filia. I'm not letting you leave until you ask the questions, because ignorance hurts you most of all.
Suddenly, it dawned on me that Luca hadn't said anything. His silence was weird, considering the man had an opinion on every situation. Why wasn't he telling Flavio to shut up, or denying the claims as untrue? Fine. Dropping Luca's hand, I angled toward him. Why New York? Why me? Was it only about my father?
Chapter 29. Luca. I should lie. She was asking questions I didn't wish to answer, and the words of denial burned my tongue. I couldn't look at her. I focused on Segreto, promising retribution with every breath. He can't even say it, Segreto said, his mouth curving into a satisfied smile. He knows, and would rather lie to you, Filia. Fuck off, I growled. I wished we could have this conversation privately in my own language, because I had all the words needed to threaten Segreto into silence. Luca, give me a straight answer. Valentina tugged on my arm. Just shut him up by telling the truth. She will find out regardless, Segreto said to me. Do you honestly think you can keep a secret forever? Maybe not. But I'd hoped to keep Valentina ignorant of everything happening with Rossi and Palmieri. You know nothing, old man. I know the dawn of a powerful family does not come across the ocean, put himself and his family at risk for a simple reason. I know the 'Ndrangheta wants me dead, and they have tasked you to bring me back. So why did you agree, Don Benetti? I didn't owe him explanations. My reasons were my own. But was Segreto trying to convince me he was blameless? You killed Palmieri's daughter 2 years ago. Did you believe this would go unpunished? That he wouldn't seek retribution? If so, then you are a fool. Segreto froze, his mouth parting slightly. I could see him thinking, but Valentina jumped into the silence. You killed someone's daughter? That's terrible. How could you, especially when you have a daughter of your own? Segreto still hadn't moved. When did this supposed murder take place? 2 years ago.
When my mom was dying? Valentina asked her father. You said you were here taking care of her.
I swear that I haven't left New York since I arrived, filia mia. And I wouldn't have left your mother's side for anything in the world during her last months on Earth.
Look, someone is lying. Her head swiveled between the two of us. Who is this Palmieri person, and what does he have to do with you, Luca?
It was Segreto who answered. He's one of the top officers at the Guardia di Finanza. They oversee financial crimes in Italia, including policing the 'Ndrangheta and Cosa Nostra.
Wait. Luca, are you in trouble? She asked. Is this about, money laundering?
Amore, why don't you go with my brother and I'll explain later. I need to speak to your father alone. She took a step back, putting distance between us.
I want to hear whatever it is you need to discuss, because it sounds like it involves me.
I didn't want to do this. I much preferred speaking to Segreto alone. Looking over my shoulder, I tilted my chin at my brother. He immediately stepped forward. Val, why don't you come with me back to the mansion? Segreto was on his feet, his gun pointed at me. Touch her and Benetti dies. Valentina dragged her hands through her hair.
Everyone, calm down! Luca, I want to know why you came to New York.
There was no avoiding it now. I went to the table and sat down across from Segreto. Ignoring Valentina for now, I said to the other man. Rossi approached me. He said Palmieri learned you were responsible for the car bombing that claimed the life of his daughter. He wanted you found and brought back. Segreto put his hand on his heart and began talking in our language. In the silence of the night, under the light of the stars, and under the splendor of the moon, I swear on my life, on our holy chain, on the holy society from which we all came, I did not kill that man's daughter. It was a serious promise, using parts of the oath we recited when inducted. I believed him.
What are you saying? Valentina asked, her voice rising. Speak in English, please.
I said to Segreto. Rossi told me my cousin Niccolo had been arrested and Palmieri was willing to trade him for you. Once here, however, I suspected Niccolo wasn't in custody. And if that wasn't true, then how could I believe anything I'd been told? Rossi is a snake, Segreto said. He can't let me leave because I know who was really stealing money from the other Endrine. I rested my pistol on the table. Are you saying Rossi was stealing from the other families? Yes. Missing shipments, skimming payouts. Rossi has another family in Longobardi. He needed more money for the kid's private school, capisce? How did you discover this? Segreto waved his free hand. I was the underboss. I used to handle the books. It wasn't hard to get answers once I noticed things weren't adding up. But I kept quiet about it until you found out about your daughter and wanted to leave. I thought he would let me go. You tried to blackmail him. He nodded once in confirmation, and Valentina huffed.
That was incredibly risky. Why not just disappear?
Because this life never lets go, filia mia. He stared at her for a long beat. Never forget that.
Wait.
Confusion marred the perfectly smooth skin of her forehead.
Luca, you said you had to bring my father to Rossi. But how did you know Flavio was here when no one else did?
This was the part I dreaded. Once I said it, there was no going back. I didn't know he was here. I inhaled and let it out slowly. I knew you were here.
I don't understand. You were watching me in the hopes that Flavio was in the area?
Not at first. Filia, Segreto snapped unkindly. He was planning on using you. He was going to take you back to Italia to lure me out of hiding. Valentina paused, and I could see her brain working. Finally, her dark eyes studied my face.
Wait. Is my father telling the truth?
When I remained silent, her face dropped as her body recoiled.
You came here to kidnap me? This was about finding my father the entire time? Her hand shot out and she braced herself on the counter, shoulders hunching as if she were in pain. Oh my God. This wasn't real. It was exactly like he said. I didn't know what she meant, but I could guess it was something Segreto said to her. Valentina. Oh my God, Luca. You were going to kidnap me. What the actual fuck? She stared at me like I was a monster, a boogeyman under her bed. You're an asshole. You made me think... And then we... Oh my God! I'm the business you came to New York for. What a fucking idiot I am! Stop it, I barked. And let me explain. What was going to happen once you took me back to Italy? Were you going to let the police keep me locked up until Flavio arrived? They wouldn't have locked you up, but they would have kept me somewhere. My God, I am stupid. Fiore mio, do not call me that. You need to calm down and hear me out. Fuck off! Do not tell me to calm down like I don't have a perfectly good reason for freaking out right now. This was enough. I needed to get her alone where we could talk privately. I started to rise, but found Segreto's pistol aimed at me once more. Don't even think about it, he said in our language. I will slice your balls off and force them down your throat. Get out of my way, old man, or I'm taking you out. Give me the key to the ATV, Valentina called. Then you two can beat each other to death. Fratello, I said, knowing my brother would understand. I couldn't let Valentina leave without me. He touches her, you die, Segreto said softly. Then he tossed a key to Valentina. Do you know how to drive it? Are you kidding? All the guys out here have them. I learned how in middle school. Do not leave, I said. Per favore, amore. You must let me explain. There is no explanation for this. She grabbed the knob on the back door. Other than I was a fool to believe a single word you said. I never lied to you. Pulling on the door, she threw it wide open. Sure, Mr. DeMarco, keep telling yourself that. She paused and closed her eyes, chest heaving. I thought she might be willing to hear me out when she said, Do not kill my father, Luca. Do not hurt him either. If you have any shred of decency, any respect for me at all, you will not harm him. Give me your word on whatever honor you have left. My muscles twitched with the violence lurking just under the surface of my skin. I wanted to make Segreto pay for ever involving himself in my relationship with Valentina. Now she hated me, and it was unclear whether I could ever gain her forgiveness. He deserved to suffer for these. Valentina, I said, putting all my displeasure into the single word. No, don't Valentina me. Promise you won't hurt him. He said he didn't kill this man's daughter. That should be enough for you. The rest doesn't matter. The rest? Did she mean the two of us? If I agree, then you must listen to my explanation. Is that your promise? I ground my back teeth together and spat. Yes. I promise not to hurt him, if you hear me out. Okay then. I'll listen to your explanation. She gave a bitter laugh. Send me a text message and I promise to read it. Before I could comment, she disappeared out the door, making sure to slam it behind her. Seconds later, the ATV roared to life. She gave it gas, and we heard the whine of the engine as she rolled away. Segreto took a few steps back, but kept the gun on me. She deserved to know. I put my hands on my hips and pinned Valentina's father with a hard stare. You know I care for her, yet you poisoned her against me. I should kill you for it. But you're a man of your word, he said. So you won't. At least one of us has her best interests in mind. I have her best interests in mind. It's why I didn't kidnap her, why I've been helping the restaurant. I would do anything For your fucking daughter. Segreto, Lord, he's gone slowly. Which is why you're going to give her up. She deserves better than a life of prison and blood.
Chapter 30. Valentina. I found Maggie in the main tasting room. In search of solitude, I fled to the Fiorentino winery yesterday after leaving the tiny lake house. I knew Luca would approach me at the trattoria or my house, and I certainly wasn't returning to the mansion. Maggie had taken me in, no questions asked. Women were the fucking best. "There you are." My friend waved from where she was standing with 3 men at a round table. They all looked over at me, so I forced a smile. No doubt it was as brittle as my insides, cold and without feeling. As I drew closer, I saw they were tasting wine. I reached for an empty glass and the open bottle. "Exactly what I needed. Thanks for breakfast, Mags." She put a hand on the bottle, stopping me. "Let's start with coffee instead, okay? Adam, will you grab Val a cup of something strong and black?"
Sure.
Adam was a guy we went to high school with, and he'd been working at the winery for a few years. He walked toward the bar while Maggie asked the other men to give us a minute. When we were alone, she said, "I know you're heartbroken, but let's wait until 5 o'clock before we start drinking." "How about noon?" My friend didn't laugh. "Val, he's not worth it. No man is worth it, but especially not a criminal who lies to you and wants to turn you over to the Italian police." I'd confessed everything to her yesterday in a blubbering mess as I demolished a box of tissues. I know, I need this feeling to go away. I rubbed my chest, which felt hollow and sore. "I'm so tired of being sad, Mags." Maggie's expression softened as she squeezed my arm. "I know, babe. This is a lot on top of the grief you've been dealing with the past few years. It hardly seems fair. Which is why I'm going to kick that Italian in the nuts if I ever see him again." "I'd like to see you do that, actually." "Has he tried to contact you yet?" "I don't know. I still haven't turned my phone back on." Yesterday I used Maggie's phone to check in on Roberto's condition, as well as to touch base with Giovanni. Roberto assured me that he was fine, but I insisted he take a few days off to rest. Giovanni seemed to have the trattoria well in hand and told me not to come in last night. I decided that one evening off wouldn't hurt anything. 2 mugs of coffee arrived, one for me and one for Mags. Hers was light with cream, exactly as she preferred. We thanked Adam, and he left the tasting room. "He knows how you like your coffee," I said as I lifted the mug to my lips. "Interesting." "Shut up." Maggie's lips curled like she was fighting a smile. "He's my employee." "Which means you've thought about it." I sipped my coffee, and the almond liqueur hit me immediately. God bless Adam. He'd spiked my coffee. "This is the best coffee I've ever had. I think you should marry him." Her brow wrinkled as her eyes narrowed. "Don't be weird. And why are we talking about me? I want to talk about you." "There's not much to say. We're done." "Do you think he'll go back now?" "I assume so. There's nothing keeping him here. My father didn't kill that girl, and I'm certainly not getting on a plane bound for Italy. Luca can deal with his own problems from now on." Oh, shit. Maggie's eyes were focused on something behind me. "Don't look now, but here comes your wannabe kidnapper." Fuck. My entire body clenched, muscles tightening in shock. "Do not leave me alone with him." "Don't worry, girl. I'm one step ahead of you." Maggie darted around the table and put her back to mine, her front facing Luca. "We're closed, sir." I could see his reflection in the glass, how he stopped halfway across the floor and slipped his hands in his pockets.
"Signora Fiorentino, I would like a moment with Valentina, per favore."
"There's no Valentina here." I heard Luca sigh.
"I have no time for games, signorina."
"This is my girlfriend," Maggie tried. And she's not out, so if you don't mind, skedaddle.
Valentina, amore,
he said in his deep, accented voice that I loved so much.
I need to speak with you.
There was no use dragging this out. I just needed him to go away. I told you to text me.
I tried, but your phone is off.
Which meant he'd tried calling. Not one to follow directions, this man. I make the rules, Valentina. Well, not anymore. Now I made the rules. Spinning, I met his gaze over Maggie's shoulder. You have 5 minutes, Luca.
Alone.
No way. Maggie stays. A muscle jumped in his jaw.
You want her to overhear such a private conversation?
How about I stand over by the bar? Facing me, Maggie pointed to where Adam was polishing glasses. And I'll set a timer. I nodded once. Thanks, Mags. Before she walked away, she smiled sweetly at Luca. If you hurt her any more, Benetti, I'm going to kick your balls into your throat. He didn't respond, his expression unreadable as she left us. I returned my attention toward the windows, giving him my back, but I could see as he approached me. He strode to the opposite side of the small table and stood there, silent. The hickeys on his neck mocked me, mottled bruises left by an innocent girl who thought she'd found a good man. Was it only yesterday when I thought I might be in love with him? God, I was a fool. He'd deceived me from the moment we met. Clock's ticking, I said, and sipped more coffee. Better hurry. He folded his hands on the table, his cufflinks tapping lightly on the wood.
If I wanted to kidnap you and take you to my country, it would have happened already. I changed my mind weeks ago.
How fortunate for me, I drawled, the sarcasm thick.
I know you are angry I lied to you, but—
There is no but, Luca. You were using me the entire time. If my father hadn't been nearby, you would have kidnapped me and given me over to the Italian government like some pawn.
You're wrong. I wasn't going to use you. In fact, I was doing everything in my power to prevent it. I've been dragging my feet since the night we met, looking for other solutions.
Like what?
Like enlisting D'Agostino's to help me find my missing cousin.
That business dinner in New York. And did you find him?
No, not yet. But, Valentina, I want to take you to Catanzaro. Not for anything to do with Rossi or Palmieri. I want you to come for me. I want you to live with me and—
I let out an incredulous bark of laughter. You've got to be joking. Now you're trying to get me to come there by convincing me you care about me? Jesus, Luca, you are unbelievable.
I do care about you.
His voice was low and angry.
Have you not been paying attention? I would do anything for you, including risk my family, my empire. I should have returned by now, except I've been staying here, with you.
I shoved aside any tenderness his words elicited inside me. This man was a liar, through and through. Calmly, I sipped more coffee. Well, I'm not going with you to Italy, so— I lifted my shoulders in what I hoped was a casual shrug.
Why not?
First, I don't believe you aren't still trying to use me as a bargaining chip. Second, I have a life here, a restaurant, friends, my mom's house. You're asking me to sign up for blood and crime in a country I've never visited.
I'm asking you to sign up for only me. I swear to protect you from the blood and crime.
This is a pointless discussion because I'm not going anywhere with you. I'll never believe another word that comes out of your mouth.
Valentina.
He rubbed his eyes with his fingers, then dropped his hands on the table again.
I was trying to find your father to make all of this go away. But I can't stay here. I must return home and deal with Rossi. If I don't do it soon, he will try to kill me. Or your father. Maybe both.
5 minutes, Maggie called from the bar. He dragged a hand through his hair, messing the thick strands.
Don't do this. I am crazy about you. I would rather cut off my own arm than hurt you. Te lo prometo, Bella.
Maybe it was true. Maybe he wasn't lying this time. But I couldn't risk my entire life on a maybe. And he didn't love me. He just didn't want to lose me. As I hesitated, he moved in, shifting closer until we were nearly touching.
When I learned that your father took you, I nearly lost it. I've never been so scared in all my life. I promised a favor to an American police detective in exchange for information, for fuck's sake. I would have done anything to find you.
He exhaled and dragged his knuckles along my cheek. His gentle touch sent a flight of butterflies loose in my chest. Softly, he said,
I need you, amore. I am nothing without you.
Hands off! Maggie yelled from across the room, and her sobering voice shook off whatever spell he was weaving on my heart and mind. Clarity returned, and I took a step back. My answer is no, and we're done here. Luca's hand fell to the wooden tabletop.
I'm leaving tonight. I hope you change your mind. But if you don't, you are always welcome in Catanzaro, even if it takes months. In the meantime, I'm leaving Gabriele here to look after you.
You don't need to do that. I don't want your son spying on me for you.
He is not a spy. He will keep you safe so that I don't worry. You hold my heart and my soul, fiore mio. Per sempre.
Forever. When I didn't respond, he rapped his knuckles twice on the table, like an exclamation point to his words. I watched him walk toward the exit in the reflection, his proud shoulders shifting with every step. My chest ached as anger and hurt and longing all battled inside me. But I knew with a deep-down certainty I was doing the right thing. I had to distance myself from whatever mess my father and Luca were involved in. Their problems were not my problems. I had enough to deal with on my own. And I would never forgive Luca for lying to me, no matter how much I missed him. An arm wrapped around my shoulders. I'm proud of you, Maggie said, resting her head against mine. For a minute there, I thought you were going to cave. Me too, I said shakily, my eyes welling up again. God, I was so tired of crying. Oh, don't cry, babe. We'll get through this, exactly like we've been doing for the last few years. He wanted me to come live with him in Italy. She snorted and tightened her hold on me. I guess we should be grateful he asked instead of kidnapping you. I let out a wobbly laugh. Yeah, I guess. Wow, my life is fucked up. No, his life is fucked up. He just dragged you into it for a few weeks. But now you've escaped, thank God. You dodged a bullet, Val. Maybe literally, considering his line of work. I put my arm around her, and we stared out at the vineyards stretching out across the landscape. Thanks for everything, Mags. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably drink really shitty wine and have a lot less fun. Can I hang out here a few more hours? Girl, we are day drinking starting at noon. You're not going anywhere.
Luca. A man like me was not inclined to hope. I dealt in cold, hard realities within a world that rewarded neither fairness nor forgiveness. I knew the cruelties man had to offer, as I was often the one doling them out. And I knew my end would not be gentle or banal. Such was the life I had chosen. And yet, I'd hoped. Waiting, I held on to her like a talisman, a beacon of light in my dreary and lonely existence. Praying she would arrive, forgive me, and stand proudly by my side. I'm not going anywhere with you. I'll never believe another word that comes out of your mouth. At least I had tried. No woman had received such declarations from me before, my heart and soul bared so vulnerably. Yet it hadn't worked. She wasn't coming. I stared out the tiny window into the darkness, failure bitter on my tongue. My mobile rang, and my heart leapt into my throat. I looked at the screen. Gabriele. Pronto. She's not coming. My shoulders deflated, hope popping like a balloon. Thank you for letting me know. We'll speak later. Wait, Papa. Before you ring off, I want to tell you something. What is it, figlio mio? I've been listening and researching. I think there's true opportunity here. No one is leading, and D'Agostino's brother is up in Toronto. He could be a partner. You should consider staying. And here I thought you were only tending bar. What can I say? People like to talk to me. You would not believe the things I learned working at the trattoria. Allora, this could be a way to expand. I liked that he was thinking about the family. It showed maturity and foresight. This is surprising, but a nice surprise. I'm impressed, Gabriele. You are? Does this mean you'll do it? Expanding into New York sounded exhausting, especially when there was so much work to be done back home. But I didn't want to crush his confidence. I'll consider it, okay? Grazie, Papa. A presto. Putting down my phone, I pressed a button to connect me to the cockpit. Andiamo, per favore. The wheels began turning, and I heard Dante mutter in the back. Thank Christ. My stomach cramped when we lifted off the ground. Proof that it was truly over. I was leaving her behind. Yet it felt like a piece of me was still there with her. You're asking me to sign up for blood and crime. Valentina's parting words raced through my mind. She was not wrong. I had no right to ask her to come with me. But I was a selfish man. I wasn't ready to let her go. I poured another glass of whiskey and took a swallow. My brother spoke quietly. You should have kidnapped her and turned her over to the GDF. If you say it again, I will break your teeth. Sergio sighed heavily. We have bigger problems now. Your life is at risk. If Rossi doesn't decide to kill you, he will throw you to Palmieri. I'm not afraid of Rossi or Palmieri. I don't believe Niccolo gave the GDF any evidence against us. I hope you are right. I'm assuming you will go and visit Rossi right away. Seems foolish, if what Segreto said is true. And I was inclined to believe Valentina's father. We need to prove that Rossi is the one who ordered the hit on Palmieri's daughter. Sure, sounds easy. Someone knows. Rossi is too stupid and lazy to plan a hit himself. Sergio scrubbed his face with both hands. What a fucking mess. A hit like that? Aldo whistled from across the row. Not many would accept the job. My guess is he would outsource it. Sergio asked. Russians? Serbians? Albanians? I nodded and reached for the half-empty glass of whiskey in front of me. Seems likely. I took a sip, thinking as the liquor burned its way down to my stomach. There is someone we can ask. Someone who might know. Sergio helped himself to a glass of whiskey. Who? Remember Alessandro Ricci? Of course, Sergio said. Aldo let out a dismissive noise. Ricci had a rule against taking out women and kids. It wasn't him. I knew this. Almost everyone did. I was thinking of his assistant, the one who handled all the jobs. Wasn't she former Russian intelligence? Aldo asked. Yes. And if Rossi put the job out for hire, she would remember. Ah! Sergio put down his drink and took his mobile out of his pocket. When he unlocked it, I said, Do you have her number? No, Sergio answered. To get to her, you need to go through Ricci. And you aren't getting to him without going through Giulio Ravazzani. And to get to Giulio Ravazzani, he let that trail off. Fuck me. I finished the rest of my drink and set down the glass. We were lawless criminals, but we did have a code, one I tried to adhere by. "Ring him. Let's get this over with." Sergio tapped on his phone quickly and handed it to me. As it rang, I stared at the sky surrounding the small plane. "Pronto? It's Benetti," I told Marco Ravazzani. "Is he around?" "Depends. We heard you were in New York." I didn't respond. If Fausto Ravazzani's consigliere thought I would explain myself to him, he was wrong. We were not equals, not even close. Marco sighed. "Hold on." The line quieted, no doubt muting his end as he checked with his cousin. But I knew Fausto would pick up, if only out of curiosity. It wasn't often we spoke. "Benetti," a deep voice said. "This is unexpected." "Ravazzini," I greeted. "Ciao, come stai? I hope you and the family are well." "Everything is fine here. And you? How's the food in New York?" "Improved now that I brought a chef over." We both chuckled, then I got to the point. "I'm calling because I need to speak with your son's ragazzo." "Regarding?" "It's not safe for me to say over the phone." "I see. He's retired, capisce?" "I am aware," I said. "We are looking for information on something that occurred a few years ago. We hoped his assistant might remember." "Ah, does this have to do with why you were sent to New York?" It was possible Ravazzani had learned of the GDF Segreto and Rossi. I saw no reason to lie. "Yes, it does." "If I allow it," he said slowly. "And you solve this puzzle in which you found yourself, you will not forget, capisce?" Meaning I would owe him. "Of course." "Va bene. I will have Alessio contact you shortly." "Grazie. Give my best to your family." I started to hang up, but he continued speaking. "You know, I went through a similar situation a few years ago with Momo. But there is an African proverb. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Clean your house, Benetti." Then he disconnected. So he had learned of Rossi and the GDF. I blew out a breath and gave Sergio his mobile. "Ricci will be in touch soon." "What else did he say?" my brother asked. "That we have to kill Don Rossi." "Minchia," Sergio said at the same time Aldo muttered. "Mamma mia." He's right. I hoped to turn Palmieri and Rossi against one another, but that would take too long. Valentina is at risk every minute that Rossi lives because he won't hesitate to use her to get to Segreto. But killing the head of the region? Cristo, Luca. Sergio rubbed his jaw. The other families could turn against us. Ravazzani managed it and survived. Grew stronger, even. "You're missing one problem," Aldo said. "As your brother said, your life is at risk. When Rossi learns you've returned alone, he can't allow you to survive, let alone get close enough to kill him." "And we have to clear this with the other families first," Sergio added. "You can't kill him without approval." "I'm not leaving Valentina at risk while holding meetings with the other Indrine. We need to get creative." I angled out of my seat until I could see the back of the plane. "Fratelli, what do we need them for?" Sergio asked. "Because they see things differently than we do. We don't have much time before we land, and I want to be ready the moment we touch down." Chapter 31. Luca. I never thought I would walk in voluntarily. Yet I was doing precisely that on a clear day, my hands and feet unrestrained as the sun beat down on my skin. There was every chance I would never feel the sun again. This was a gamble, and no one quite knew the outcome. The building was brown and square, the footprint a full city block. The stories towered above the street like a sentry against the Roman sky. I carried no mobile, no identification, no euros. I had nothing but the clothes on my back. My heart beat slow and steady despite my trepidation. There was no changing my mind now. Not that I would. I pulled open the door and approached the security checkpoint. "Name, and who are you here to see?" the guard asked me. "Luca Benetti. I'm here to see Colonnello Palmieri." The officer looked up from his computer, mouth slack. I didn't move a muscle. The cameras would have picked me up by now. No doubt some alarm was sounding amongst the officers. Sure enough, the phones began ringing at the desk. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dozen officers sprinting toward me. The urge to flee, ingrained since birth, was strong, but I remained still. In a blink, they were on me, shoving me into the desk and dragging my arms behind my back. Hands ran up and down my legs, my waist. They even grabbed my balls, as if I had a pistol taped to my sack. I didn't fight, didn't protest. They hauled me up and cuffed my wrists. Then they marched me through the metal detector. My belt set off the alarm, so that was quickly removed, and I was sent through once again. When I cleared, they sneered at me, telling me of my stupidity, how I'd never see daylight ever again. "I'm here to see Colonnello Palmieri," I repeated loudly enough for the cameras to hear. They dragged me to an elevator and shoved me inside. Instead of going up to the offices, we went down. I wasn't surprised. They wouldn't trust me around others. It was cool below ground. Under the fluorescent lighting, rows of doors stretched along the corridor. They opened one and took me inside, where I was handcuffed to the chair, my arms stretched painfully behind me. It was pointless to complain, however. How long would he make me wait? If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't rush. I would keep the criminal miserable for as long as possible, but I suspected that many of Rossi's claims were false, including Palmieri's case against me in retaliation for his wife. If this was the case, Palmieri would be shocked and curious over my appearance today. I'd soon find out. The minutes crawled by. I tried to adjust my position, but there was no relief. Finally, my arms went numb. I counted the dots on the ceiling, a mindless task that prevented me from second-guessing myself. Before we touched down in Catanzaro, we spoke to Alessandro Ricci's assistant, who said the hit hadn't been put on the open market. This meant Rossi hadn't hired an assassin. I had to assume he'd handled the job himself, which might explain why it had gone to shit. Just when I wondered if they were planning on keeping me like this all night, the door opened. An older man entered, a thick file folder in his hands. He wasn't very tall, and a thin mustache graced his upper lip. The wrinkled suit he wore wasn't flashy, but it was quality. I said nothing as he slapped the file folder on the table and lowered himself into the seat opposite me. "God must be smiling upon me today," I smirked, hoping to annoy him. "Colonnello Palmieri, you are supposed to be intelligent. Haven't you stopped to ask yourself why I walked in? It hardly matters." He gestured to the folder full of papers. "This ensures you won't ever walk out. So the reason for your visit is immaterial." "Wrong. It is very material, Colonnello." He pounded his fist on the tabletop, causing the file folder to jump. "You slept with my wife!" Ah, so he was aware. "She approached me in a bar and gave me a fake name. If I knew she was your wife, I would have turned her down." "I don't believe you." Sighing, I rolled my lips together. "Don't be stubborn. I'm not here because of your wife." "Illuminate me then, Don Benetti. Tell me these reasons for why you have sought me out today." "Is that all for me?" I asked, tipping my head toward the folder on the table. "These are only the recent things I have discovered about you and your Indrina. There are 6 more folders upstairs." "6?" I whistled. "Impressive. Is this wise? Sarcasm from a man facing prison for the rest of his life? And what is the charge?"
Palmieri stared at me flatly, his fingers drumming on the tabletop. Are you here to cut a deal? Turn on your family in the 'Ndrangheta? I would shoot myself in the head before I ever betrayed my family. I'm here to ask questions. The way he stared at me would have shriveled the balls for a lesser man. You are a criminal, a murderer. Why would I ever help you? Because I have information on your daughter's murderer. That got his attention. His back straightened and he leaned closer. Did you find Flavio Segreto? I didn't say anything. I wasn't talking until I had my questions answered. Dime, he snapped. Ma dai, I said calmly. That is not how this works. You answer my questions first, then I'll tell you what I know. Seconds ticked by as he seemed to consider these. Finally, he shoved the file folder to the side and propped his elbows on the table. Fine. I agree. Turn off the cameras first. I tilted my head toward the corner where I knew all the footage was being recorded. I don't want anyone overhearing this. He rose and went to the door, mumbled something to a person in the hall, then came around behind my chair. Grabbing my wrists, he deftly unlocked the handcuffs to free my hands. Grazie, I gritted out as blood painfully rushed back into my arms. When he retook his seat, he said, There, no cameras. Ask your question. I shook out my shoulders. Did you have my cousin in custody? Who? Niccolo Benetti. No. Did you have him at a safe house or any other facility? How many different ways can I say no? We never had him in any capacity. I've never met him. Ah, so Rossi had lied. I had no idea where Niccolo went and why he was no longer answering his mobile, but it had nothing to do with the GDF. And Rossi would pay for using me. And, Palmieri added, if I had one of your cousins in custody, you would be in prison already. He was so smug, but Benetti's didn't rat out our family. No doubt. I've answered your question. So now you will tell me where to find Flavio Segreto. Not until I make a call first. Palmieri's eyes widened and his nostrils flared. Why should I let you use a phone, or do anything else for that matter? I met his look of incredulity with one of steel. Because that's the only way you'll find out what you need to know. Palmieri considered my demand for another moment, and then looked toward the door and held his hand to his face, as if making a telephone call. Soon the door opened and a burner phone was placed on the table. This had better be worth it, Benetti. Alone, I said, when he didn't leave. He frowned, but disappeared into the hall, the lock engaging behind him. I dialed a familiar number. Pronto? Don Rossi answered. You lied to me. I kept my voice smooth, like a snake just before it strikes. About my cousin. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. The whole thing was a setup and I don't appreciate being used, stronzo. Are you threatening me? We are not equals, Benetti. You had better watch what you say. Fuck off. This isn't done. I disconnected, broke the phone apart, and tossed it onto the desk. A few seconds later, Palmieri returned. I've waited long enough. Where is Segreto? I know he killed my daughter. He didn't. Segreto has been in hiding the entire time. Impossible. The evidence points to Segreto. I cocked my head. Who gave you this evidence? It doesn't matter. I know it was Segreto. Rumor is you went to find him, so where is he? Frustration began to build, but I squashed it. Colonnello, Segreto did not kill your daughter. I suggest you start looking elsewhere. You say this as if you are certain, as if you know who is responsible. He tapped his fingers on the old table. So tell me who, Benetti? I couldn't rat out Don Rossi, even if I wished,
because it would break our code and bring dishonor to my family. I could possibly start a war with the other Indrine. It went against everything I'd ever promised. I can't tell you, but I can confirm Segreto is innocent. The information pointing to him was incorrect. Palmieri shot up out of his chair and began pacing, his shoulders stiff and angry. I want a name. I want to know who slaughtered my little girl. He deserves to stand trial, and I deserve vengeance. I understand, Colonello, but I can't tell you any more than I already have. It would put my life and family in great danger. Whipping around, he pounded his fist on the table. You should fear me, Benetti, because if you don't tell me, you will live to regret it. Then we are at an impasse, because I will not say more. I pushed to my feet and pulled on my cuffs, straightening them. Good luck, Colonello. He moved to block my path. Where do you think you're going? Home. Unless you're arresting me, but we both know you don't have cause. I have cause, he said, motioning to the folder. I have 10 years worth of cause. No, you don't. Because if you did, you would have arrested me long before today. Palmieri snatched the handcuffs off the table. Then let me make it perfectly clear. I'm arresting you unless you give me Segreto or his daughter. Then I'll ask them my own questions. It's clear the answer is there somewhere. I would die before I turned Valentina over to the GDF, and I promised her I wouldn't involve her father. We stared at one another. Palmieri's eyes were almost manic, blazing with hatred and resentment. I slipped my hands into my trouser pockets and remained calm. Is this because I fucked your wife? He let out a growl right before his fist connected with my cheek. I stumbled back a half step, my face now on fire. I straightened and looked down at him. Slowly my hands clenched into fists while the need for violence, for retribution, made me tremble. I spoke softly, but with deadly intent. You will regret this. With a sneer, he lunged for the door and yanked it open. Viene qui, per favore, he called into the corridor. Today we place the great Don Benetti under arrest.
Chapter 32. Valentina. I pushed through the back door and raced into the kitchen. I'm here, I'm sorry I'm late. The kitchen staff were at their stations, working, while Giovanni was in discussions with his sous chef. Everyone glanced up at my arrival, a sea of confused faces staring back at me. I plopped my bag, my old purse, the one I'd carried for years, onto this stainless prep counter. Before I could say anything more, Roberto limped out from inside the office.
Ciao, signorina. Did you need something?
I'm here for the meeting. I gathered my hair and dragged it into a messy bun on the top of my head. I'm so glad you all waited for me before starting.
Val, Bella, come, sit with me. Let's talk.
I glanced around the kitchen, but everyone was already back at work to prep for tonight's dinner service. Roberto tugged on my arm and led me into the dining room. He held out a chair for me, so I lowered myself down and put my purse on the floor. After he sat, I said, "What's going on? Was the meeting canceled?"
The meeting was 3 hours ago.
I jolted in my chair. No, that can't be right. Leaning down, I fished my cell out of my purse and opened my calendar app. No, I'm sure I had the time as... Shit. I missed the meeting. My calendar showed the right time, but I hadn't double-checked, instead relying on my memory, which was spotty at best these days. Ever since Luca left, in fact. Damn. I tossed my phone back in my purse and lowered my head into my hands. What in the world is wrong with me?
Bella,
he said gently, as if about to break bad news.
You don't need to push yourself so hard. Take some time off.
I do not need to take time off. There is nothing wrong with me. except for heartbreak, but I'd get over that soon. I had to. I'm fine.
You are not fine. You have lost 2 people who are very important to you.
Luca and my father. Flavio left town the second Luca did, saying it wasn't safe for him here. He promised to contact me from a burner phone every now and again, but he wouldn't tell me where he was going. But that loss was nothing compared to Luca's betrayal. I shook my head. Like I said, I'm fine. I need to be here, helping to run things.
We can manage for a few days. You could stay with your friend Maggie, or...
Roberto, I'm not going to disappear and sulk. I need to keep busy. I'm sorry I missed the meeting, but I can't sit around at home and feel sorry for myself.
You are very stubborn.
Yes, I know. You're the one who should be taking time off. Your leg isn't even healed yet. He waved his hand in that elegant Italian fashion.
It's nothing. A scratch.
Now who's lying?
Ciao, Val!
A deep voice called from across the room. Gabby came out from the back with a beer keg on his shoulder. He looked so much like a younger version of Luca that it physically hurt to look at him. I'd been avoiding him, actually. Partly because of Gabby's resemblance, but mainly because I didn't know what to say. Your dad's a dick, and he lied to me, and oh, did you know he was planning to kidnap me? Gabby set the keg on the ground and straightened.
Come stai? You missed the meeting.
Ugh, yes, I know. The day got away from me, somehow. His mouth twisted in a sympathetic smile. Roberto's phone buzzed, so he got up from the table.
Perdonami, signorina.
I was left alone at the table, feeling like a failure. A failure at love, a failure at work. Wow, I was really crushing life this week. It has to get better. It had to. I couldn't eat or sleep. I could barely focus. All I wanted was to stay in bed and watch cooking shows on my phone. When would this terrible ache leave my chest? You hold my heart and my soul, fiore mio. Per sempre. Maybe, but he didn't love me. He wanted to sleep with me, maybe keep me around as a mistress for a few weeks. But he'd lied to me, and I would never believe another word he said.
Come,
Gabby said, waving me over to the bar.
Sit, Bella. Keep me company while I work.
Roberto wasn't returning, so I got up and went to the bar. When I was settled, Gabby poured me a glass of juice.
Drink that. It'll help.
I doubt it, but thank you. I sipped the juice and blinked in surprise. I thought this was orange juice.
Bergamot juice, popular in Italia. Do you like it?
It's good. Tart. Not as sweet as orange juice.
I keep it around to impress the ladies,
he said with a wink. I toyed with the glass and peeked up at him through my lashes. You don't have to stay, you know. I don't need to be babysat. Or spied on, whichever the case may be.
I'm not going anywhere. I like it here.
Gabby, come on. I tapped my fingernail against the glass. You could be back home, doing more than cutting limes and lemons.
My father asked me to stay and look after you. This is a great responsibility because you mean everything to him.
I couldn't help it. A snort emerged. We both know that isn't true. He put down the knife he was using and braced his hands on the bar.
Val, Bella, how can you not see this? He has never allowed a woman into his life before. Leo and I have never met any of his women, other than our mothers, because he keeps them separate. Capisce?
This was immaterial. Your father is a liar.
He's not. But he is a man with great responsibilities on his shoulders, and sometimes he hurts people without realizing it.
The way Gabby said it. Has he hurt you? He straightened up and took up the knife again.
I am a second son. The focus has always been on Leo, the heir, as it should be.
Not at the detriment of your mental health. He lifted a shoulder.
Our world isn't so concerned about mental health, but being here has helped.
You mean at the restaurant?
Yes, but New York in general. I like having something to do.
You were bored at home?
Not bored, but my father kept me protected from most of the family business. I mostly drove old men around.
It's better than being shot at.
Are you kidding? I'd much rather be shot at than listen to old men fart and blow their noses all day.
He'd rather be shot at? I couldn't pretend to understand it. I would never let a son of mine into that world. He shook the knife at me.
Never say never, Val. My father will return one day.
And what? Knock me up? No thank you. And even if he did, I wouldn't turn my child over to the Mafia. Can we please talk about something else? I'm done thinking about your dad.
Allora, then we will talk about something else. You need to move back into the mansion.
What? My back went ramrod straight in horror. No way! I'm staying at my house. Why in the world would I move back into that mansion?
Because it's safer, and I'm tired of sleeping in my car every night.
You don't need to sleep in your car. Get a room at the inn.
Staying at the inn won't allow me to keep watch over you.
Shock rooted me to the spot, frozen. You're sleeping in your car outside my house? Why?
I promised my father to watch over you. I will not let him down.
Gabby, nothing is going to happen to me. You don't need to follow me around.
I will not let him down,
he repeated, his attention on his cutting board. Oh my God. I put my face in my hands. This is ridiculous. His phone vibrated on the bar, the word fratello on the display. Was this Leo calling? Smiling, Gabby wiped his hands and lifted his mobile to his ear.
Pronto.
I could hear deep, rapid Italian on the other end, and Gabby's smile instantly died.
Che cazzo,
he wheezed.
No, non capisco.
Olive skin paling, he listened as Leo went on, and I began to worry. Was this something about Luca? I didn't care. Luca and I were history. His Mafia problems were not my problems. I nibbled my fingernail, wondering if I should leave while Gabby went back and forth with his brother. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but it sounded personal. Maybe Leo was in trouble. Before I could get up, Gabby disconnected. Carefully, he set his phone on the bar. What's wrong? I asked when he didn't say anything. What happened? He swallowed.
My father is in prison. He's been arrested by the Guardia di Finanza. They oversee...
I know who they are. My ears were ringing now, an orchestra of horror filling my head. Arrested? Luca? What the hell? He told me that he had people in place to make sure this kind of thing didn't happen.
He does. We do. I don't know what the fuck happened. Leo is on his way to Roma. We'll learn more then.
I couldn't wait that long. My heart was pounding hard inside my chest, about to explode. I needed information now. Call Sergio. I nudged his phone closer to him, my voice raising dramatically. Ask him what's going on. Gabby picked up his phone and unlocked it while I tried to keep from freaking out. Oh my God, Luca was in prison. This was crazy. How had he allowed himself to get arrested? Stomach clenching, I thought of him behind bars, caged in a tiny cell. Was he hurt? Were the guards treating him okay? I bet he was pissed to be away from his family and men. Gabby was waiting for someone to pick up.
Zio, che cazzo?
I folded my hands and rested my knuckles against my lips, almost like I was begging the universe for this not to be true. I couldn't understand what Sergio was saying, but Gabby's dour expression only turned more dour. The news was not good. Shit. When Gabby rang off, I nearly pounced across the bar. What did he say?
My father walked into the GDF headquarters and was arrested.
He walked in? This made no sense. Why in the world would he do that? He had to know they would arrest him.
I don't know, but Sergio said we're keeping that part quiet. As far as everyone knows, the GDF arrested Luca.
This had to be a pride thing. To admit you'd walked directly into your own arrest was humiliating. Now what? Does Sergio have the lawyers working on getting Luca out? Gabby put his elbows on the bar and leaned over, his forehead resting on his arms.
No, he hasn't spoken to the lawyers yet.
So Luca wants to stay in prison?
I'm not sure if he's refusing or if the officers won't allow it.
But that's not fair. Aren't there rules against that?
In Italia, yes, but it's not like here. The process could take months, years. They haven't even brought him before a judge yet to formally press charges.
This couldn't be happening. I thought prison was a bad thing, a place all mobsters wished to avoid. Does this make any sense to you? Gabby raised his head and his eyes were flat.
Not at all. Val...
He bit off what he was about to say. What?
I need to go back. I have to be there for him, for Leo, for my uncles.
He swallowed.
And I think you should come with me.
I licked my dry lips, my head still spinning with all I'd just learned. Why would I go with you?
First, because I promised to look after you. I can't go back if you're here. And second, maybe you can talk some sense into him. Convince him to see the lawyer. He will listen to you.
You don't know that. He's incredibly stubborn.
I think you have the best chance of any of us. Leo brought it up, and I agree.
Leo thinks you should bring me to Italy? He nodded.
Obviously, I won't force you, but I'm begging you to come talk to him.
He put his palms together and shook his hands at me.
Per favore, Bella. Help my family. Help my father see reason.
Roberto joined us at the bar, and I filled him in on what was happening with Luca.
I can't believe this,
he said. Me neither. Glancing down, I checked my phone. But there were no texts, no calls. If Luca had access to any form of communication, he hadn't wasted it on me. Luca's family wants me to go and talk to him.
You should,
Roberto said instantly.
Italian jail. It is a dangerous place for a man like Luca. The longer he stays in there, the harder it will be to get out.
What about the restaurant? I can't leave. You're injured and we've just reopened.
Signorina, this is why you hired us. We will be fine.
My throat hurt from the giant ball of emotion lodged there. While I was still angry at Luca, I didn't want to see him suffer, rotting away in some dirty prison with men who would hurt him. Could I help? I wasn't sure. But I couldn't stay here and do nothing. I needed to see him, make sure he was okay. I met Gabby's worried gaze. I guess we're going to Italy.
Chapter 33 Luca L'Aquila, Italy. Super Carceriere, Le Costarelle. The guard knocked on the open door to my cell. Don Benetti, your dinner. I set my glass of wine on the end table and paused the jazz music playing on my tablet. Tonight's meal was fish delivered hot from a local restaurant. Va bene. Bring it in. The guard carried in a paper sack and began unpacking my meal on the dining table. Standing, I slipped my feet into my shoes and carried my wine over to the chair. I lowered myself down and placed a cloth napkin in my lap. After the guard unpacked everything, I asked, "Did you get something for yourself?" "Yes, Don Benetti. Thank you for your generosity." I nodded, acknowledging, and began eating. My money and reputation meant prison was more like an extended stay at a hotel. The guards were well compensated to look after my needs, and I wanted for almost nothing. Food, wine, internet, books, and my large bed was outfitted with soft sheets and a plush mattress. A good number of my men were imprisoned here, so I was surrounded by family and friends. We played cards, ate together, and worked out together. It wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't awful. Sergio visited daily and we discussed business, and my arrangement with the guards meant we weren't overheard. Word had traveled about my arrest. Our enemies would close in soon, so I needed my brothers to be ready. If I wasn't released in the next few weeks, we could expect to face many bloody battles. My absence would be viewed as a weakness, and our world viewed weaknesses as opportunities. Unfortunately, despite multiple requests, the Testa di Cazzo Palmieri refused to charge me or let me speak with a lawyer. I was stuck here. The branzino was cooked to perfection, broiled and flaky, melting on my tongue. I casually watched a streaming show on my tablet as I ate. Some reality nonsense that reminded me of Valentina and her terrible taste in entertainment. Mafia Island. I snickered, despite myself. She had a sense of humor, a playfulness long missing from my life, and I missed the random nonsense that came out of her mouth. Did she miss me? Or was she still angry at the way we parted? Maybe I would ring Roberto tomorrow and ask. Before I could finish the buttery branzino, the guard was back. Don Benetti, a guest to see you. Sergio had been here earlier. Was it one of my other brothers? Who? A woman. Was it Chiara, or one of the boys' mothers? Did she give a name? Valentina Di Marco. The air left my lungs in a rush. The last name was fake, but a clear identifier. Valentina was in Italia, here at this prison. What the fuck? My chest squeezed as disbelief and indecision strangled me like a vice, and my eyes went unfocused. Gabriele and Roberto should have known better than to let her leave New York. If the GDF realized her identity, she was at risk. Palmieri would use Valentina to get to her father, exactly as he'd planned from the start, and all my efforts to keep her out of this mess would be in vain. Tell her no. Perdoneme, Don Benetti, he said, pulling on the collar of his uniform. But she warned us you might refuse her. She said to tell you she won't leave until you talk to her. Stubborn woman. It wasn't safe for her to hang out at a men's prison. She didn't speak the language, and these were dangerous men. I was going to strangle my second-born for this. He was supposed to be watching over her. Carefully, I wiped my mouth with the napkin and set it on the table. After I pushed to my feet, I slipped my arms into the jumpsuit I was required to wear. Even though I wasn't a typical prisoner, appearances must be maintained in the public spaces. The guard led me through the corridors past other cells, not nearly as fancy as mine. Curious stares followed me as I walked past, with some inmates dipping their chin in deference. But I didn't speak to any of them. The rage burning my skin wouldn't allow me to focus on anything other than the woman in the visitor's room. Valentina had much to answer for. He unlocked the visitor room and opened the door for me. The space was empty save one person, and my entire body jolted at the sight of her. I rocked back on my heels but schooled my features carefully. Fuck me. She was gorgeous, even more beautiful than my memories. In person, she sparkled with some indefinable quality that could never be drawn or photographed. It was a vibrance that burned bright and drew me to her. My anger withered, and in its place was a longing so fierce that I wanted to howl at the unfairness of everything keeping me away from her. My fingers itched with the need to touch her. I craved her mouth, her sighs, the way she curled into me and rubbed her tits against my chest, her soft skin, and coconut-scented hair. But I couldn't have any of that. I didn't know if we were being observed or not. As a precaution, I couldn't give them an idea of how much this woman meant to me. I couldn't let her become a target. "You asshole," she started when I didn't move or speak. I cocked my head and gave her a bland look. Do I know you? Her lips parted as her brows flew up. Really, Luca? Is that how you're going to play this? Rubbing my jaw, I pretended to think. Allora, are you the woman from that club in New York City? The one who gave me a blowjob in the men's toilet? The air in the room turned frosty, like a negotiation gone bad. No, she said, the single word dripping with snark. I'm the one who gave you the blowjob in your car. As if I could ever forget. My smile was part grin, part leer. Ah, va bene. That was nice, no? I've been bragging of your skills to the other prisoners. I could see her thinking, wondering what was happening and why I was acting this way, but I couldn't let up. I needed her to leave. Leaning against the wall, I propped one foot on the plaster. Did my brother hire you to pay me a conjugal visit? Because I would not turn one down, Bella. The skin of her neck turned red and her nostrils flared. I want answers from you. She put her arms on the table and lowered her voice to a whisper. You walked into the GDF headquarters? Are you insane? Madre di Dio. She had to stop asking questions. That is not how this works. I pushed off from the wall and approached her slowly, my fingers unbuttoning my jumpsuit. Would you like to get on your knees, or should I fuck you from behind on the table? Stop it. She shot to her feet. Why are you acting like this? What else did you expect when you followed me from New York? It's obvious you are gagging for my dick, just like you were there. You know what? Fuck off. She strode to the metal door leading out of the visiting room. You can rot in here for all I care. She raised her hand to pound on the door, but I was on her in a flash. I caged her in, pressing her flat to the unforgiving metal door. Then I put my mouth to her ear and kept my voice soft. You should not be here. It is dangerous and foolish. Valentina inhaled sharply. But no, fiore mio. Get the fuck out of here and go back home. Then I stumbled away from the door like she'd shoved me away. This is your last chance, bambina. I'll fuck you so good. I'll make you scream so all the other prisoners can hear you. Thankfully, she heeded my warning. She slapped her palm on the metal. I'm finished. Hey, let me out. Don't go so fast, I crooned. We can have fun. Maybe one or two of the guards can join us. They would love your big. The metal door opened and the guard returned. Signorina? Valentina glanced over her shoulder at me, her gaze lingering on my face. I watched her lick her lips. Then she looked away. I'm ready to go. He held the door open for her and Valentina disappeared. My soul withered when the metal door closed with a loud snap. I hated what I'd just done. But it was for the best. I couldn't risk anyone discovering who she really was or how we were connected. I couldn't have the GDF investigating or following her, so there had been no choice. Guaranteeing her freedom was more important than anything else, even if it meant ruining my chances at earning her forgiveness. I dragged my hands through my hair. I had more problems now as well. Everything was taking too long. I still hadn't learned where Niccolo was from the Agostino, and now someone brought Valentina to Roma, helped her come to this prison. I suspected Gabriele, which meant he needed to be dealt with. Valentina could not stay in this country safely. It was only a matter of time before the GDF learned of her presence and tried to use her to get to her father. I had to hurry. I went to the door and banged on it. When the guard appeared, I wasted no time in going through. Take me back. I need to speak to my brother. Immediately. We started off for the cells. Would you like to use the prison phones? No. I'll use one of the burners. I need privacy.
Chapter 34. Valentina. Someone had punched him. Someone punched that powerful, beautiful man in his beautiful face. Who? An officer? Another inmate? As I walked through the prison corridors, I couldn't help but worry. Prison had to be hell on earth for Luca. He wasn't safe here, not with enemies at every turn, as well as guards who now had the chance to abuse the great Luca Benetti. What bruises were hiding under his clothing? Was he sleeping? The food must be terrible, especially for a food and wine snob like Luca. I shook off the lingering anger at the hurtful things he'd said. It was clear he didn't mean them, belittling me for the benefit of whoever was watching, but I hated hearing him speak like that, sneering at me like I was nothing, a woman gagging for his cock. He preferred for me to go away, but after seeing that bruise on his cheek, not a chance. On the plane earlier, I researched famous Mafia bosses who were put into prison. Some were killed by other prisoners, while the rest grew old and died behind bars. None were found innocent, and none were released. It was a grim sentence. Now, I had a choice. I could walk outside where Gabby was waiting and go to Luca's home in Catanzaro, sit around while his family tried to decide what to do. But sitting around wasn't really my style. I needed to do something. Luca's arrest was connected to the GDF and my father, the blackmail over the officer's murdered daughter. So maybe there was a way to use Flavio and get Luca released. I had to try. When we reached the main checkpoint, I collected my belongings. Before the officer turned away, I said, "I would like to speak to Signore Palmieri of the GDF. Can you help me find him?" He grimaced.
Signorina,
"Please, I am not leaving until I meet with Signore Palmieri." I gestured to the phone on the desk. "Ring him, per favore." He stared at me as if I told him Texan olive oil was superior to Italian.
I can't ring the GDF and have them come here on my command.
"You can and you will. Tell Palmieri that Valentina Montella is here and I'm not leaving until he meets with me." I lowered myself down into one of the 2 plastic chairs in the room. Then I folded my arms and stared straight ahead. I wasn't going to debate this or be intimidated into leaving. There was a slim chance I could fix this, today, and get Luca released. Nothing else mattered. The guard muttered to himself in Italian, probably curses, then sighed several times. Just when I thought he might give up, he sat in his chair and picked up the phone, punched some buttons. There was a long conversation, and I heard him say my name to someone before hanging up. Another call came in soon after, and he talked for several minutes, mostly listening. He gave brief answers, then put down the handset. We waited. Nerves raced over my skin, and my leg bounced. I picked at my fingernails and thought about Gabby waiting outside for me. We landed an hour ago and came straight here, so I had no idea if his family knew we were in Rome. But I stared at the door, worried that Sergio or another Benetti would rush through the door and try to stop me. The guard's line buzzed. He lifted the handset and listened. Then I saw his shoulders stiffen. Nodding, he repeated, "Va bene," a few times before ringing off. He stood and, keys jangling, came toward me.
Signorina Montella, follow me.
I had no idea where we were going, but I was ready to battle. I had to do whatever I could for Luca. We continued into the facility, passing offices and desks. Finally, the guards stopped, opened a door, and gestured for me to go inside. 4 cement walls and an old table greeted me. "I don't understand," I said, looking up at him. "Where's Palmieri?"
Per favore.
He waved his hand to indicate the room. Tentatively, I stepped in. I wasn't so sure about this plan anymore. No one other than Gabby knew I was here, and I was at the mercy of these strangers. I swallowed hard. "Is Palmieri coming?" The guard didn't answer. He pulled the door shut, and I heard the lock engage. I reached to check, just to be sure. Yep, he'd locked me in. Shit. Before I let my imagination get away from me, I settled at the table and did some deep breathing. It wasn't helpful to panic until there was something to panic about. I was a U.S. citizen with rights. They couldn't leave me here forever, and they couldn't hurt me. No one knows I'm here. They can do whatever they want. I pulled out my phone. No service. Great. After a few deep breaths, I decided to distract myself by looking at the photos I took during my short time with Luca. He hated photos, but he let me snap a few. Thank God I hadn't deleted them when I learned the truth about us. His handsome face filled the screen, his eyes warm and affectionate, while a secret smile played at the edges of his mouth. The dark scruff made him look sexy and dangerous, and my stomach twisted. Jesus, he was pretty. I hated that he'd lied to me, but there was nothing fake about this photo. The warmth in his eyes, the smile on his lips. It was real. And there were no bruises on his cheek. It hardened my resolve to get him out of this place. I wasn't naive. He wasn't an innocent man. No doubt he deserved to be in prison for some of the things he'd done. But the world was full of awful people who never faced consequences for their actions, men whose money and power sheltered them from repercussions. Why should one man be made to suffer when millions more didn't? It was like income tax. A large number of people got away with hardly paying while the rest of us gave away so much. How on earth was that fair? You're rationalizing because you love him. I shoved those thoughts aside and scrolled through more photos. The wait dragged on so long that I put my phone down, concerned for my battery. I walked around, examined the room. I didn't see a camera, but I would bet anything there was one somewhere. I checked the time again. Finally, the door opened. A man entered, his expression flat and unhappy.
Signorina.
Then he spoke a stream of rapid Italian that sounded angry. I put up my palms. Do you speak English?
Of course. Do you?
Ah, now his attitude made sense. He didn't believe me. Signore Palmieri? When he nodded once, I continued. I am Valentina Montella from New York. My father is Flavio Segreto. I believe you are looking for him. He yanked out the chair on the opposite side of the table and sat down. His tie had been loosened, the first button on his dress shirt undone. It added to his general air of aggravation.
Benetti has told you, I see.
Luca didn't tell me. My father did. Palmieri's demeanor changed, his gaze sharpening on mine.
So you are in regular contact with him?
Not really. Flavio stays away to protect me. However, we did speak about your daughter. Palmieri went deathly still, but I had to get the rest out. He had to be told. He did not kill her.
Perdonami, signorina, but the evidence suggests otherwise.
Evidence provided by whom? Because someone is lying to you. Don't you want to know why?
And what evidence do you have that your father is innocent?
I drew in a deep breath. At the time your daughter was killed, my mother was dying of cancer. Without my knowledge, my father was looking after her as she grew sicker and sicker. He loved her. There is no way he would have accepted a job that sent him away from her during that time.
You can't be sure of that.
I am 100% sure. I believe him, and you can look at his passport and her death certificate. He didn't leave New York. Someone else killed your daughter. His fingertips drummed on the wooden table as he examined my face, intently, as if searching for weaknesses. The approach was intimidating, and I suspected many criminals had confessed because of it. I tried to remain calm. I had the truth on my side.
And did your father have a guess as to who might be responsible?
I'll tell you, but I want your word that you'll release Signore Benetti. He laughed, but it was a dry and humorless sound.
Never would I agree to something so foolish.
Then I won't tell you what my father said.
You are in a prison in a strange country. Do you honestly believe you have any leverage at the moment?
Yes, I do. You want something from me, and I want something from you.
You are very sure of yourself.
He leaned back, his jacket falling slightly open to reveal the pistol he wore.
Maybe I will keep you here. Force your father to come and speak with me in person.
My mouth dried out at the threat, so I licked my lips. It won't do any good. He won't come. And besides, he's not responsible for your daughter's death. You're wasting your time pursuing him for it. The air in the room turned oppressive as the seconds dragged on, Palmieri's stare like black orbs of resentment.
You are asking for one of the country's most dangerous criminals to be released. Do you know how long we've tried to arrest Benetti?
You haven't charged him with a crime, though, which makes me think you know you can't. You don't have a charge that will stick.
Maybe our legal system works differently here than in your country.
It doesn't, not when it comes to due process. I looked it up.
Maybe I will arrest you for interfering in an investigation and you may learn our procedures yourself.
I threw up my hands in frustration. Stop threatening me. If you want to find out what I know, then promise to release Luca. Palmieri smoothed his mustache carefully.
If you tell me what I wish to hear, I will allow Signore Benetti's lawyers to be brought in today.
This seemed like a good compromise. I have your word?
Si, signorina. I'll give you my word.
Flavio believes someone named Rossi is responsible for your daughter's death, and he's trying to make my father the scapegoat for it.
If that's true, then why target a man who hasn't lived in this country for almost a decade? Why not choose someone else, someone more convenient?
Rossi has been searching for my father since he left. My father knew Rossi was stealing from the Mafia and made the mistake of trying to use the information to gain his freedom.
Rossi is a common name here. You have no other information?
Investigating men in this country is your job, not mine. I'm sure there is a man by that name here who is already on your radar. Palmieri stared at the wall, unmoving. I wondered what he was thinking, if he knew this man named Rossi and had been watching him. I hoped so, because I didn't want him backing out on our deal. I needed Luca released. The man across from me stood and straightened his tie.
Unless there is more, you are free to go.
I rose and clasped my hands. Don't forget your promise to let Luca's lawyers get him out today.
I never promised to release Benetti today, but I did agree to let his lawyers in to visit.
Good. Then it's only a matter of time until he's freed.
Don't be so sure, signorina.
Now at the door, Palmieri paused.
He had the chance to stop it, capisce? I asked him to turn you over or face arrest. Can you guess which option he chose?
My mouth parted on a shocked breath. What on earth? Luca had allowed them to arrest him rather than turn me over? We weren't dating or sleeping together any longer. Why not save himself from prison by letting Palmieri interview me? This made no sense. I swear to protect you from the blood and crime. Palmieri held the door open, regaining my attention.
Come, I'll walk you to the front.
Grazie, I said, and went by him into the hallway. We began walking together, my shoes rapping loudly on the worn tile.
Your Italian needs work, he said, but I suppose you will have plenty of time to perfect it here, no?
Did he mean now, as I waited for Luca's release? Not sure how much I can learn in a few days, but we'll see.
A few days?
He made a dismissive sound in his throat.
Signorina, if you think Benetti will ever let you return to New York, you are fooling yourself. This life, his life, swallows women whole.
I had no response. He was wrong. I wasn't staying here, no matter what Luca wanted. We were through. He stopped at the exit door and snapped at the men to open up. A buzzer sounded, and Palmieri pushed it open.
Arrivederci, Signorina Montella.
I started to leave, then paused. My deepest sympathies on the loss of your daughter, Signore. He didn't react, so I hurried out, hoping I'd done enough.
My uncles are losing their minds.
I closed the car door and reached for the seatbelt. Why?
Luca called them and was very, very angry.
Gabby checked the mirrors and pulled into traffic away from the prison.
They want us in Catanzaro right away.
Are you in trouble for bringing me here?
I think we are both in trouble, Val.
I was worried for Gabby, but not for me. I don't care. We did the right thing by coming.
How did it go? Did you talk sense into my father?
No. He acted very strangely, like he didn't know me, like I was just some girl he hooked up with in New York. But when he could, he whispered that it was dangerous for me to be here.
But you said we did the right thing.
We did. I met with Palmieri. That was what took so long. Gabby's mouth fell open.
Che cazzo? You talked to the GDF? Do you know how bad that is?
I don't care. I reached into my purse and dug out a granola bar. My nerves had been too frayed to eat earlier, and I was starving. If telling Palmieri what I know could get Luca released, then I'll gladly do it. I'm not bound by any weird code about talking to the police.
Mamma mia, no wonder my uncles are upset.
We didn't talk much from then on. Gabby sped along the Italian freeways as we headed south. We stopped a few times for restrooms and snacks, but otherwise kept driving toward Luca's family. I tried not to worry. I hadn't done anything wrong. Finally, we turned off the main road and drove up into the hills. It was pretty scenery, with rolling peaks and valleys, old farmhouses. The sun was shining and sheep grazed out in the fields. So this is what the Italian countryside looks like. It's very quaint.
Boring,
Gabby said.
My father also has a house in town, as does my mother, but this is where Leo and I live. It's safer for us out here.
Was it hard growing up away from your mother?
I see her all the time, so no. My father makes sure Leo and I stay close to our mothers.
Did you ever want your father to marry her? Gabby paused, and I hurried to say, I'm sorry if that's too personal. It just reminds me of something Palmieri said.
What did he say?
That this life swallows women whole. Gabby tapped his fingers on the steering wheel.
You don't need to worry about that, Val.
I know, because I'm not staying. But it's weird. Like, Luca never married and there aren't any women around. No sisters, no aunts. Your life is completely surrounded by men. He gave me a lazy, lopsided grin that reminded me of his father.
Not completely surrounded.
Okay, we get it. You get laid a lot. Be serious. Why do you all hate women so much?
We don't hate women. Our housekeeper is a woman.
Not really helping your case, Gabby. His hands gripped the steering wheel.
I don't know why. I suppose we are trying to protect them.
Diminishing the role of women isn't protecting them. It's smothering them. We want to participate, be equals, not be shoved aside.
Women are at risk here. You're not as strong.
If you say not as strong, I'm going to kick you in the junk. Gabby shifted uncomfortably in his seat, like he was thinking about the damage I could do to his testicles.
It's getting better. There are more women running in Drina now. More wives running things when their husbands are imprisoned.
But not with yours.
Ma dai, Val, what do you want from me? I'm just the second son. Take it up with my father.
No thanks. Staying in Catanzaro wasn't in the cards, and I had my own battles back home. I needed to return to New York as soon as possible. We drove in silence. The roads grew narrower as we climbed higher. He turned off onto an unmarked drive and kept going. It was like a maze. I'd never find my way here even with a map. A black iron gate stretched across the road, connected to a similar fence that looked like it went on for miles. Gabby punched a few buttons on the keypad, and the metal slowly swung open. As we drove through, he waved to some men gathered by the side of a small house. Guards, no doubt. A sprawling stone villa soon came into view. Comprising 3 different levels, the house was built directly into the hill, almost an extension of the surrounding rock. Green plants and trees surrounded the perimeter and paths, lined the edge of the roof. Vining flowers adorned the front, while a fountain sat proudly in the middle of the circular drive. There were some smaller matching buildings off to the side as well, but I couldn't look away from the cleverly designed massive structure. This was no mobster's hideout. It was a super luxurious estate worthy of a movie star. Wow, I breathed. This is where you live?
Wait until you see the inside.
He parked by a stone fountain and we got out.
Come on, they will want to yell at me right away.
What about me?
They won't yell at you.
He tossed his baseball hat into the back seat of the car, then ruffled his hair.
My father would skin them alive if they dared.
The words were said with absolute seriousness. It was a stark reminder of what had paid for this home. Blood and crime. I couldn't forget it. He led me higher along the path until we reached a door. Punching some numbers on a keypad, he said,
"This is my father's office."
Before I could think about what I was going to say, we were inside. The room was spacious, softly lit, modern and clean, with big abstract paintings on the walls. Classy, for a man who understood money but didn't need to show it off. The Benetti brothers, along with another man I didn't recognize, were on their feet waiting for us. None of them looked happy. Sergio launched into Gabi immediately, his Italian furious and fast. Gabi didn't try to speak, just stood silent, hands behind his back, and let his uncle rant at him. I couldn't take it any longer. "Stop," I told Sergio. "I'm the one you're upset with. Don't take it out on Gabi." Luca's brother pressed his palms together and rested his fingertips on his lips. He seemed to be taking deep breaths.
"Signorina, I'm trying to be respectful, but what you did today was very dangerous. You have put many things at risk, including my brother's life."
I couldn't see how this was true. I had to speak to Palmieri. He has the power to release Luca, and I thought using information regarding my father would help.
You are playing in waters that are treacherous, Signorina. There are things you don't understand.
Then tell me. His lip curled, like he was offended I dared to ask.
Those are family matters. I can't share them with anyone outside the family.
I gestured to the young man beside me. Or Gabi, it seems. Sergio's gaze flicked to his nephew before returning to me.
Luca decides what his sons know, and it's not your place to interfere.
My place? I gave a derisive laugh. Yeah, I know all about my place in your world. Have babies and keep quiet, right, Sergio? Well, that may work here, but it doesn't fly in New York. We aren't quiet, demure women afraid to speak up. Palmieri wanted my father, but for the wrong reasons. I explained the truth to him, and he agreed to let Luca's lawyers in. You're welcome, by the way, so untwist your panties and stop having a mantrum. No one said a word. Sergio appeared both angry and surprised, his brow wrinkled and jaw stiff, but I was done explaining myself. I angled toward Gabi. I would really like to see the rest of the house now, specifically a bedroom with a soft bed. Gabi blinked a few times, but nodded.
Follow me?
Chapter 35. Luca. There were no handcuffs this time. I sat in the interrogation room, my hands free. I wasn't complaining. Maybe this was because of my lawyers. When I met with him yesterday, they intended to press the GDF to charge me or release me. This judicial purgatory was bullshit. At least Valentina was safe. I instructed Sergio to keep her in Catanzaro at the compound until my situation was resolved. I didn't want her back in New York or in Roma. My brothers would watch over her, protect her. Would I ever see her again? Our last encounter, with me pretending to barely know her, wasn't how I wanted her to remember me. No doubt she was still angry, and I wish I had the ability to explain. I wish I could tell her how every minute without her was like a chain around my soul, trapping me, dragging me down. How I would do it all differently if I could. But life doesn't give us the ability to go back and right the wrongs done to those we love. I loved her, and I might never have the chance to prove it. The door flew open. Palmieri walked through, his suit again rumpled, the circles under his eyes considerably worse. He shut the door and came toward the table where I sat. "You look like shit," I said. "Some of us work for a living." He didn't sit, but continued to stand next to me. "You should try it sometime." I gave him a blunt look. "I'm a businessman. Of course I work." He shook his head at my comment, then gestured for me to stand. "Walk with me." "Che cazzo?" "Where? Let's go." Without waiting for me, he strode to the door and went out into the hall. I pushed up from the chair and followed, my long legs catching up immediately. He led me down several corridors until we reached a locked door. Seconds later, we were buzzed through and then again through another locked door. This was as close to freedom as I'd experienced in almost a week. I tried to keep calm. It might not mean anything. Palmieri kept going. At a desk, he retrieved his service weapon and phone. He signed a few papers, then continued out the door. I cast a quick glance at the desk guard, but he ignored me, returning to his paperwork. I trailed Palmieri past the other checkpoints until he reached the main entrance. He walked out. I followed. The sun hit my face, and I let out the breath I'd been holding for days. I didn't know if I was free or if this was a temporary reprieve, but I wasn't wasting it. Closing my eyes, I inhaled and let the air out slowly, like I was cleaning out the prison air from my lungs. Fuck, that was nice. Palmieri was standing at a food truck off to the side of the prison entrance. I went over. He gave the owner a few euros, then we moved off to the side slightly. I didn't say anything. A few minutes later, Palmieri handed me a sandwich wrapped in crisp paper. "This way." He pointed to a small area with benches behind the food truck. It was visible to the prison, but not close enough to be overheard. We sat. I unwrapped the sandwich, which was porchetta di arice, boneless pork roll seasoned with garlic and rosemary. "Grazie," I said, before taking a bite. He began eating, like he was content to drag this out, so I asked, "Did you do it?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." "You wouldn't bring me out here alone if Rossi were still alive. So congratulations." He exhaled heavily. "There is no satisfaction to be found in another man's death, Pinetti." I took a bite of my sandwich, swallowed. Killing is sometimes necessary. You can't dwell on the guilt. You avenged your daughter's death, and that is what matters. This would be how you would see it. It is how anyone would see it, Colonero. Did he tell you why? Retribution for his nephew's conviction. He thought I was in the car. He didn't realize my daughter was traveling with a nanny. Cristo Santo, Rossi had tried to assassinate Palmieri, which was a bad idea in itself, and instead killed the officer's daughter. I had no words. In my world, women and children were strictly off limits. There were reasons I could not help you. For that, I am sorry. I know. Your brotherhood code or whatever the fuck. But I appreciate the little you did, which is why I kept you inside where you couldn't meddle. No one will suspect you. He wasn't telling me anything I hadn't already figured out. And with Rossi now out of the way, I had the chance to lead in southern Calabria. It was perfect. A few days in prison was worth taking the regional crown for my family. I'm grateful. You could have been petty, considering our history. Me fucking his wife. After another bite of his sandwich, he said, "She was trying to get my attention." We'd been drifting apart after our daughter's death. It was grief that made her seek you out. I don't blame her. Or you. I couldn't resist taking a jab. Are you saying that I saved your marriage? No, Stronzo, we divorced. Then why did you hit me? The edge of his mouth curled devilishly. Because that is the least of what you deserve. Also, it made your arrest more believable. It hurt like fuck. Good. He chewed for a few moments. I am resigning. My head snapped over. This is a mistake. It's done. I can't pretend to uphold the law after this. Foolish, these upstanding men who think they are above the violence and pain of my world. Do you think you are the first officer to break the law? If so, I have a long list of names to show you. And Rossi was a piece of shit. I know. But here, he put his hand on his heart. He's telling me I can't go on as before. I want peace, and I'll never find it in this job, mostly thanks to men like you. Well, I won't be resigning, which is why I must. I would hate to have to kill you, Benetti. As if he could. So what will you do? Travel? Stay in a little house near the ocean, sleep late, drink wine? He crumpled up the sandwich paper in his fist. I plan to enjoy the rest of the time I have on this earth. You should try it. I stared unseeingly at the parking lot, the rows of cars blurring together as I absorbed these words. What makes you think I'm not? Because I know more about your life than you can imagine. You stayed much longer in New York than necessary because of her. And even as badly as you treated her in New York, she still bargained for your freedom. She came here to fight for you. My stomach cramped at the idea of Valentina inside this prison meeting with Palmieri. What had she been thinking? Why do you assume I treated her badly? Because she's angry? There were no tears, no heartfelt pleas on your behalf. She was cool and logical, never bemoaning your innocence. And when I warned her about you, she looked annoyed instead of defiant. And what was this warning? That your world swallows women whole. It wasn't wrong, but I wouldn't do that. As long as Val remained on the compound, she could do as she wished. The house was well fortified and luxurious. Who wouldn't want to live there? And we would be safe there together. I was nearly salivating at having her so close all the time. Fucking on my bed, in my office, out by the pool, in the woods. There was no limit to the places I would have her on my estate. I stood and brushed the crumbs from my chest. You don't know what you're talking about. Rising, he chuckled, but it was dry. Yeah, sure. You'd probably fuck it up anyway. Men like us aren't meant for relationships. He started toward the bin and tossed the paper in it. Have a nice life, Benetti.
Valentina. Italians knew how to live well. Sitting on the warm stone, I dangled my feet in the cool water of Luca's infinity pool. The view from up here was spectacular. The countryside stretched out around and below the house, with the seas sparkling in the distance. Hot pink outdoor chaises edged the pool in front of reflective glass windows, while flowers and plants lined the terrace. It was a Mediterranean paradise under bright sunshine, and the whole scene made me crave a Mai Tai. Any drink with an umbrella, actually. I heard a door slide open, and footsteps scuffed on the smooth stone. I assumed it was Gabby, as he was the only Benetti currently speaking to me, so I turned my face toward the sun. "Hey, Gabby," I greeted.
"Not quite,"
a deep voice said.
"Here."
Leo, Luca's oldest son, was holding a frozen drink with an umbrella in it. As he set the glass on the ground next to me, I shaded my eyes from the sun to study him. "Are you a mind reader?"
"No."
He lowered himself to the edge of the pool and slipped his feet in.
"But I know it gets hot out here."
"Is it poisoned?"
No.
he answered with all seriousness. That was good enough for me. I lifted the glass and took a long sip of the cool drink. Orange and strawberry with a kick. Yum. What is this?
A frozen Aperol Spritz. We haven't officially met. I'm Leo.
He put his hand out and we shook. I could see the resemblance in his eyes, but he wasn't a mini Luca like Gabby. Leo's face was thinner, more angular. His hair was lighter as well. It's nice to meet you.
Tell me, why would I poison you?
Because you and your family are still pissed at me for meeting with Colonel Palmieri yesterday? I hadn't been invited to dinner last night. Instead, Gabby brought food and we ate together in my room. The uncles hadn't tried to stop me from wandering around today, though no one would answer me about when I could return to New York.
I'm sorry for the way my uncles reacted, but we aren't all pissed. I'm grateful for your help.
You are?
Yes, even though my father doesn't want you mixed up in all of this. He called yesterday and yelled at Sergio for a long time.
I'm already mixed up in this. I have been since the moment your father arrived in the States, and I don't care if it made Luca mad. I had the ability to help him, so I did.
You are brave, Signorina. Not many go against my father's wishes.
Your father's wishes don't mean shit to me right now. I was still angry and hurt, and being in his house, surrounded by his things, wasn't making me feel better.
But you care about him.
Worse, I think I love him. I sipped more of the frozen drink. It doesn't matter. I'm returning to New York as soon as possible.
You don't plan to stay?
This life swallows women whole. I shuddered at the words. I had my own life in New York, a business, friends, my mother's things. I refused to get lured in by pink deck chairs and frozen cocktails. No, I don't.
This is too bad,
Leo said, swirling his feet through the water.
It's obvious my father cares about you. I've never heard him so mad and worried before.
It doesn't bother you?
What, that he cares about someone?
Someone who isn't your mother. Someone not much older than you. Someone who isn't Italian. None of that bothers you? Leo took a beat, his expression thoughtful. I could already tell he was the complete opposite of his brother, who said whatever was on his mind. Leo seemed more careful than Gabby. His personality was definitely closer to Luca's. Finally, Leo said,
First, my mother is happy with her husband. He's a good man and takes care of her. I never had any dreams of my parents getting together. Second, I don't care about your age if you make Luca happy. And why would I care that you're American? I think American girls are hot.
You sound like Gabby, I said with a laugh. Pretty sure he got more phone numbers in New York than his phone can hold.
I believe it. My brother said he enjoyed working at your restaurant.
He paused.
He also says our father is in love with you.
You hold my heart and my soul, fiore mio, per sempre. A lump settled in my throat. If only that were true. You didn't lie to the people you loved, trick them and use them. Even if that was how our relationship started, with his plans to use me to find my father, Luca had plenty of chances to come clean. Yet he kept lying, kept watching for my father, ready to pounce. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, my feet gliding through the cool water. It doesn't matter. New York is my home. Your father lives here. The end.
Admit it.
He swept his hand out toward the Italian countryside.
This is better than New York.
It was pretty damn nice, but it wasn't home. Oh, and then there was the fact that I wasn't ready to be a Mafia girlfriend. You haven't seen the Hudson Valley, I said, especially in the fall when the leaves change color. It's so beautiful you want to cry. And a bonus, there's no one blackmailing or murdering there.
Sure there isn't,
he said under his breath. The door opened again. Before I could see who it was, there were voices yelling in Italian. Leo straightened and immediately lifted his feet out of the pool. "What's happening?" I asked as he dried off his legs with one of the beach towels. "Is something wrong?"
My father is here.
My body jerked, rocking me back slightly. "Here? He's out of prison?"
Scusa, signorina, I need to change.
Leo disappeared inside the house, and I frowned. He'd been wearing a t-shirt and shorts, like me. Did Luca insist that his oldest son dress up every day? I sipped my frozen Aperol spritz and pushed those thoughts aside. Leo's clothing was something else I didn't understand about Luca's life and probably never would. Besides, I had bigger worries. Luca was here. I hadn't expected to see him again, at least not so soon. What was I going to say to him? Worse, what was he going to say to me? My chest expanded with a strange sensation that I suspected was both anticipation and dread. Was I going to hug him or kick him in the balls? I wasn't ready, and I wanted to go home. I wasn't his mistress or his girlfriend. I was just the woman he'd manipulated for his own ends. Luca was everything my mother warned me about, yet I'd gone along with him willingly, too naive to question what was happening. I swirled my legs in the water and finished the drink. Being heartbroken sucked. I needed this feeling to go away. I needed to forget about Luca and bury myself in work at the trattoria. Maybe we should add a frozen Aperol spritz to the menu.
Would you like to swim?
The sound of his deep voice sent a deluge of longing through me, a flood of memories I wished I could forget. I blinked, but didn't look over. No. He lowered himself to the stone beside me and began rolling the cuffs of his trousers. I peeked at his hands, the movements sure and swift. I loved those hands. I missed those hands. He dipped his legs into the water one at a time.
Why not? I'm sure there is an extra suit somewhere.
This isn't a vacation, Luca. I want to go home.
Forgive me. I saw the empty cocktail glass and thought otherwise.
My mouth flattened as I ground my back teeth together. You're a dick. I started to get up, but he grabbed my arm.
Wait, per favore,
He heaved a heavy sigh.
Please, listen. I have much to say. I'm sorry, Valentina, for everything. I never should have used you to find your father.
It's not that. It's that you kept using me even after we started sleeping together.
I know, and I'm sorry, amore.
I kicked my feet and watched the ripples in the water. Why not tell me, then? Why go on letting me think it was real?
Because it was real.
Leaning over, he put his forehead against my temple.
My soul aches for you. I am like the dirt surrounding us, dry and lifeless, and you are the water bringing me back to life. Fiore mio, my beautiful flower. You make everything better. You make me better. I am nothing without you.
Tears spilled over my lashes, tracking down my cheeks. I wiped them, but they kept coming. God, Luca. Luca wrapped an arm around me and brought me closer.
Don't cry, Bella. I know I've hurt you. Let me make it up to you.
I'm not sure you can. Even if I were willing to forgive you, what would be the point?
The point is to be together.
He kissed the top of my head, then pressed his face into my hair.
Ti amo, Valentina.
The words were like a punch to the gut. I'd wanted to hear them for so long, but it no longer mattered. He was an Italian mob boss with a giant rock house and pink pool chairs. I lived in a tiny town where we didn't lock our houses at night. For God's sake, I scrubbed toilets and bought clothes from mobile apps. There wasn't a way in hell this added up.
I have never said those words to a woman in my life,
he continued softly,
because I never found one who I wished to marry before.
My chest cracked, the pain ripping through me. God, when would this agony stop? Don't.
I can't. Marry me. Stay here with me. Let me make you happy every single day with orgasms and purses and chicken parm. Babies, whatever you desire, amore mio. I need you by my side.
Luca, I said shakily. I hadn't expected this from him, and I had no defenses in place against his onslaught. I can't stay here. I have a life, a business. I'm not cut out to be a Mafia wife, sequestered up here in the hills with nothing to do all day. His body stiffened against mine, and his arm dropped from my shoulder.
This is where I live, the land on which generations of Don Benettis have lived. It isn't safe for me to stay anywhere else.
You lived in Paisano, I couldn't help but point out.
For a short time, yes, but I can't permanently run an empire there.
I rubbed at the tears, trying to stem their descent. We were quiet for several minutes, both of us unmoving.
You are asking me to give it up,
he said softly.
Which I cannot do.
I'm not asking that. I know you won't.
It's not a question of whether I will or won't. I'm telling you I can't. Only death passes on the title to another.
So that was that. There wasn't more to discuss, really. We both knew where the other stood. No doubt it seemed unreasonable to him that I refused to move here. After all, the estate was gorgeous, and I'd want for nothing. But I couldn't leave Paisano. I'd lost my mother too recently. Her house and restaurant, my only ties to her. I wasn't looking for a fresh start on the other side of the globe.
Do you love me?
He asked. I didn't know how to answer. Telling him the truth only made things worse. Yet I couldn't keep it from him. He deserved to know. I think I fell in love with you the night you made me dinner. He cupped my neck and angled me toward him. His gaze was soft but troubled as he studied me.
Valentina, I promise to give you the world, if you let me.
The knot in my stomach twisted, my insides squeezing with misery. I liked problems with easy solutions, but there was no solution here. We were just two people who lived in different places and couldn't make it work. I fought back the tears threatening to start again as I put my hand on his jaw. I don't want the world. I have everything I need back home, except for one thing, and he can't stay there.
Please, I am begging you to reconsider. Stay and see if you like it.
He wasn't listening. This wasn't a pair of boots to try on and return if they didn't fit. This was moving across the globe and leaving everything I knew behind. I couldn't do it. I can't. My answer won't change, and we are delaying the inevitable. I leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. And unless you're planning to hold me hostage here forever, then you have to let me go. He swallowed loudly, then eased out of my reach. With a graceful push, he stood and adjusted the cuffs of his trousers, not caring that water soaked through the cloth.
Allora,
he said softly.
I'll have Gabby fly you home.
Without a backward glance, Luca strode to the sliding door and disappeared inside the house.
Chapter 36. Luca. I lost track of how long I'd been running. The ache in my chest was unbearable, and exercise was the only way I could think to ease it. Though it was 2 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't sleep. I also couldn't eat. If I started drinking instead to dull my senses, I might not ever stop. She was gone. I'd given her everything, and she didn't want it, didn't want me. I had to get over her and accept it. Unless you're planning to hold me hostage here forever, then you have to let me go. I wiped away the sweat streaming down my face. Part of me had considered keeping her here. Eventually, she would come to love this place as much as I do and settle into her role as my wife. But I couldn't do it. Val had lost so much in her life, her choices taken away because of her mother's illness, choices stripped because of the trattoria, because of her father. I'd done enough damage. It was time to let her be. Besides, what did I know of love? The women in my world, including my own mother, were unhappy. The men were all killers, blackmailers, criminals of all stripes. And I couldn't change it even if I wanted to. Chi nasce lupo non muore agnello. He who is born a wolf does not die a lamb. What right did I have to bring Valentina into such a fate? My legs burned as I increased the speed on the treadmill. I needed to forget, to get to a place where I could close my eyes without seeing her beautiful face, without memories of her slicing me from the inside out. Movement caught my eye, and I saw Leonardo enter the room. Clad in only a pair of long shorts, my oldest son walked over to the treadmill, a frown on his face, but he said nothing as he approached. My lungs were too busy forcing in air, so I could only watch as Leo bent and ripped the machine's cord out of the wall. The treadmill died. I gripped the handrails and tried not to fall over. "Che cazzo," I wheezed. "You're scaring everyone. Go to bed, Papa. I'm the boss. Don't give a fuck." Leo folded his arms across his chest. "Are you trying to kill yourself? Is that it? Because I won't let you. The uncles and guards are too afraid to come in here, but I'm not." My legs wouldn't support my weight, so I collapsed against the wall and slowly sank to the ground. I sucked in huge gulps of air and closed my eyes. I didn't like admitting weakness, especially in front of one of my boys. But the words tumbled out in my exhaustion. "I just need to sleep." I heard him move around. Then the door to the tiny refrigerator opened and closed. "Here." Cool plastic pressed to my palm. He'd already opened the bottle of water, so I chugged it gratefully. When I finished, I said, "You don't need to worry, Filio. I'm fine." "You're not fine." Lowering himself next to me, he rested his forearms on his bent knees. "You're very much not fine. Respectfully." I hadn't seen much of my brothers this past week, and most of the household staff had started avoiding me. Not even finally learning where Niccolo was from D'Agostino had given me the focus I needed. Maybe resolving that mess when Niccolo returned would snap me out of it. "Allora, I will be fine," I said. "I'm too wired to sleep from being in a different time zone and in prison. In time, I will adjust. I don't think it has anything to do with jet lag or prison, Papa. I think it has to do with Valentina." The sound of her name scraped across my ragged nerves, irritating them further. "Do not say her name to me." "Why? Do you hate her that much?" "I don't hate her, but I don't wish to discuss her either." "Zio Sergio said you asked her to marry you." I told my brother that information in confidence, this stronzo. He had no right to tell anyone else. I said nothing and used my sleeve to clean the sweat from my face. "Papa," he said tiredly, "I know we don't talk about these things, but we can. Talking is pointless. She's gone. Now I can concentrate on the things that matter, like taking over Rossi's territory. Talking is not pointless. Or maybe it's pointless for you, but not for me. I'd like to understand you. Gabby and I both would, actually. What is there to understand? I've kept you close, helped raise you both for your entire lives. We talk all the time. But you don't tell us anything important. We learn more from Zio Dante than you, our own father. You don't talk to us about the business or your personal life. We're treated like soldati. Soldiers who are told what to do but not why. I ran a hand through my wet hair. I'm trying to protect you, Filio. You have years to learn what you need to know to lead the Andrina. I want you to enjoy your life while you can. Is that what Nonna did with you? I grimaced. My father taught me brutality and responsibility from a young age. He didn't care whether I was happy or not. All that mattered was being strong enough to become the next Don Benetti. No. He told me too much. Showed me too much. Which is why I've tried to spare you and Gabby as long as possible. But what happens if you die? I don't want to take over and not know what I'm doing. You'll have your uncles to guide you. I put my hand on his knee and squeezed before letting go. You will be an excellent Don, figlio mio. Still, it would be nice to learn from you. I've tried so hard to prove that I'm ready, but it's like you're keeping me at a distance, and I know Gabby feels the same. It's why he acts out. And why he followed you to New York. I stared at the ceiling. My boys shouldn't have to act out to get my attention or prove themselves as worthy. They were Benettis and my sons, which meant they were worthy. Perdonami. I'm a good Don, but a shitty father. I was only trying to give you both the life I never had. Ma dai, Papa, you are a good father. Most men in your position don't care about their bastards, even if they are sons. We're grateful for the life you've given us. But we're not little boys anymore. We're men. And it's time to let us help lead. Emotion squeezed my chest like a fist. They were good boys, smart and loyal. The empire was in excellent hands after I died, and this pleased me enormously. Okay, really, do not question your Don, figlio mio. His decisions are final. Does that include the decision to let Val go back to New York? When I didn't say anything, he bumped his knee against mine. I like her, and Gabby does too. I liked her too. But it didn't matter. She lives in New York and has no interest in moving here. And what else can I do? She asked me to let her go. I shrugged. What more was there to say? Leonardo was quiet for a long time. Then he spoke softly. I once asked you something, and I've never forgotten your answer. Every time Gabby and I visited our mothers for the weekend, you sent 5 guards with each of us. It seemed like a lot of trouble for 2 days. And when I asked you why we went so often, when the security risk was so high, you said, sometimes in life, the reward outweighs the risk. I didn't remember the conversation, but it sounded like something I would say. I wanted you both to remain close to your mothers. No good comes from taking little boys away from the person who gave them life. Papa, this also applies to you. Go after her. Reap your reward. His advice irritated me. Hadn't he been listening? She doesn't want to move to Catanzaro, and I can't force her. So live there. My head snapped over and I scowled at him. You know this is impossible. Even if I wanted to turn everything over to you, I can't. He put up his palms to face me. I'm not angling to become Don. What I mean is that you don't need to run the family from here. My mouth fell open. To do so would be the height of irresponsibility, the risk. I bit off the rest of what I was going to say. Exactly, he returned smugly. The risk is nothing in comparison to what you gain. I could be killed. Gabby said the mansion was well fortified. And you can fly back here whenever you like. The 2 of you can stay here for months at a time. Allora, you could split the year in half. You make it sound so easy. It will be a headache for security, but the rest is easy. This isn't Nonna's day without computers and mobile phones. Our business is international and so is technology. I rubbed my jaw and straightened my legs. Why are you pushing this so hard? Because I'd like to see you happy. And maybe if you're happy in your own relationship, maybe you'll let me marry Bianca. Stai zitto, I snapped, telling him to shut up. No talk of marriage, especially to a girl I haven't chosen. He grinned, not repentant in the least. I said maybe. Leonardo wasn't fooling me. The fact that he'd raised the possibility told me he'd been thinking about it. I'm telling your uncles to keep a closer eye on you. Does this mean you're going to live in Paisano? I didn't answer. It wasn't as simple as that. This was a decision I couldn't make alone. My brothers needed to be involved, as splitting my time between two countries would reorganize our family structure. A small army would be required to keep the estate in New York safe, as well as to keep Valentina protected wherever she went. And if I did move there, would she want to marry me? She was so young, her whole life ahead of her, and my world was death and destruction. It hardly seemed fair. I have everything I need back home, except for one thing. Leonardo took the empty water bottle from my hand and replaced it with a fresh one. Gabby also said there is opportunity there. The locals are weak and a mess, and Vito Di Agostino is in Toronto. He could be a resource. Yes, he told me. Could be fun, Papa. We haven't had a turf war in years. I shoved his head and ruffled his hair. You were 4. How would you even remember? My son laughed, then pushed to his feet. Reaching out, he offered a hand. Come on. You need a shower and your bed. I was too tired to fight him. Too tired for everything. When did you get so smart? He held open the door to the gym for me. I've always been smart, which is why I hope you listen to me when I say that if you love her, you shouldn't let her go.
Chapter 37. Valentina. 2 weeks later. The bell jangled as I walked into the cafe. Sam was all alone behind the counter, sipping an iced coffee and scrolling on her phone. She had her nose ring in today, and her black hair was braided into 2 pigtails. With her pale skin, she looked very Wednesday Addams. She glanced up as I drew closer. Val, have you finished this book for book club yet? It's so boring. I suggested a dark romance, but they picked this one instead. I'm 40% in, and no one has even banged yet. I set my wallet and keys on the counter. No, I haven't started it. To be honest, I'll probably skip book club this weekend. Wincing, Sam looked up from her tablet. I'm sorry, I totally forgot. It's okay. I've only just mentioned it, so how could you forget? I mean that I forgot about the man who shall not be named. It's okay, you can say his name. The entire town knows. When I returned from Italy, everyone was talking about what had happened. From the fire and the shooting to my father, then how Luca was arrested. And it was no secret that he'd broken my heart. Still, you don't need any reminders of that giant dickhole. Do you want your usual? Yes, please. As Sam went behind the espresso machine, I asked, Where's Bev? Running late? She lifted her eyebrows meaningfully. Bev had a date with Roberto last night, which could only mean one thing. Stop. Are you serious? Girl, this is the 3rd time this week. What? How did I miss this? Maybe because I don't want to talk about how my grandmother is getting laid more than me these days? That was fair. But Roberto hasn't said anything either, that dog. The door blew open and Bev hurried in, her hair wild. I'm here. I'm so sorry I'm late. My alarm didn't go off. Sam and I exchanged an amused look over the alarm excuse. No worries, Graham, Sam said. We've been pretty slow this morning anyway. Bev darted into the back, and when she returned, I could see that the buttons on her shirt didn't line up. Did you get dressed in the dark? I asked, pointing to her shirt. The older woman glanced down. Oh, shoot. She quickly refastened the buttons correctly. Mercury must be in retrograde right now. I just cannot keep up. I pressed my lips together, trying not to laugh, as Sam rolled her eyes. Yep, it's Mercury, all right. What did I miss? Bev's head swiveled between the two of us as she wrapped an apron around her waist. Not much, Sam said as she sprayed whipped cream on my iced coffee. We're still not mentioning you-know-who, and Val isn't sure if she's going to book club. Oh, Val, honey. Bev grabbed my wrist and squeezed. Just give it time. I know you probably don't want advice, but my mother used to say men are like the bus. If you miss one, another is coming along right behind it. None of them were like Luca, though. Every man I knew paled in comparison. The pressure behind my sternum increased, making it hard to breathe. I missed him so badly. I couldn't allow myself to cry anymore, though. This had been my choice. Thanks, Bev. I'll keep that in mind. I still think you should have moved to Italy, Sam said. Move to Italy? Bev's eyebrows climbed. He asked you to move there? Only Sam and Maggie knew of my final conversation with Luca. Well, now Bev knew, too. Yes, he asked me to marry him and move there. Sam put my drink on the counter. Sorry, Val. I have a big mouth. You turned him down? Bev waved away my attempt to pay for my drink. Tell me why. Isn't it obvious? Not to me. Bev looked at her granddaughter. Do you understand it? Sam shook her head. Not even a little. A man like that, rich and handsome, who wants to marry me and take me to an estate in Italy? Y'all would definitely never see the likes of me ever again. Hello, I interrupted. I have a business here, a life, friends, my mother's house. I can't just up and go. Bev's smile was soft as she reached for my hand. She started walking around the counter. Come with me. I want to show you something. Bev, I have to get to the restaurant. No, you don't, she said, leading me toward the far wall. Roberto wasn't even dressed when I left. You have time. I didn't comment, though it took all my self-control not to bring up Mercury again. We stopped in front of a row of familiar photographs. Each one was of the Leaning Tower of Pisa from a different angle. I knew them well. Your mother took these photos for me, Bev said, when she was studying over there and met your father. Yes, I remember. I love them. After her death, I spent a long time looking at these photos, imagining her standing in front of the famous landmark. Bev reached to take a frame off the wall. Have you ever read what she wrote on the back? My muscles locked in surprise. She wrote on the photos? Just this one. And I think it might help you to see it. The photo was clipped into the frame. It took Bev some maneuvering, but she finally got it out. Here. She handed me the large photo, and I flipped it over. Sure enough, there was my mother's elegant script. Bev, what a time this was. I wish you had been able to visit. Next time, no excuses. Life is short, and there is too much joy to experience in the world. We shouldn't let anything hold us back. Enjoy the pictures. Love, Abby. I couldn't speak, my heartbeat rushing in my ears. Life is too short. If she'd only known. There weren't any more trips because I'd been born 8 months later. Then she died 16 years after that. We shouldn't let anything hold us back. Tears stung my eyelids. She'd been so determined, so fierce, independent and strong, and she'd raised me to be the same. So what happened? Why was I afraid of leaving this town? Every day, I regret not taking that trip, Bev said gently. But I convinced myself the cafe wouldn't survive if I closed down or let someone else run it for 2 weeks. I was more worried about money than happiness. And that's part of what's wrong with our culture. We value all the wrong things. It's not money, I whispered. The trattoria is her legacy, just like her house and garden. The peeling wallpaper and expired boxes of pudding I can't stand to throw away. She's still here, and I'm afraid to let her go. Bev pulled me into her warm body. She smelled like vanilla. Honey, you aren't letting your mother go. Those are just things. Your mother will always be with you, no matter where you are. I knew this in theory, but it was still hard to accept. You think I should move to Italy? I think you should put yourself first, for a change. Do what makes you happy. Taking in a deep breath, I pulled away and dabbed at my eyes with my fingertips. I didn't want to ruin my mascara. I'll think about it. Good. Now go get your drink before it melts and Sam starts yelling. We both knew Sam was pretty chill, but I returned the photo to Bev and went to the counter. Chuck, the only realtor in town, was paying for his coffee as I gathered my keys, wallet, and drink. We knew each other from high school.
Hey, Val,
he said. Hi, Chuck. How are you?
Never better.
He slipped $2 into the cafe's tip jar. Sam leaned against the counter. Chuck was saying the Portofino mansion has sold. I nearly dropped my iced coffee. Images of espressos on the terrace and long showers assaulted me, picking out ties and cuddling and purses and sex. Lots and lots of sex. Luca's former house sold? Now someone else bought that tacky house. God, the universe hated me. They were both staring at me oddly. I blurted, "Congrats on the commission, Chuck. See you around." And I got the hell out of there before I started crying again. Chapter 38. Valentina. Book club was in full swing. Nearly every single man in town was packed into the Trattoria's bar, hungry gazes watching the women in the corner. Instead of drinking with my friends, though, I poured drinks for customers and helped behind the bar. It kept me busy, as well as prevented my friends from grilling me about Luca. The new bartender, Quincy, who was Anne-Marie's son, didn't know a Manhattan from a Long Island iced tea, but I couldn't complain. Quincy had stepped in after Gabby returned to Italy to go be a Mafia prince. I missed Gabby, but he and I texted regularly. He sounded busy, but happy. He never mentioned his father, and I never asked. Had Luca started sleeping with his mistress again? The thought caused my empty stomach to turn over, so I popped an olive in my mouth and looked around. Roberto hovered near the front, even though I told him to go home ages ago. There was no reason for both of us to be here, and I'd closed down after my friends left. Giovanni's team was almost done with dinner service, and then we'd only have the bar to worry about. A few minutes later, I made change for a beer. When I turned, Maggie was at the bar, frowning at me. I gave the customer his money. "Thanks, Carl. Let me know when you need a refill." He turned toward his buddies, and I rested on the bar closer to Maggie. "Need anything?" My friend's response was instant. "Yes, you." "I'm right here." "Val, goddammit, this is pissing me off. Come sit with us." "I don't want to. They're all looking at me with sad, pitying eyes. The second I sit down, they'll want to hear what happened. Honestly, I don't have the energy." "It's only because they care about you, and I'll tell them not to raise the topic of Luca Benetti tonight. I promise." She put her hand over her heart. "Maybe later. Let me help Quincy a little longer, okay?" Maggie pointed at me. "I'm coming back in 30 minutes, and I won't take no for an answer. But if you refuse, I will tell Carl about the crush you had on him in 7th grade and how you used to walk by his house every day after school even though he wasn't on your way. At all." Horrified, I watched Carl spin at the sound of his name. "What?" "Nothing," I said at the same time Maggie said, "Oh, hey, Carl."
Were you guys talking about me?
He appeared adorably confused.
I don't know.
Maggie raised an eyebrow in my direction.
Were we?
"You are the worst." To Carl, I said, "Ignore her. She's stuck in middle school." Carl rejoined his friends, and I waved Maggie away. "Get lost, Fiorentino." A few minutes later, the computer froze and needed to be rebooted. I was standing with my back to the bar, entering in the information to restart the computer, when I noticed everything had gone quiet. I glanced into the mirror to see what was going on. I jerked in surprise and my elbow bumped the computer. No, this couldn't be. Was I imagining him? Luca. Luca was here, at the bar. A now empty bar. What the hell? Why was he here? A loud ringing echoed in my ears as I faced him. He looked good. His hair was a little longer, and the bruise on his cheek was almost non-existent. A few days' worth of scruff graced his jaw, gray whiskers dotted in among the dark brown. His intense stare was locked on my face, and my tongue felt thick as I blurted, "What are you doing here?"
Ordering a drink. I heard this place has a good wine selection.
I don't understand.
A Valpolicella, I think.
I needed time to think, so with a shaking hand, I poured him a glass of the red wine. Should I start a tab, or did you want to cash out?
A tab. I'm going to be here a lot.
I stared, unsure what to say. Then I noticed everyone staring at us, the room as silent as a tomb. I jerked my thumb toward the kitchen. Come with me. I didn't wait to see if he followed. I walked out from the bar and went through the swinging door. The usual hustle and bustle greeted me, the familiar sounds of a professional kitchen during service. When I reached my office, I heard Giovanni greeting Luca like an old friend. They chatted in Italian, but I unlocked the door and went inside, pacing back and forth as I tried to figure out why Luca was here. We'd said everything that needed to be said in Catanzaro. Maybe he was here on business? Finally, the knob turned, and he strode inside, all masculine grace and leashed power in his dark navy suit. I recognized the tie as one I'd chosen for him all those days ago. Tell me what's going on. One eyebrow quirked.
Isn't it obvious?
No, not to me. Are you in town for business?
Sort of.
He set the wineglass on a file cabinet.
I'm moving here.
My stomach dropped at the same time as my jaw. What? You're kidding.
Not permanently. I'll set up here, then go back and forth to Catanzaro.
Moving here. My brain tripped over these words. It made no sense. Why?
For you. I want to marry you, and you want to live here. I hoped we could compromise. We'll split our time between Paesano and Catanzaro.
Needing to ground myself in reality, I gripped the edge of the desk. Was this really happening? Isn't that dangerous for you?
Yes, and for you. But I brought a small army with me to keep us safe.
And so, what, you'll vacation here while I work?
Not vacation. I'll work, too.
His smile grew, and there was something devious in the depths of his eyes, like he had plans in the works. I didn't care about those plans. Not yet. I still couldn't believe he was serious. You bought the Portofino mansion. He nodded once.
You heard. Good.
Of course I heard. No one can keep a secret in this town.
Roberto can.
Oh my God, no wonder he was hanging around tonight. He knew you were coming. Luca reached inside his coat pocket and took out a small box. My heart leapt into my throat as he flipped open the box and took out a ring. I saw a flash of white, but I was concentrating on his face, not his hands. Luca met my eyes, his expression serious.
Valentina, you are everything to me. I have tried breathing and eating and existing without you, and I can't do it. So I will move heaven and earth to give you what you need, if only you stay by my side. Marry me. Have a life with me in both places, because it doesn't matter where we are, as long as you are with me, amore mio.
You're really willing to live here for half the year?
If you are willing to live in Catanzaro for the other half, then yes.
We shouldn't let anything hold us back. My mother's words. She wouldn't want me wrapped up in Luca's world, but she would want me to be happy. And she would want me with a man willing to do anything for me. Like move across the globe for 6 months out of the year. He shifted on his feet.
You may take more time to think about this. I know it is a big decision for you.
Yes.
So think, fiore mio. I'll give you a few days.
That was my answer. Yes, I'll marry you. Yes, I'll live in Catanzaro for part of the year. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank fuck.
He was on me in a flash, his strong arms pulling me into his chest. I wrapped myself around him and held on, his familiar scent filling my head. God, I'd missed him. We clung together for a long beat. Then he grabbed my face in both his hands and kissed me. His lips were soft, and he tasted like wine and mint and a lifetime of promises. I gave as good as I got, telling him without words that I was in this for the long haul. When we finally parted, he pressed his forehead to mine.
Ti amo, baby.
Ti amo, Luca. He gave me a brief, hard kiss, then picked up my hand.
I hope you like it.
The diamond ring was over the top, a cushion-cut stone with smaller diamonds surrounding it like a halo, all in a platinum setting. It's stunning. I'm almost afraid to wear it around.
But you will. I want everyone to know you're mine.
For some inexplicable reason, that caveman declaration caused my heart to flip over. I'm yours, and I love it. I pushed up to kiss him. Grazie, bello. He growled low in his throat, his fingers tightening on my skin.
I love when you speak my language.
Then I'll hire a tutor and learn it properly. I mean, we'll be living there for half the year. I'd better understand what you and your brothers are saying.
This makes me very happy. Come, I want to fuck you in a bed.
He started to tug on my hand, but I stayed put. Wait, tell me what you're planning to do while you're here. Are you starting another criminal empire in New York? Luca placed his hands on my shoulders.
I love you and we will share a life together. But it's for your own protection if you stay out of the business and leave it to me. Capisce?
I held onto the edges of his suit jacket. Luca, I visited you in prison once. I don't want to live through that again.
You won't. Amore, I went to the GDF headquarters purposely so they would put me in prison. You see, the man who killed Palmieri's daughter was the boss of the region. I couldn't name him and betray the Brotherhood. So I dropped enough clues for Palmieri to figure it out, then insulted him to get arrested. Being in prison ensured that I couldn't be blamed for what needed to happen, not by the GDF or the Endrina. Thankfully, Palmieri is a smart man and did what had to be done. Then he let me go.
That was all planned? Holy shit, you're very smart. His mouth curved into a sly grin.
This is true. I am very smart. Any other questions before I take you to the mansion and fuck you into the mattress?
What about the fire? I thought the mansion was in bad shape.
The garage, yes, and I'll have it rebuilt. Andiamo, Fiore. That's enough talking.
He flicked open the door and held it for me. I grabbed my bag from under the desk, which caused Luca's smile to widen.
I see you are still using my gifts.
I was carrying one of the expensive handbags he bought me. Only because these are too pretty not to use. It had nothing to do with you.
You missed me,
he whispered as I walked by him. I had, but I wasn't admitting it. Yet. I walked through the kitchen on my way to the dining room. The staff all stopped what they were doing to watch us go by, their gazes curious. We're back together, I announced. A round of congratulations echoed down the line, but I tried to appear professional. Thank you. See you all in the morning." I started to push on the swinging door, but Luca held my arm.
Wait.
Bending, he picked me up, bridal style. I yelped and held onto his neck. "What are you doing?"
I have watched this movie, An Officer and a Gentleman. It's very corny, but romantic. And we have a tradition to uphold for book club, no?
Oh, God. I buried my face into his throat. I'm never going to live this down. Quickly, Lucas strode through the swinging door and we were in the dining room. All the conversation slowly stopped as the diners noticed us. I could feel my cheeks burning, a mixture of happiness and embarrassment, but mostly happiness. Finally! This was from Maggie, who was now on her feet. "About time, you two!" Someone started applauding, and then more people joined in. I covered my face with my free hand. "Stop it! Oh my God, Luca, put me down! This is mortifying!"
Not a chance, amore.
He kept going toward the exit. As he walked, Luca shouted something to Roberto in Italian. "What did you say to Roberto?" I asked.
I told him to give everyone a bottle of champagne to toast us and bill me.
We reached the front door, but he didn't set me down. The night was warm and mild, stars twinkling overhead in the perfect romantic backdrop as he carried me. How did I get so lucky? "I know you wanted a bed tonight," I said in his ear, "but I was wondering, think the cemetery is empty tonight?" He started walking faster.
Don't worry, little girl. I'll take good care of you.
Epilogue. Luca. 3 weeks later. I sat with my back to the wall. Gabriele was in the chair on my left, Leonardo on my right. The late hour meant the trattoria was empty, save the kitchen staff. I didn't like having meetings at night. They kept me away from Valentina, and I'd much prefer to be fucking her at the moment. This meant I was pissed off. I drummed my fingers on the wooden table. Leonardo reached for his wine, while Gabriele checked his mobile once more. Where the fuck were they? The door opened. My cousin Niccolo walked in, followed by another man. The stranger was well-dressed, probably mid-30s. He looked very similar to his brother. I stood, as did my sons, and Niccolo started in my direction. "Don Benetti, you will fucking wait, stronzo." Ignoring him, I held out my hand to greet the stranger first. "Luca Benetti." "Vito Di Agostino." He shook my hand. "A pleasure, Don Benetti. My brother speaks highly of you." "We are appreciative of his help. Thank you for coming down from Toronto." I sat, as did everyone else except Gabriele, who gave his seat up to Niccolo. My cousin had the good sense to remain quiet. I would deal with him later, when it was just family. As Leonardo poured wine for the table, I asked, "How do you like Canada?" "It's fucking cold," Vito shook his head. "I thought I wouldn't mind it, but fuck." I wasn't looking forward to the winters in New York. I would convince Valentina to stay in Catanzaro during those months. "And you took over for Mancini. How is business?" "Things have settled down. We've secured the territory and expanded. It must be nice to have your brother's resources." Vito sipped his wine and set the glass down carefully. "I believe in being direct, Don Benetti. So if you're asking whether Enzo is running Toronto with me, then the answer is no. I'm doing this alone." It was what I'd been told, but I needed to be sure. "I also believe in being direct. You should know that my family is settling here." If he was surprised, he masked it well. "In this area, or Manhattan?" "This area. I will go back and forth to Catanzaro, but my brother Dante would reside here permanently, as will my son." I indicated Gabriele. "I'm assuming this has something to do with the woman you brought to meet my brother."
I dipped my chin in acknowledgement. My fiancée, who runs this restaurant. Gratulazione. He lifted his wine glass in a toast. I wish you many happy years together. Chin chin. We all drank. I pointed to the ring on his finger. I hadn't heard you were married. Congratulations as well. He held up his hand and smirked. Not married. Not interested either. This ensures it stays that way. Everyone laughed except for me. I was once so foolish. But then I met Valentina. Now I needed to marry her, make her forever mine, for my own peace of mind. I wanted to inform you of my intentions, so there are no misunderstandings later. Vito's fingers stilled, his eyes going flat. What are your intentions? There is a casino an hour away, poorly run. We plan to start there, then expand as necessary. How are you finding the MCs? Some motorcycle clubs in North America dabbled in trafficking. Stupid, and a pain in the ass. Good. That meant they would be easy to eliminate here. I want to establish a trade with you. The chemicals for crystal in exchange for South American coke. We'll use drones, boats when necessary. I'll agree to that. What about the casino? Need any help? I might want to borrow some of your men, temporarily, until things settle down. And in return, what are you asking for? 10% of the casino. I laughed. Please. 8, Madai. I would never agree to such a high percentage. And I would remind you that I have just saved your cousin from making a very big mistake. I pressed my lips together. I didn't like it, but Vito was right, and I was going to strangle my cousin. 3. Vito nodded once. We'll work out all of the details later. Who should we talk to? Dante? I'll be here at least until the holidays. How quickly can you get your men here? Next week? Va bene. I rose and buttoned my suit coat. Where are you staying? I prefer to return to Toronto immediately. Smart of him. I shook his hand once more. My thanks for your help with my cousin. Good luck, he returned. And I hope you change the name of this town. It's fucking stupid. He departed, 3 of his men behind him, and I lowered myself into the chair once more. Sit your fucking ass down, Niccolo. Luca, forgive me, Gabriele smacked the back of Niccolo's head. That's Don Benetti, stronzo. Our cousin winced, then put his palms together prayer style. Don Benetti, I'm here to beg for your forgiveness. I never meant to cause so much trouble. And yet you did. Tell me what the fuck happened. I lost a shipment. The fuck? This was Gabriele, who leaned into his cousin's face. You should have called. I put a hand on Gabriele's arm. Very quietly I said, start explaining. Don Rossi asked me to accompany his man and deliver a truck full of coke to Belgium. He said you recommended me, and I didn't want to disappoint you. That fuck. Rossi set everything up from the start. Go on. Rossi's man came down with food poisoning an hour outside of town. He said to drop him off and continue. I didn't know what to do, but it was a massive shipment, and I knew what was at stake. Niccolo shifted in his seat and his voice dropped in volume. I stopped for drinks in Lucerne, and the truck was stolen. I sighed heavily and rubbed my eyes. How much? He hung his head. It was so much, much more coke than I'd ever seen. Don Rossi said it was 500 kilos. Porca puttana, said Leonardo. That's more than 38 million euros. I know. He put his face in his hands. That is why I tried to make it right. That was stupid of you, I said. You should have contacted someone immediately. I did, Don Benetti, I swear, exclaimed Niccolo. I called Don Rossi first. He said not to bother you because you were leaving for New York on urgent business and he would fill you in. Bastardo. Too bad that stronzo Rossi was dead. I'd like to kill him myself over this. What else did he say? He said he would kill me if I didn't find that truck. And he said you would kill me if he didn't. I hated to think it, but this was clever of Rossi. He had to do something to keep Niccolo out of the way, and kidnapping or killing my cousin would have forced me to retaliate. Better to create confusion and issue vague threats. I panicked, continued Niccolo. I knew I couldn't find that truck, so I thought if I could steal coke from someone else, it could replace what I'd lost. Again, stupid. Where did you go? I rented a van and drove to Munich. It was the closest city where I knew some soldiers. I hoped to follow them for a day or so, then see where their storage facility was. Mamma mia, this boy. Stealing from another family puts ours at risk, idiota. It was dumb, I know. I was desperate. I didn't know what else to do. My voice grew hard. You contact me or Sergio, then we tell you what to do. I know, mi dispiace. I stared at the wall, my irritation mounting. I traded a favor with D'Agostino to find you, for fuck's sake. His hackers caught you on camera in Munich, watching a Cosa Nostra warehouse, because you did nothing to disguise your appearance. I didn't think anyone was looking for me, and I was in a panic. I didn't know what would happen if I returned empty-handed. I slapped my palm on the table, rattling the flatware and glasses. You should be more worried about what will happen now, considering all that has transpired because of your disappearance. He paled, sweat beading on his upper lip. Per favore, Don Benetti. I'll find a way to make this right. Get out of my sight. I need to decide how I'm handling this. Go with Gabriele. My younger son left with Niccolo, and I swirled the wine in my glass, thinking. Papa, Leonardo said. He meant no harm. Meaning no harm and causing no harm are two different things, figlio mio. Niccolo didn't think and has caused a great deal of harm. But Rossi put all this in motion to get Segreto and clean up his mistake with Palmieri. It seems Niccolo was just a pawn, no? Yes. Rossi stole back his own truck and sent Niccolo into hiding. Then Rossi needed to force me to find Segreto, so he convinced me Niccolo was in custody. No one else has the contacts we do, so I was his best hope. Leonardo whistled. You must admit, it's pretty clever. Anger flooded my veins and my fingers curled into a fist on the table. That old fuck. I don't like being used. My son lifted his shoulders. You wouldn't be here with Val otherwise. Of course he would see it this way. The swinging door leading to the kitchen cracked, and my woman's face peeked out. A smile tugged at my lips. We're finished, I called, beckoning her forward with 2 fingers. She pushed through and started toward us. I didn't hear any yelling, so that's a good sign, right? I scooted my chair back and patted my lap. I never yell, fiore mio. My son made a noise, but I ignored him as my woman slid onto my thighs. She smelled like garlic and lemons, and her soft curves melted into me. I wrapped an arm around her back and held her close, my face pressed into her neck. All the tension from my body disappeared like someone pulled a string to unwind me. Leo, she said, smoothing my tie. Are you hungry? They're wrapping the donation bags right now, but I'm sure you can grab something if you'd like. Donation bags? I asked. Every night we donate the extra food to the shelter. Grazie, but I ate earlier. My son didn't move, just continued to scroll on his phone. I glared at him. Leave us. That got his attention. His eyebrows flew up as he lowered his phone. But you're my ride. Then wait in the kitchen. He smirked, but stood. This is nice. Seeing you too. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but you are a miracle worker, Val. Careful, Filio. Luca, stop, my woman said. Thank you, Leo. Leonardo went into the kitchen. I nuzzled Valentina's neck, enjoying the velvety feel of her skin. She arched to give me better access. Are you done being the king of Mafia Island? I chuckled. For tonight, yes. You were, so hot. I peeked through the window a few times. You looked very serious, very in charge. Amore, I am always in charge. Because you make the rules. That is right. I pulled her closer. And do you know what I want most right now? To go home and fuck all night long? No. She leaned away to see my face, her brow lowered in confusion. No? I shook my head. I want to fuck you, shower and get in our robes, then lie in bed and eat sundaes with you. Her smile sent a flutter straight through my heart. And watch reality TV? I heaved a dramatic sigh. If we must. She kissed me sweetly. You are the best fiancé, Luca Benetti. And after next week, I'll be the best husband. I nibbled at her lips, which she allowed, then froze. Wait, next week? Yes. I'm tired of waiting. I placed her on the ground, stood, then slapped her ass. I want you as my wife. No, this is crazy. I haven't even thought about our wedding. I grabbed her ponytail and held her tight, tilting her face toward mine. Then plan it, amore, because it's happening next week. What about Flavio? I might... She paused to nibble her lip. I knew what she was about to say. Based on our recent discussions, I knew she was worried about having Flavio around. I took her hand and led her to the door. Valentina, if you want him to walk you down the aisle, then do it. I am not a fan of your father's after he shot Roberto, set a fire in my home, and kidnapped you. But I won't stop you from having him present at your wedding. I don't even know where to find him. I do. Leaning my head back, I shouted, Filio, andiamo! Leonardo and Aldo came out of the trattoria's kitchen, each of them holding a sandwich. Papa, my son called. Do you want a sandwich? No. Then I put my mouth near my woman's ear. I have plenty to eat at home.
Want more Mafia romance from Mila Finelli?